Kang Hee-woo hangs in the open air, the city skyline tilting as the ground rushes up to meet him. He can't quite grasp the physics of it yet, his mind lagging seconds behind his body's descent, but the wind screaming past his ears forces the realization home. High above, on the ledge, the shadows of the students who pushed him linger, watching him fall toward the end of a life he had barely started. He was supposed to graduate soon, having spent years enduring every humiliation just to reach the finish line, only for it to be stripped away in a single, silent plunge. This is the part where it gets ugly. Everything he suffered for was a lie, and as the light fades, the only thing left is the bitter weight of a world that never intended to let him win. Most people don't get a clear warning, but for Kang Hee-woo, there's no room for doubt. This is the day he dies. 3 months have passed since the world went dark, and the Sanlim Medical University Hospital is no longer a place of recovery for him. The doctor delivers the verdict in a sterile hallway. A patient in a vegetative state this long doesn't just wake up. She tells Hee-woo's grandmother to prepare for the end, but the old woman isn't hearing it, her grief exploding into a desperate rage beside his motionless body. His grandma's voice is the first thing he hears, cracking with a desperation that only comes when you're being told to give up on the person you love. After falling from the rooftop, Kang Hee-woo is trapped. He's been diagnosed as being in a vegetative state. He can feel her fingers gripping his hand and hear her plea for him to wake up. But his own body is a cage he can't unlock. At first, he stays positive. He's never been sick a day in his life, and he's sure he'll be back on his feet soon. But in the silence of that hospital room, the truth finally lands. He can't move a single muscle to answer her. In the dim blue light of a hospital room, Hee-woo's grandmother refuses to accept what the doctors are saying. She raised Hyun-sung like her own son after his parents died, and a few medical opinions aren't enough to make her walk away. She begs for just one sign, one flicker of life to prove he's still in there. Sitting by the bed, Hee-woo is reaching a breaking point of his own, his internal voice screaming for his brother to finally move. He can't hold it in much longer. He tells his comatose brother that the same people who harassed him are now coming after Hee-woo, and the cycle of bullying hasn't stopped. To make matters worse, their grandmother was forced to find work at a restaurant just to cover the mounting hospital bills, only to end up injured herself. Hee-woo is left staring at the man in the bed, desperate for an answer he knows might never come. Sitting by the hospital bed, Hee-woo hits a wall of pure bitterness, telling his unconscious brother that they both would have been better off if he had just died. The anger breaks as fast as it came, turning into a desperate plea for him to just wake up. He shouts at the silent room, demanding that Hyun-sung stop lying there and finally stand up. The weight of it is so heavy that he starts to drift away from the moment, trying to convince himself that this entire nightmare is just a long dream. He lifts his shirt to reveal the dark bruises on his side, clinging to the hope that if he just waits a little longer, the world will finally make sense again. Kang Hee-woo lies motionless in his hospital bed, clinging to the desperate hope that if he just endures a little longer, he'll wake up from this nightmare. But the world keeps moving without him. 3 years bleed away, and the long absence of his friend Hyun-jin starts to feel like a permanent silence. The reality of his situation finally shatters when he overhears a nurse mentioning that his grandmother has fainted, while the very bullies who put him in this bed laugh about how they can finally turn up the volume. It's a sickening realization that snaps something inside him. Nothing makes sense, and the injustice of it all is more than he can stomach. He sees the faces of his tormentors clearly now, starting with Park Min-chul, followed by Cho Yong-taek and Jung Min-ho, all of them wearing the same smug expressions of men who got away with everything. He can still see their faces, Kang Chang-suk and the group of bullies who turned his youth into a nightmare, along with the rest of the gang who took pleasure in every second of the pain they caused. It wasn't just the kids either. The principal and the teachers watched it all happen, choosing to protect the monsters instead of the victim they were supposed to save. Now Hee-woo lies in a hospital bed, his breath forced through a plastic tube as he weighs the only thing he has left, a desperate burning wish for a miracle. If he could somehow go back to that time, He wouldn't let them walk away. He swears an oath to destroy every single person who stood by and watched him break before his world finally goes dark. That life is gone now, replaced by a cold reality where he digs his fingers into Cho Yong-taek's skull, dragging the man's screams out into the night and mocking the very idea of his pain. He leans in, his face lit by a simmering rage that has been building since the day they were taken from him, and demands to know if this minor agony even compares to his family's fate. He doesn't wait for an answer, instead driving the point home that no matter how much Yong-taek suffers tonight, it will never be enough to balance the scales. Kang Hee-woo stands over the wreckage of his enemies, screaming that this is nothing compared to what his grandmother suffered. He looks down at the bloodied forms of Cho Yong-taek and the other thugs, the reality of the violence finally catching up to him. This wasn't supposed to be the end, and he realizes with a sudden jolt that this kind of mindless brutality isn't what he actually wants. A simple, messy revenge isn't enough to satisfy the debt, so he starts thinking long-term. 4, 5, and 6 years into the future, he needs a plan that doesn't just hurt them, but roots them out entirely so they can never crawl back up. 7 years of careful calculation lead to one single goal, making sure they face even more pain than he did. He commits himself to a perfect plan designed to destroy every single thing they have. The realization that it's actually going to work settles in, and he leans into the madness of it. He's not just looking for a fight anymore, he's looking for an erasure. 10 years. Kang Yeon-sung has spent a full decade suspended in silence, trapped in a hospital bed while the world moved on without him. The weight of a wasted decade finally breaks him, and he begs for any savior or any god to just end his life and let him go. He stands in a void, staring up at a tall, faceless figure in white, who seems to hold the weight of everything Hee-woo has just lost. It feels like an end, or perhaps a transition, but the silence of the dream doesn't last. The light of a morning sun cuts through the fog, pulling him back into a classroom that should be a memory. Hee-woo blinks at the desks and the familiar dust motes, wondering if the nightmare is finally over or if a new one is just beginning. Kang Hee-woo wakes up to a world that shouldn't exist anymore, a classroom. Around him, the room is a chaotic mess of shouting students and flying desks, a familiar scene of high school bullying that he hasn't seen in years. He tries to write it off as just another nightmare about the worst day of his life, but when he pinches his cheek to wake himself up, he actually feels the sting. He stares at the pen on his desk, the weight of the moment finally hitting him. If this isn't a dream, then he's really back at the beginning, and he decides to test the reality of this second chance by driving the pen straight into his own leg. Kang Hee-woo digs a pen into the back of his hand, seeking the sharp sting of reality to anchor him. The pain is real, blooming across his skin and confirming the impossible. It isn't a dream. He really did come back. This is his classroom, his old body, and his one chance to rewrite a life that ended in failure. The moment of awe is shattered by a scream of pure rage. Park Min-chul, a local thug, lunges forward and delivers a kick that sends Hee-woo sprawling to the floor. Min-chul is insulted that Hee-woo dared to speak up, lashing out with a second strike while the rest of the class watches in silence. He grinds his shoe into Hee-woo's face, asserting the hierarchy that ruled their original lives. To Min-chul, Hee-woo is just a tool meant to handle the dirty work, and he doesn't take kindly to his property suddenly growing a backbone. The memories hit Kang Hee-woo all at once, the sounds of impact and desperate pleas for mercy pulling him back to a version of himself that was small, broken, and terrified. Park Min-chul's face hasn't changed since then. The same sadistic grin, the same eyes that look at him and see nothing but a target. This is the starting point of everything. A single moment of weakness that spiraled into years of loss, from his brother's hospital bed to the tears of his grandmother and every beating he took while the world watched. Back in the classroom, the other students look away, their uneasy silence a familiar backdrop to the pain he's lived through once before. Park Min-chul is in the middle of a tear, his jaw set as he prepares to finish what he started, when a single command from Kang Hee-woo cuts through the room. Stop. The bully freezes, his neck snapping around as he tries to process the sudden defiance. He lets out a dry laugh, looking Hee-woo over as if he's seeing something interesting for the first time today. Addressing him by his old name, Kim Hyun-sung, he asks if he really thinks he has the weight to handle a situation like this. Min-chul keeps his foot planted on a student's back, warning the protagonist that any idea of being different or better than the person on the floor is just a delusion. He leans in to drive the point home, starting to dismiss him as nothing before the sentence is even finished. The hit lands with everything Kang Hee-woo has been holding back, catching Min-chul right in the jaw and sending a spray of blood into the air. Hee-woo pulls back, looking at his own fist as the weight of the moment finally sinks in. He really is back in his freshman year of high school, standing exactly where he wished he could be for so long. Everything changed on that single day, and even now, the memory is still perfectly clear. It started in a normal classroom, filled with students just trying to get through the afternoon, but Park Min-chul wasn't interested in the lesson. He was a classic bully, a guy who spent his time finding new ways to harass the people around him while focusing on his real obsession, a game called Legend Online. Min-chul eventually sets his sights on Lee Jung-min, a smart kid who isn't fast enough to realize he's being walked into a trap. With a hand on the boy's shoulder, Min-chul forces a yes out of him, effectively making Jung-min his personal slave for the game. From that moment on, Jung-min becomes nothing more than a game shuttle, and the grades that used to keep him at the top of the class begin to tank. It doesn't stop with just playing the game, as Min-chul soon starts pressuring him for money, forcing the boy to spend his own allowance to buy rare items for a character that isn't even his. Park Min-chul leans over the desk with a casual threat, telling Lee Jung-min to start looking after himself. The weight of the bullying has pushed Jung-min to his absolute limit, and for Kang Hee-woo, this is the first time real violence has landed right in front of him. He looks back at the times Jung-min spent helping him with his studies, always kind and always patient, and watching him get torn apart without a single friend stepping in is more than Hee-woo can stomach. He reaches out and catches the bully's arm, telling him it's enough. His friend is terrified, calling him an idiot, and warning him that crossing Park Min-chul is basically a death sentence in this school. Hee-woo understands the risk, but he's never been the type to lose out in the classroom pecking order, so he looks Min-chul dead in the eye and tells him to stop. At first, Hee-woo doesn't realize what a name like Park Min-chul actually carries. A teacher breaks up their initial confrontation before it can truly start, offering a brief moment of safety that doesn't last. As soon as the hallways are empty, the reprieve ends and the violence begins. Min-chul and his crew move in, turning every shadow of the school into a cage where they can work him over without being seen. It becomes his daily reality. He's dragged away, beaten until he can barely stand, and given zero time to recover before they come back for more. The torment follows him home, where he's forced to stay awake through the night, grinding their game accounts and running digital errands. There is no escape, no rest, and eventually, only one word left to describe his life: hell. Inside Classroom 1-1, the air is thick with a silence that shouldn't exist in a room full of teenagers. The students stand frozen, watching in absolute disbelief as the hierarchy they've lived under for years just shattered in a single second. Park Min-chul stands in the center of the room, his head turned from the force of a strike no one saw coming, his face marked by the reddening bruise of a fresh hit. It takes a moment for the shock to burn off, but then his eyes shift, a look of pure, murderous rage taking over as he prepares to tear into whoever just dared to touch him. Park Min-chul didn't see the hand coming until it was already knotted in his hair, slamming him downward before he could even register the threat. Kang Hee-woo plants his feet. He doesn't give the man a second to breathe, already calculating that a fighter who relies entirely on physical size has no idea how to handle a counterattack once they lose the initiative. The moment Min-chul tries to react to the first punch, Hee-woo is already steps ahead, grabbing him by the hair to slams his face into the desk with clinical precision. This isn't a random outburst. Our protagonist has spent the last 10 years simulating every second of this encounter. Hee-woo is already transitioning into his next rehearsed strike before Min-chul can even find his footing. He's waited too long for this moment to show any mercy, and as the blows continue to land, he makes it clear that he doesn't care if this ends with the man being beaten to death. Kang Hee-woo lays out the rules of this beating with a chilling, systematic focus, leaving his opponent no room to defend himself without making the damage even worse. And he finishes the strike with a coldness that holds even when Cho Young-taek and the gang burst through the door to see Min-chul on the floor. Hee-woo tilts his head and asks why he should even bother listening to them, which leaves Jung Min-ho in shock as he wonders how the boy they used to pick on suddenly found this much nerve, especially since Hee-woo doesn't look even slightly scared of what the group might do next, forcing Young-taek to step forward and try to put an end to the game himself. As it turns out, the hierarchy of Park Min-chul's gang is mostly just theater. While Min-chul is the face of the group and leads the charge when they're picking on other kids, the real threat is Kang Jang-suk. He's the strongest one in the circle, and right now, he looks like he's ready to tear into Hee-woo. A sudden shout from the doorway breaks the tension as students warn that a teacher is on the way, forcing the group to pivot. Chang-suk's friends pull him back, deciding it's better to settle this once they aren't being watched, but the thug isn't letting it go. He leans in close to promise Hee-woo that he'll be looking for him the second the final bell rings. Chang-suk drops a final warning not to run, telling our lead he might even enjoy what's coming next. As the group walks off, Park Min-chul struggles to clear his head, wondering what just happened to him. He can barely piece together the blackout. He remembers the first punch, but after that, it was just a blur of being beaten on the floor. Class ending won't be the end of it. The rest of the gang is on their way, and Min-chul is counting on Hee-woo being outnumbered. Park Min-chul sits at his desk, still trying to swallow the pride he lost in their last encounter. He convinces himself that the only reason he lost to a nerd like Kang Hee-woo was because he let his guard down. But now, the line has been crossed, and Min-chul is already counting down the minutes until he can leave Hee-woo half dead. At the front of the room, the teacher's lecture about midterms drags on, grating on Cho Young-taek's nerves while Jung Min-ho agrees. They're just as eager for the final bell to ring so they can get to the real business of the day. Back in the classroom, Jung Min-ho is struggling to make sense of Hee-woo's sudden shift in attitude, wondering if the guy is actually out of his mind. He had assumed this would be an easy fix, figuring Hee-woo had no backup and would fold the moment they applied a little pressure. Instead, Hee-woo showed a level of defiance that caught them completely off guard, acting out right when they were ready to crush him. A flicker of genuine fear crosses Lee Jung-min's face at the mention of a specific rumor. Though she quickly tries to dismiss the possibility, Min-ho weighs the options, considering that Hee-woo might have just snapped under the stress. They've already received a formal request to handle him, but now Min-ho is making it personal, resolving to trample Hee-woo so hard he'll never dare to look them in the eye again. Park Min-chul has reached his breaking point. Consumed by rage, he makes a silent vow to end Kim Hyun-sung once and for all. As the teacher enters the room to start the morning period, Min-chul slams his hands onto his desk and shouts a final warning to his rival. This is the moment he's been waiting for. But before he can even take a step, a blur catches the corner of his eye. Kang Hee-woo moves faster than anyone in the room can track, launching himself across the classroom to deliver a preemptive strike that catches Min-chul square in the face. The impact sends Min-chul reeling, blood spilling as he struggles to stay on his feet. He clutches his head in shock, his mind spinning as he tries to grasp how the dynamic in this room just changed forever. Kang Hee-woo leans in, gripping his attacker's hair as he suggests they pick up exactly where they left off. Park Min-chul freezes, his mind racing to make sense of how the dynamic flipped so fast. He realizes the kid he was just hunting isn't trying to run away anymore. He's looking for a fight. As soon as the final bell rings and the teacher dismisses the class, Jung Min-ho stands, noting that school is a small place with nowhere left for their targets to hide. Together with Kang Chang-suk, he decides it's finally time to go out and handle Kim Hyun-sung. Students crowd the hallway as the group pushes through, but the typical chatter dies down into worried whispers the second they see these three coming. Min-ho stops short, when something catches his eye, just as Park Min-chul's voice echoes down the corridor in a blind, screaming rage. Recognizing the sound of a total meltdown, the trio breaks into a sprint toward the source. Min-ho slides the door open and freezes. Whatever he expected to find on the other side of that frame, it wasn't this. Min-chul lies broken on the floor, his face unrecognizable under the weight of a beating that looks more like an execution. The rest of the class can only stare from the doorway, paralyzed by the sheer violence of the scene. Standing over the wreckage, Hee-woo finally looks up and mocks them for taking so long to arrive. He isn't even winded. Just satisfied, Kang Chang-suk lunges with a scream of pure rage, closing the distance in a blur of motion. Our protagonist watches him come, already weighing the threat of the man who represents his biggest hurdle. While handling a grunt like Min-chul was nothing, Hee-woo's current body lacks the raw strength to drop a fighter of this caliber in a straight exchange. 10 years of mental simulations in a coma have led him to this exact moment, and he already knows how to handle it. Kang Hee-woo throws himself into the violence, doing things he never would have considered in his old life, dismissing any idea of fair play as completely irrelevant now. He jams a heavy metal iron into Chang-suk's head, driven by a singular, burning need for revenge that leaves no room for hesitation or mercy. Hee-woo knows that no amount of training or muscle can protect a human skull from a direct hit with solid metal. With a final, calculated swing, Hee-woo delivers a blow that sends Chang-suk crashing to the floor in total defeat. Min-ho stands paralyzed while Cho Young-taek breaks into a cold sweat, both of them caught in the sudden weight of the moment. Kang Hee-woo isn't waiting for them to recover, dropping a small object as he plants his foot and commits everything to the only opening he's going to get. Young-taek can only stare in disbelief as Hee-woo explodes into a low tackle, bridging the gap before anyone can react. He knows that if he puts every pound of his body weight into the impact, Young-taek won't have the strength to hold his ground. This is pure physics, dropping him hard against the hallway floor to end it right here. Hee-woo locks in, knowing his opponent is too slow to catch the next exchange. He rains down a heavy barrage, forcing Cho Young-taek to absorb every blow without a chance to breathe. Even as Jung Min-ho closes in from behind, Hee-woo refuses to pivot. His priority is putting Young-taek on the floor for good. And he's already made the cold calculation that winning while outnumbered requires finishing one target before the next threat arrives. Young-taek slumps to the ground, his body giving out under the weight of the final impact. After the final blow, Hee-woo stands over the bloodied body of Cho Young-taek, his breath coming in ragged bursts. He'd replayed this moment 1,000 times in his head, mapping out every move, but the reality of his current body is a hard limit his mind didn't account for. The physical strain is catching up, threatening to pull him down with his target, but he grinds his teeth and forces the exhaustion back. He isn't done yet. Turning toward the back of the room, he locks onto the last person standing. Jung Min-ho can only watch in total disbelief, his mind failing to connect the weak kid he used to know with the monster now standing in a classroom full of bodies. Min-ho can't reconcile the boy in front of him with the one he used to know. He remembers a kid who was just strong enough to be left alone, but this version is something else entirely. Standing in the shadow of a monster, he realizes the math has completely shifted now that Chang-suk is out of the picture. Hee-woo doesn't give him a second to recover, stepping forward with a calm suggestion to finish what they started. Min-ho tries to pull himself together, but his body won't listen. His hands are shaking too hard to even form a fist. It's a total collapse of confidence, and Hee-woo leans into the final strike. Jung Min-ho shrinks back, completely paralyzed as he waits for the final blow. But the strike never lands. A teacher's shout cuts through the classroom, freezing everyone in their tracks. Min-ho lets out a jagged laugh, the kind born from pure desperate relief that the noise of the beating finally brought help. It doesn't look good for the school. The teacher counts 3 students left bloody, realizing this is far past a simple hallway scuffle. Kim Hyun-sung doesn't seem to care, his lips curling into a satisfied smile as he looks down at the mess he's made. The teacher isn't thinking about the student's health anymore. He's thinking about his own career and the fallout of letting things get this violent under his watch. Standing in the hallway, the teacher is already running the math, looking for a way to dump the entire mess onto Kim Hyun-sung's shoulders to save his own skin. He vents his frustration, shouting that a decade of teaching hasn't prepared him for a student this troublesome, and that the school won't be the only one handling it. He warns that the parents of the other kids are going to make Kim Hyun-sung pay, but the boy cuts him off with a single word. A thin smile spreads across the protagonist's face as he tells the man there's no reason to overreact. He points out that violence in the school is nothing new, and suggests the teacher should simply lean into the one skill he's actually mastered: the art of burying a case before anyone important starts asking questions. Kim Hyun-sung stands before his teacher, his bloodied shirt a quiet demand for the man to sweep this whole mess under the rug. He's already decided how this has to go, and now he's just waiting for the reaction. It doesn't take long. The advisor loses his composure instantly, screaming at the boy while a heavy hand swings toward his face. Looking at the man now, Hyun-sung can't help but see the ghosts of the previous timeline, where this same teacher stood by the principal while they sold him out for an envelope full of cash. After years of taking it, Kim Hyun-sung finally made a choice. He knew asking for help wasn't a perfect fix, but he was desperate enough to believe that an adult might actually step in. He took the risk and told his teacher everything, but the man barely looked up from his coffee. When the teacher finally bothered to ask about the abuse, Park Min-chul didn't even flinch. He just laughed it off as a misunderstanding, claiming his large build made their friendly jokes look like something else. The teacher didn't push for the truth. He just gave a half-hearted warning about not fighting and dismissed them both. It was a pivot that cost Hyun-sung everything. The moment they were out of sight, the world went cold. He stood paralyzed as Min-chul's gang crowded into the small space, the sound of the door clicking shut marking the exact moment the trap snapped closed. Min-chul dropped the act and leaned in, his voice thick with malice as he asked if the boy really thought snitching would save him. He didn't know it yet, but this was the decision that would haunt Hyun-sung for the rest of his life. Outside the school, the silence is broken by a rhythmic, sickening impacts. Park Min-chul lands a heavy strike across Kang Hee-woo's face, wearing a grin that says he's enjoying every second of it. Hee-woo collapses, the world blurring as he hits the pavement. As the blows land, Hee-woo's thoughts drift away from the pain and toward the people who were supposed to stop this. He had asked for help. He had done what he was told and reported the bullying. But the teachers just looked the other way. The resentment is starting to burn hotter than the bruises. Educators have a duty to protect their students. But in this school, that duty is just a suggestion. Min-chul screams a murderous threat and brings his foot down again, determined to break whatever spirit Hee-woo has left. For a split second, Kang Hee-woo thinks he's found a way out. He spots his teacher watching through the classroom window and expects him to rush out and stop the assault, but the man just turns his head and walks away. It takes Hee-woo years to understand why the door stayed locked. The teacher was taking bribes from the bully's parents, and he never had any intention of helping. The realization changes everything. The system is rigged, the adults are bought, and his only option is to start swinging back, even if he has to fight this hell alone. Looking back, that day stands out for how violent it actually was. Kang Hee-woo finds himself caught in a blur of motion, completely overwhelmed as he's slammed toward the floor. But even in the middle of the assault, something is different. The teacher tries to stammer out a denial, but the boy cuts him off with a single cold word. Methodically, he starts dismantling the man's career, listing the monthly payments he's been taking to act as a personal guardian for a student. But the financial corruption is only the start. As he moves on to a private affair with another teacher at Motel M, the teacher collapses into his chair, completely broken by the weight of what's being held over him. He's given a choice: stay in line or lose everything. It's a threat with teeth, because by the third year, Kim Young-chul's life actually does fall apart in public, his well-off wife showing up to the school to deliver one final slap and a set of divorce papers. He'd spent years building a house of cards, but he finally ran into someone who knew exactly where to pull the first one. With his secrets in the open, Kim Young-chul is completely broken, and Hee-woo knows exactly how to use that fear to his advantage. The teacher stands trembling, desperate enough to ask a student for guidance on how to save himself. It's a pathetic sight, but Hee-woo isn't looking for an apology. He's looking for an asset. He tells the man to keep living exactly as he always has, as a bystander who buries the truth and ignores the students. It's a simple deal. Follow every instruction until graduation, or lose everything. Hee-woo's gaze says the rest. He has a long road ahead, and he just drafted his first powerful puppet. Hee-woo looms over the teacher, pinning him with a look that demands total cooperation. It works. The man crumbles, promising to do whatever is necessary to keep the situation under control for now. As he walks away, Hee-woo's mind is already moving to the next phase of his plan, weighing Kim Young-chul as just the first of many pieces he needs to move into place. There's a certain urgency to his pace as he calculates the coming turns, knowing there is one immediate problem he still needs to solve. Back in the classroom, Jung Min-ho is losing it, kicking over furniture in a blind rage as he screams threats about what he'll do to Hee-woo the second he shows his face again. Jung Min-ho is spiraling, desperately clutching at the idea that Kim Young-chul will take care of his Hyunsung problem for him. If the guy just drops out, Min-ho won't have to face the terrifying reality of what just happened. But the fear is already there, deep and cold, and he's terrified that the other students saw him flinch. He snaps, kicking a desk across the classroom in a fit of redirected rage that leaves the rest of the students frozen in silence. In his head, he's still the predator, and he refuses to let his status slip into the abyss just because of one bad encounter. He slams his fist against a desk to prove he's still in control, struggling to steady his breathing while the room stays quiet. He tells himself that Hyunsung's win was just a fluke, a total coincidence, and that the next time they meet, he'll be the one left standing. The door slides open and the classroom goes cold as Kang Hee-woo calls out his target. Looking like he just walked out of a war zone, he suggests they finish exactly what they started. Jung Min-ho can't even move. The weight of the moment hits him before the actual blow does. Then Hee-woo steps in and delivers a heavy strike, launching the bully backward with enough force to send him crashing over the desks. Reeling on the floor, the boy who used to run this room can barely find his breath. Kang Hee-woo closes the distance in the silent classroom, his steps steady and heavy as he walks toward his prey. Jung Min-ho can only watch, frozen and drenched in sweat, as the reflection in his eyes shows a monster approaching. There's no more room for talk, and the first strike lands with a sickening weight, sending Jung reeling back as Hee-woo stands over him, cold and methodical. Blood spatters the floor, marking the moment Jung's pride finally breaks under the sheer physical pressure. He reaches out, a broken plea for mercy catching in his throat while Hee-woo continues the assault without a second of hesitation. Looking down at the carnage, the protagonist lets a small, grim smile slip, leaving Jung to realize too late that he isn't fighting a student. He's fighting a lunatic. Jung Min-ho is at his breaking point, begging for anyone to step in as Kang Hee-woo looms over him with cold, absolute dominance. Seeing his teacher through the glass, Min-ho realizes he has nothing left to lose and screams the truth for the whole room to hear. Kim Young-chul is a fraud who took bribe money from Min-ho's own mother. The exposure hits the teacher like a physical blow, leaving him panicked as the comfortable arrangement he thought was safe suddenly evaporates in front of the entire class. Rewinding 5 minutes, the class advisor is a mess of raw panic in his office. The fight he just witnessed is far beyond anything he can manage. 3 students are in the hospital, and the sheer scale of the violence has left him reeling. While the school usually prefers to bury these things quietly, he knows that if he doesn't hammer Kim Hyun-sung with a severe punishment, the fallout will be catastrophic. Specifically, he's thinking of Jung Min-ho's parents, the kind of wealthy, connected people who don't believe in turning the other cheek. They're major donors who basically bought the school's recent renovation, making them the kind of figures even the principal handles with kid gloves. But the real source of his terror is simpler. He's been taking their money under the table for years, and if they decide to make life difficult, he's finished. Kim Young-chul is spiraling. He grips his head, pacing in the dark as he tries to claw his way out of the disaster closing in on him. He's reached a dead end, and there's only one play left. He has to cut Jung Min-ho out of this mess entirely. If he can just keep the boy's parents on the sidelines, he might have a chance. And since Kim Hyun-sung hasn't targeted Min-ho yet, the teacher sees a path forward. He bolts upright from his desk, fueled by a frantic new plan. If he can track down Hyun-sung and strike a deal to leave the parents alone, he might still be able to contain the damage. He rushes toward the door, his jaw set as he realizes he needs to get a handle on the boy before the situation gets even worse. But as he steps out, he freezes, his eyes locking onto something in the hallway that stops him dead in his tracks. The teacher can only stand there, frozen, as the reality of the situation finally hits him. Beneath Kang Hee-woo's hand, Jung Min-ho can barely choke out a word, his mind struggling to track when the boy he was just mocking moved into striking range. Looking at the carnage, the teacher realizes his career is over. The consequences of letting this happen are absolute. Standing over his broken opponent, Hee-woo doesn't look like a student anymore, but like a predator who has finished his hunt and is just waiting for the world to react. Hee-woo looks down at his former tormentor, his face twisted by a cold realization. It turns out the guy who made his life hell for 3 years was actually this weak. For every single day of high school, the bullies told him he was the problem, that he was only suffering because he was too weak to stop them. Now, the roles have flipped. He watches Min-ho tremble under his grip, bloodied and broken on the classroom floor. It's a pathetic sight, especially since Hee-woo feels like he's only just getting started. In the sudden silence of the room, he stands over the body while his classmates and teacher watch in a state of paralyzing shock. Without a word, he turns his back on the carnage. He reaches his seat and exhales, letting the adrenaline settle as he finally takes a moment to breathe. Hee-woo narrows his gaze, locking onto the path he's already committed to. Min-ho calls him an idiot for the mess he's making, and honestly, he isn't wrong. Hee-woo knew that if he just left the big names alone, he could have handled the fallout of the others quietly. But he didn't come back to play it safe. If he wanted a peaceful life, he never would have put his fist through Park Min-chul's face the second he returned. Years spent as a vegetative patient, rotting in a hospital bed, gave him a lot of time to dream of this exact wreckage. Hee-woo stares down at the bruises on his skin. Kang Hee-woo sits alone, weighing the gap between where he is and the revenge he's promised himself. He realizes that if he can't even navigate the politics of Bright Prospects High School, he has no chance at the bigger targets waiting for him. Looking toward the window, he settles into the fact that this is just the opening move of a much longer game. Meanwhile, inside the school's meeting room, Principal Oh Dae-hwan slams a hand down as he declares that this latest incident is completely intolerable. From the head of the long conference table, he lays out the case against Kim Hyun-sung, detailing how the students sent victims to the hospital and showed zero remorse during meetings with faculty. He describes the injuries as something out of a gangster movie, leaning on the committee members until they agree that the punishment must be severe and immediate. English teacher Lee Min-young watches the principal incite the group, before calmly adding her own voice to the growing consensus. Lee Min-young calls for student Kim Hyun-sung to be expelled immediately, but teacher Kim Young-chul shuts her down with a desperate, panicked hisses. He leverages their secret relationship to force her into silence, warning her that if the boy goes down, he's taking both of them with him. The teacher scans the room, sweating through his shirt as he feels Kang Hee-woo watching him with a smug, knowing look. He forces himself to speak up, stuttering out that while the boy was technically in the wrong, the victims were actually the ones who started it. When the principal demands a better explanation, Young-chul pivots to a lie, claiming the boy was just a victim of bullying who finally snapped before the school could step in. Teacher Kim is practically begging, weaving a story about how Kim Hyun-sung was a victim long before he ever hit anyone. He knows if the school crushes the boy now, it's a moral failure they can't come back from. But he's also clearly terrified of what this scandal does to his own career. Principal Oh doesn't even blink, cutting through the desperate plea with cold authority to remind the teacher exactly where they stand. Kim tries to protest, but the principal shuts him down instantly, his voice like a hammer. This isn't about justice for the principal. It's about politics. Jung Min-ho's parents are influential, And if they aren't given a sacrifice to quiet their anger, the school's reputation will burn. He's playing a longer game, viewing the student as nothing more than a stepping stone toward making his institution prestigious by keeping the powerful on his side. He calls for a formal review committee in 1 week, placing Hyun-sung on immediate suspension until then to keep the boy out of sight and out of the rumors. The verdict lands with a week-long suspension and a demand for a parent-teacher meeting, but Hee-woo just takes it on the chin without a single flicker of protest. As he heads out, his class advisor, Kim Young-chul, scrambles down the hall to catch him, sounding desperate as he tries to explain himself. Young-chul swears he did everything he could to protect our MC. But once Hee-woo targeted a guy like Jung Min-ho, it was officially out of his hands. The teacher is practically vibrating with frustration, asking Hee-woo why he couldn't have just held back and let the school handle it. In Young-chul's mind, if Hee-woo had only stayed quiet, there might have been a way to fix this. But the kid is already gone. Kang Hee-woo studies the man beside him, remembering how things used to be, back when this same teacher looked down on him and slapped him across the face. But those days are over, and he knows exactly what kind of trash he's dealing with. Kim Young-chul threw away his pride as an educator a long time ago, and as the man tries to nervously placate him, Hee-woo cuts him off mid-sentence. He drops the act and reveals his hand. He knows the teacher has been ignoring the bullying from the start. As the man begins to sweat under the pressure, Hee-woo issues a final ultimatum. If the teacher wants to keep him quiet, he'll have to become a tool used for Hee-woo's sake, regardless of the cost. This isn't just about one man, either. He's already planning to tear another teacher's life to pieces alongside him. Hee-woo seals the deal with a cold promise, leaving teacher Kim Young-chul with no choice but to submit behind the calm mask. The protagonist is holding back a deep, burning hatred for the man. Destroying him would be easy, but he isn't the final goal. Rage is a luxury Hee-woo can't afford yet, not when he still needs the teacher as a tool to lay the groundwork at Bright Prospects High. A man who will do anything to survive is exactly the kind of asset Hee-woo needs in his corner. The sun sets over a neighborhood that hasn't changed a bit, and as Kang Hee-woo walks these familiar alleys again, the weight of the years finally starts to land. It's the same place his grandmother was forced to move into just to cover his hospital bills, a move that made his entire world feel like it was collapsing at the time. He used to hate how run down it was, but standing here now, he's just grateful to have a home to return to. He slips inside and calls out for his grandmother, but the quiet apartment confirms he's alone. He remembers she'd be working at this hour, a reminder of the grind his family has endured while he was away. There's no more room for sentiment. He's been given a miracle opportunity, and while his heart is set on revenge, his first priority is moving his grandmother and Kyeonjin into a place where they can finally live at ease. Hee-woo looks at the calendar and counts the days. He has exactly 1 week until the committee meeting, already mapping out a 2-year plan to dismantle the power structures surrounding him. But doing that requires meeting 3 strict conditions. The first is personal manpower. To take down the people running the school, he needs enough physical strength to stop being pushed around. He knows he can't train himself to that level in time, but if he can win over a specific fighter he has in mind, the advantage would be massive. The second condition follows the same logic, as his future opponents are already building their own armies. Looking down at his notes, he has to face the reality of being a lone high school freshman. A perfect plan is useless without the muscle to back it up. Hee-woo decides he needs to start moving now to find the people who can turn his strategy into a reality. Hee-woo narrows down the final piece of his puzzle, the third condition. He has the advantage of having lived through this before, knowing exactly where the obstacles will appear. To push his plan forward and clear the path, he needs more than just a head for strategy. He needs a background. Establishing that foundation is now his top priority, especially if he wants to handle the deliberation committee without being crushed. Meanwhile, at the Daesun police station, a man with silver hair is currently having a total meltdown. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if the officers even realize which powerful family they're messing with. Apparently, in his world, not knowing his face is practically an act of treason. When one officer finally loses his patience and asks the old man to just be quiet, the silver-haired man looks like he's about to burst a blood vessel over the lack of respect. Go Changbeom doesn't take well to being called out, especially when the 35-year-old heir to Myeongjin Construction feels his status should buy him a pass. He snaps, lashing out at the officers in the station with a violent outburst that catches the entire room off guard. Usually, the family's influence would be enough to smooth things over, but with the company currently selecting a successor, the family has started acting with uncharacteristic caution. The officer decides that following the rules is the only safe move, choosing to process the case strictly rather than risk being caught in a political mess. Go Changbeom knows his timing couldn't be worse. If this situation spirals, his rivals are going to tear him apart. His father recently announced a succession race, pitting Changbeom against his younger brother to see who is truly capable of taking over the family business. It's an uphill battle. While Changbeom only has a high school degree, his brother is a prestigious university graduate with a powerful marriage that has already secured his position. Back in the interrogation room, the officer doesn't care about family politics. He makes it clear that regardless of how annoyed Changbeom feels, he's the one at fault here. Changbeom snaps, swearing those guys hit him first, but the officer shuts him down. Without CCTV footage or proof, his claims mean nothing against the victim's word. The weight of the trap finally sinks in. If he's already losing the succession race, maybe it's time to just turn the whole thing upside down. In the dim light of the station, Go Changbeom watches the kids sit down, his confusion quickly turning to alarm as the officer demands to know why a student is even in the room. Unfazed by the hostile energy, Kang Hee-woo simply points out that he's there to testify, asking with a polite smile who he needs to speak with. The mood shifts instantly as the officer looks down at Hee-woo's tablet, finding a video that should not exist. He stares at the screen, sweat breaking across his brow as he asks how the boy managed to get his hands on such a recording. On the screen, the footage clearly shows a group of men surrounding Changbeom and throwing the first punch, perfectly backing up the silver-haired man's claims that he was just a victim minding his own business. Kang Hee-woo sits in the police station and begins weaving a lie, claiming he was just a passerby who happened to witness the fight. Knowing there was no CCTV, he explains that he tracked down a car nearby and took the footage from its black box. He frames the move as a necessity, claiming a minor's word wouldn't be enough on its own. He feeds the officer a false context, painting Go Changbeom as a man who tried to walk away before being cornered and assaulted. With a slight smirk, the boy drops the hammer. It's not the man's fault he was strong enough to end the fight in one blow, and this was clearly self-defense. Changbeom is thrilled to have such a perfect ally, praising the kid for seeing the truth. He thinks he's untouchable now. With both a witness and video proof, his reputation and his father's expectations are safe. He even goes as far as to apologize to Changbeom, admitting that seeing the bloody bodies of the other men had made him lose his professional focus. He's completely bought the story, just as Hee-woo planned. Go Changbeom doesn't care about the officer's excuses, leaning in with a threat that sounds more like a career death sentence. He promises the man a very peaceful life from here on out, the kind that usually follows being fired. The mood shifts instantly as Go throws an arm around Kang Hee-woo. He credits the kid for saving his neck, boasting that a man of his status never forgets a favor. Without a second thought, Go shoves a thick roll of cash into Hee-woo's hand, calling it a gift from the heart. Most students would hesitate at the sight of that much money, but Hee-woo just takes it. Hee-woo's calm is starting to feel a little too professional, even for someone who just did a rich man a massive favor. Go Changbeom watches the kid, weighing his value. Anyone who can get their hands on black box footage this fast is worth keeping around. But Kang Hee-woo isn't here to be an asset. He's here to push, starting with a question about whether this whole incident was actually an accident. As he steps closer, the casual act drops. He's done pretending and wants Changbeom to know exactly who he's dealing with. He lays it all out: the family business, the construction company, and the cutthroat race for succession against a younger brother. The air between them shifts. Chang Beom realizes he isn't talking to a lucky bystander anymore, but someone who knows his private business and isn't afraid of it. Hee-woo leans in with the final hook. Not only was the incident a setup, but he's the one holding the proof. Hee-woo leans in with a smug grin, calling Go Chang Beom out by name and demanding to know what he thinks of the claim he's just laid out. This isn't a guess. Chang Beom was a public figure back in Daesan, and the details of his family's rise and fall have been burned into Hee-woo's mind since the day he watched the news from a hospital bedside. Our story picks up in a quiet cafe where a young girl carries a tray, unaware of the high-stakes negotiation happening just a few tables away. Kang Hee-woo slides a smartphone across the table to Go Chang Beom, announcing that he finally has the original black box footage. He admits he intentionally held back the first half of the video during the initial investigation, confident that the later half was enough to prove self-defense. Now, he's showing Chang Beom the missing pieces, the parts that prove the entire incident wasn't just some random bad luck. As the video plays, Chang Beom watches the screen with a growing sense of dread. Hee-woo narrates the scene, pointing out 3 men who had been lingering in front of the convenience store for over 30 minutes. They weren't just customers. They were stationary, positioned like hunters, waiting for their prey to walk into the light. The footage shows exactly how the trap snapped shut. The moment Chang Beom arrived, the men stepped in to instigate a fight, practically begging for him to swing first. Chang Beom had tried to keep his cool, but the setup was too clean, and he eventually gave them the punch they were looking for. Hee-woo sets down his mug, the truth of the conspiracy now laid bare on the table between them. Kang Hee-woo lays it out plainly. The timing is just too perfect to be a coincidence. Every disaster following Go Chang Beom since the successor race started feels like it was designed by a single hand. He pushes the thought even further, asking, what if Go Chang Sok planned all of this to undermine his own blood? It's the final push Chang Beom needed to admit the truth. He's been suspicious for a long time, but he simply didn't want to believe his younger brother was capable of such a nasty betrayal. The first condition is background, a category where Chang Beom has already lost. While his younger brother was marrying into a prestigious family for support, the silver-haired man was wasting his time partying in clubs. Then comes the second condition, reputation. And our protagonist doesn't hold back, reminding Chang Beom that his notorious nickname as the crazy bastard of Daesan has left his name in the dirt. Hee-woo takes a slow sip of his drink, letting the weight of these failures sink in before dropping the final condition, ability. Go Chang Beom thinks he's finally found the shortcut to the top. He's convinced that if he just digs up enough dirt on his brother and hands it over to their father, the path to the chairmanship will clear itself. He starts plotting his brother's downfall out loud, imagining their father getting annoyed and cutting Chang Seok off. But Hee-woo shuts him down before he can even finish the thought. It's a bad plan, and Hee-woo knows exactly why. During the long years he spent trapped in a vegetative state, he didn't just drift. He listened to a documentary about the legendary chairman Go Myung-jin. As it turns out, the old man isn't some oblivious parent waiting to be told the truth. He already knew everything his sons were up to. He saw every dirty trick and every backroom plot Chang Seok used to take down his own brother, and he simply let it happen. Kang Hee-woo knows exactly how the chairman thinks, because a man like Go Myung-jin doesn't care about a clean successor. Snitching on Go Chang Seok's personal life wouldn't actually change the old man's mind, and Hee-woo recalls that in his previous life, the chairman just bypassed his sons entirely to hire a professional manager. Dirty records are awash. The chairman won't hand the company to Chang Beom just because his brother is equally flawed. If Chang Beom wants the seat, he has to display the character of a leader and show a side the old man hasn't seen yet. Having dismantled Chang Beom's original assumptions, Hee-woo takes total control of the room to lay out the real plan. It works. The once arrogant Chang Beom is fully humbled, offering a submissive apology and promising to follow Hee-woo's lead. Bowing before his father, Chang Beom takes a submissive stance that leaves his brother, Seok, stunned by the sudden shift in personality. He offers no excuses for the trouble he caused, promising to uphold his duties as the firstborn son of Myeongjin Construction, while taking full responsibility for his brother's behavior. It is a calculated performance, and the patriarch Myeongjin watches his son with a new kind of interest. As it turns out, the old man already knows the truth, that his son was provoked, yet he still chose to show restraint instead of lashing out. This show of strategic dignity is exactly what Myeongjin has been waiting for, and he pulls the young man close, admitting that this version of his son finally makes him proud. The doors close on the meeting, but the tension inside isn't going anywhere. Go Chang-sok is simmering, unable to wrap his head around how everything went so wrong so fast. He's convinced there's a leak in the organization, and he's already hunting for the person who spilled their location to the enemy. If he ever finds out who it was, he isn't just going to fire them, he's going to tear them apart. While his brother fumes, Go Chang-beom is in a completely different world. He's stuck on a loop, repeating his father's praise over and over, as if he can't believe the words actually came out of the old man's mouth. His father has been a wall of strict, cold expectations for as long as he can remember. But today, that wall finally broke. He's finally been acknowledged, and the high of it is turning into something manic. Go Chang-beom is practically vibrating with joy as he walks down the hall, replaying the moment his father actually praised him for once. That validation is addictive, and as his grip tightens on his steering wheel, he realizes he never wants that feeling to stop. Later that night, he turns to Hee-woo and admits that the kid is the only reason he finally got that acknowledgement from his father. He's so desperate to keep this winning streak alive that he surrenders completely, asking Hee-woo for the exact steps to take the chairman's seat. Hee-woo doesn't bite on the excitement, flatly reminding him that his brother, Chang-seok, has only been leveled on one playing field. The path to the top is still blocked by two more conditions, and while Hee-woo has a plan, he warns Chang-beom that the next phase won't be nearly as easy as the first. Go Chang-beom doesn't take the news well, struggling to process why a man like him is being relegated to a desk job at the company. But the realization of who's in the driver's seat hits him fast, and he pivots to total submission, promising to do whatever Kang Hee-woo asks. As they drive through the night, Hee-woo brings up their earlier conversation at the cafe, reminding Chang-beom of the promise he made in exchange for Hee-woo's help. A deal is a deal, and it's time for one of Hee-woo's wishes to come true. Chang-beom plays along with a patronizing grin, assuring his younger partner that he's ready to pay up. Hee-woo doesn't miss a beat, deciding to skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Kang Hee-woo starts making his move, but the real storm is already brewing back at school. Kim Soon-ja, the mother of the boy who got hit, isn't interested in a fair hearing. She's already paid for a specific outcome, and when she doesn't get it immediately, she lets the teacher have it. This isn't just a mother's rage, it's a cold ultimatum from the woman holding the school's purse strings. She makes it clear, either the kid who hit her son gets expelled, or the teacher is the one looking for a new job. The man is completely broken, left standing in the stairwell as she walks away with the victory already in her pocket. He's stuck between a powerful family and his own conscience, and the pressure is starting to redline. Things only get worse when he tries to corner Kang Hyun-sung. The teacher is desperate to close the case and begs the boy to just plead guilty to lower the stakes. But Hyun-sung isn't budging. He knows he's being railroaded, and he's not going to make it easy for them. Hee-woo cuts right through the teacher's desperate stalling, warning him that a tantrum won't change the facts. He knows exactly who is pulling the strings and which mother is doing the blackmailing, but he offers the man a single, brutal choice. It's an ultimatum between professional ruin from taking bribes or the total collapse of his personal life through a revealed affair. Either way, the teacher is backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. Kim Young-chul freezes as his eyes lock on a face he never expected to see here. He recognizes the man from a chance encounter at an adult entertainment club, but the name on the desk changes everything. Go Chang-beom, the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction. This realization hits like a physical blow. Go isn't just some random wealthy guardian, but a power player who dwarfs everyone else in the room combined. This wasn't supposed to happen. But then the panic clears and a much darker opportunity takes its place. Since no one else recognizes the man's true identity, young Chul sees a way to save his own skin by flipping the script entirely. Without a second of hesitation, he decides to betray his partners and declare that the victim and perpetrator have been reversed. Teacher Kim takes control of the room, spinning a story about a gang of 4 bullies who have been terrorizing the student body since the start of the semester. It claims to have given them multiple warnings, but his performance of administrative diligence suggests the behavior only grew more violent with time. Turning his attention toward Kang Hee-woo, the teacher bestows a false identity on the boy, calling him Kim Hyun-sung, a brave friend who simply couldn't stand by and watch the bullying any longer. He finishes the act with a dramatic reenactment of the supposed confrontation, shouting a plea for student solidarity that never actually happened. Teacher Kim Young-chul stands before the board, weaving a desperate lie about how Hyun-sung was only trying to protect himself from blackmail. He turns to the room with a practiced flair, asking the other teachers if any of them would simply stand still while someone tried to harm them. It's a bold performance, framing Hyun-sung's violence as a pure-hearted act of self-defense that extends even to the case of Jung Min-ho. Min-ho seethes as the teacher labels him a mere informant who led a group assault, while Kim admits the retaliation might have been harsh but insists it was a necessary reaction to the threat. If they overlook the cause of the violence, he argues, they're just garbage adults who choose to ignore the roots of the problem. The teacher bows to conclude his gambit, leaving the principal stunned and absolutely furious at the narrative he just witnessed. Inside the office, Principal Oh Dae-hwan shuts down Teacher Kim's attempts to explain the situation, refusing to let the facts be blurred. This is the first time in the school's history that 4 students ended up in the emergency room, and that is the only point the principal cares about. Even as Jung Min-ho sits there with a smug grin, bandages covering his face, the principal doubles down. Violence is never justified, and he's never seen students act this cruelly. He sighs and clutches his chest in a show of fake empathy, claiming his heart is broken because he has to judge his own students. Looking at the intense, demanding eyes of Minho's mother, the principal makes it clear the parents need to go home feeling like the school has done its job. With the stage set and the teacher silenced, he turns the floor over to Minho to give his version of the story first. Principal Oh calls on the victim to give a more precise account, and Jung Minho prepares for the performance of a lifetime. With feigned tremors and a shaky voice, Minho claims that what really happened in the classroom is completely different from the teacher's report. He spins a careful lie, testifying that he witnessed Hyun-sung suddenly snap and launch a one-sided assault on Min Chul for no reason. He doubles down with cold confidence, insisting that other witnesses will confirm Hyun-sung was the one who instigated the fight. To seal the act, Minho breaks down and buries his face in his hands, dramatically recalling how he tried to stop the violence only for Hyun-sung to reach for a weapon. Minho leans into the lie, playing the part of the concerned friend, while twisting the narrative to make Hyun-sung look like a cornered animal. He stages a breakdown, claiming Hyun-sung was so annoyed by a trip to the office that he hunted Minho down and assaulted him in front of their classmates. Behind his hands, the mask slips for just a second. This is a performance, and he's winning. Right on cue, his mother, Kim Soonja, explodes into the room to take the stage. She demands everyone look at her precious son's battered face, using every bit of her influence to frame him as a helpless victim of a mess he actually created. Her voice fills the office as she calls the violence a sin against the school, demanding immediate justice. Watching from their hospital beds, Min Chul and Yongtaek know exactly how this ends. Minho's mother won't stop until she turns the entire school upside down to ruin Hyun-sung's life. In the hospital, the bullies are already feeling like winners, and Park Min-chul is already making plans to turn Hee-woo's life into a living hell. He's decided that even if an expulsion doesn't stick, he'll just hunt the kid down and bleed him for settlement money instead. His friends are just as opportunistic, already spending the cash they expect to squeeze out of Hee-woo on motorbikes and dates. Back at the school disciplinary hearing, the sheer weight of the lies finally snaps Go Changbyum's patience. He slams his fist down, unable to sit through another second of the committee's blatant bias. Looking the room dead in the eye, he demands to know if they are actually this blind to the truth or if they're just pretending for the sake of the bullies. Go Changbyom flips the script on the committee, pointing a finger and asking if they've considered that the demon in the room might actually be the one who started the fight. The principal explodes at the insult, unable to believe a student is being called a monster, but Changbyom doesn't blink. He demands to know what else you'd call a kid like that. He lays out the facts he gathered on his own. Park Min-cheol's gang are famous brats known by everyone in the building for extortion and assault. Seeing the faculty's silence, he asks why they're so desperate to protect a known bully, wondering out loud if their comprehension is failing them or if they're just taking a cut of the gang's money. He pulls the protagonist close, playing the part of the protective relative and claiming the ambulances only showed up because the boy was forced to defend himself. He then turns his sights on the homeroom teacher, pressuring him to confirm that they need to look at what really happened instead of just the injuries. Go Changbyom leans back, feigning a reasonable tone as he asks a pointed question. If a thug had bullied them in school, would they have just stayed still? The comment hits a nerve with Kim Sunja, who explodes in defensive outrage at the suggestion that her child is a common thug. She demands to know who this man even is, especially since Kim Hyun-sung is an orphan who shouldn't have anyone standing up for him like this. Changbyom doesn't flinch, clearly enjoying the chaos he's managed to stir up with just a few words. Back in the car, Changbyom remains skeptical of the arrangement, telling Kang Hee-woo that if it's just about the money, he should have just asked. Hee-woo looks ahead with cold ambition, admitting that while he needs the wealth for his future plans, a simple handout isn't what he's after. If Kang Hee-woo only wanted money, he could have played the markets or bought up real estate, but he isn't looking for a simple retirement. He's planning to ignite a firestorm at school, and he needs a specific kind of leverage that only a man like Go Changbyom can provide. These won't be typical classroom brawls. He's talking about legal disasters and high-stakes incidents that could ruin a normal person. Every time the world tries to bury him for his trouble, he wants the crime lord standing right behind him to make the problems go away. Looking out at the city's skyline, our protagonist lays out the stakes. He needs someone powerful to watch his back, someone who makes the rest of Daesun think twice before touching him. He turns to Go Changbyom and makes it official. If Changbyom plays the part of the faithful guardian and delivers the right results, he'll get something life-changing in return. Kang Hee-woo isn't just offering protection. He's promising to use every dirty trick in the book to make Changbyom the chairman of Myeongjin Construction. Our story begins here. He leans in and plays the part of the protective guardian, claiming Hyun-sung is a good kid who doesn't cause trouble, while the faculty sits in stunned silence. The pressure ramps up when he mentions a massive potential sponsorship from Myeongjin Construction, only to stop and crumble a piece of paper as he reconsiders. The school's reputation was the only reason he was going to invest, but after seeing how poorly things are run, he's ready to pull the plug entirely. When Kim Sunja tries to call it a threat, Changbyom doesn't flinch, merely asking if she's forgotten what an educator is actually supposed to do. Under the dim lights of a city park, Hee-woo meets with the man who tried to ruin his life. Park Min-cheol is a mess, his face buried under medical tape and bandages as he offers a frantic, shaky greeting. Hee-woo isn't here for a reunion and cuts through the fake warmth, demanding Min-cheol get straight to the point. The coldness hits like a slap, stalling the bully's momentum before he can even start his act. Min-cheol drops his head, launching into a rehearsed speech about his immaturity and the pain he caused others. Hee-woo watches from under his hood, completely unmoved by the hollow performance of a guy who only found his conscience after a week in a hospital bed. The apology is just a bridge to the real ask, a plea to let everything slide just this once. Apparently, a word from Hee-woo is the only thing standing between Min-cheol and expulsion, and he's desperate enough to use a former victim's trauma as a bargaining chip. Hee-woo listens with a cold detachment, noting how quickly a bully reverts to a child when the school's walls finally close in. For a 17-year-old in this district, a record of school violence is a life sentence. No other school will touch them, and the label follows them forever. Desperate for leverage, Min-chul starts to offer up the name of the mastermind who ordered the bullying in the first place, only to freeze when Hee-woo cuts him off with 2 words, "I know." Our protagonist stares his opponent down with the cold certainty of a man who's already seen how this ends. He knows exactly who's pulling the strings from the shadows, because in a future he wasn't supposed to survive, the truth came out in the most tragic way possible. A student who suffered the same abuse he did eventually broke, leaving behind a blood-stained note that exposed the rot at the core of the school. He's not guessing, he's remembering. Hee-woo looks down at him, feigning a deal, and asks if the man is really looking for his forgiveness, leaving Min-chul paralyzed with fear as he stammers out a name in pure confusion. Kang Hee-woo has been building up layers of resentment since the day he fell into a coma, and at this point, the concept of forgiveness is a joke. Watching a bully like Park Min-chul bow his head and offer a shallow apology in the past life doesn't register as repentance to him. Hee-woo pulls Min-chul close, promising to show him exactly what their future meetings will look like from now on. He delivers a brutal strike to the blonde's face, unable to stomach the memory of a timeline where this man got to reform himself and become a devoted father. Jung Min-ho and the rest of the crew were no different, all of them living successful, happy lives, while Hee-woo was left with nothing but his rage. Kang Hee-woo doesn't just want to win, he wants to leave a scar, viewing every strike as a long overdue debt from a previous life. He's decided that the only fitting end for people like this is a lifetime of trauma they can never outrun. The other students are struggling to reconcile the quiet kid they knew with the person who just dismantled a bully, wondering if the ones who seem the nicest are actually the most dangerous. When they finally snap, the room goes silent as Hee-woo slides the door open, walking past the stairs without acknowledging a single person. He takes his seat with a cold, professional detachment, the violence from moments ago already filed away. Our protagonist isn't exactly in a celebratory mood when a classmate approaches with a shaky thank you. The nervous student is quick to offer anything he can, desperate to show his gratitude now that the bullies have been expelled and the threat is finally gone. Hugh doesn't buy it. He takes in the silence of the room, wondering why someone who refused to stand by him during the actual hearing is suddenly so eager to help. The question lands like a physical blow, exposing the boy's cowardice for everyone to see. He was too scared to testify when it actually mattered, but now that Hee-woo has done the heavy lifting, he wants to play the friend. Leaving the heavy atmosphere of the classroom behind, he heads up toward the school rooftop. Up on the rooftop, Shin Young-min's associate presses him for their next move, pointing out that their plan is dead now that Park Min-chul and the others have been expelled. Young-min can only offer a short agreement, spitting on the ground as he stares out into the distance, weighing the loss. The associate lays out the new reality. They thought Kim Hyun-sung was an easy target with no one in his corner, but it turns out he's got the backing of Myungjin Construction's first son. He grinds his cigarette out as he continues, noting that this connection makes Hyun-sung untouchable in Daesan, since no one can compete with that kind of corporate weight. When asked if he's ready to throw in the towel, Young-min doesn't hesitate with his refusal. Things might be bad, but he's already looking for a different angle, confident that at the high school level, every play has its own obvious weakness. Shin Young-min sees a shortcut to a massive payday, and all it takes is crushing one high schooler. He's already counting the thousands he'll make, so he puts out the call for the head of the freshmen to meet him on the roof. While the upperclassmen plot their move, the school day continues as normal. Kang Hee-woo sits in class, but he isn't just focused on the lecture. He's realized that the only way to dismantle the Golden Circle is to beat them at their own game. By consistently taking the top spot in the rankings, he'll become a target they can't ignore, forcing them to make the first move. On a quiet rooftop, a new recruit stands before his superiors, tensing up as they confirm his identity. Park Jin-woo is a first-year student at Cheonil High, and his massive build doesn't exactly match the errand boy history he's claiming. He's got the physical presence of a fighter, but here, he's the one being evaluated. The older man reaches out and grips Jin-woo's face, a casual display of dominance that leaves the boy sweating. There's a favor on the table, specifically regarding a first-year student named Kim Hyun-sung. The command that follows is brutal. Jinwoo is to break the boy so completely that he never recovers. The goal isn't just a beating, but a total permanent removal of Hyunsung from the world of normal people. Meanwhile, in a cluttered office, a former MMA fighter named Jung Do-cheol looks through a pile of documents. He sizes up the student standing across from him, noting that for a high schooler looking for results, he's walked into exactly the right office. In a quiet office at the back of a local gym, the director, Jung Do-cheol, runs through his standard sales pitch, offering personal training and a promise of total satisfaction. He plays the part of a friendly business owner, but Kang Hee-woo sees right through the mustache. This guy is actually a former champion of the UFL. When Do-cheol stops the pitch to ask what actually brought him in, Hee-woo doesn't give the polite answer. He wants to learn how to fight. The raw intensity in the boy's eyes hits a nerve, pulling a long silence from the former champion. Do-cheol eventually draws a hard line. If Hee-woo is only here for revenge, he's in the wrong place. He won't take on a student who just wants to beat people up. Instead, he offers a different path. He'll help the kid build a body that's strong enough that the bullies won't even try. Jung Do-cheol was the first Korean UFL champion, a man who reached the absolute peak of the sport. Usually, a legend like that lives off his fame for the rest of his life. But Do-cheol is different. He's content running a small, quiet gym in the countryside. There's a reason for the seclusion. Following his third title defense, a doping test came back positive for anabolic steroids. He didn't fight the results or offer a single excuse. He simply admitted to the mistake and watched his professional career vanish in an instant. But the scandal isn't the part that matters right now. The real story lies in Do-cheol's other talent, the one for finding and building monsters. His latest protege is Kim Muel, a fighter who exploded onto the scene and rose to the top of the rankings in just a few years. Now, with a second title shot on the line, Muel has decided to step forward with a confession that's about to change everything. In the world of high-stakes fighting, Kim Muel is a living legend, a man who claims he has no natural talent and reached the top only through the training of director Jung Do-cheol. Kang Hee-woo knows this is his chance. If he can just get this legendary coach on his side, he'll have the foundation he needs to become truly powerful. He leans in. The room goes quiet as the director looks away, his face clouded by a past he's never quite escaped. He admits that those methods were just the mistakes of a fool rising from his seat to deliver a final warning. To him, chasing immediate results through desperate choices only leads to a trap you can never climb out of. With a cold finality, he gives Hee-woo his answer. He won't take him in, and it's time for the boy to leave. Jung Do-cheol has seen this movie before, and he knows how it ends. A kid with a grudge walks into a gym and ends up walking straight into a prison cell. He starts to walk away, but Kang Hee-woo stops him cold with an offer he can't ignore. 100 million won. He knows the former champ is broke, and he's willing to wire the entire sum within 24 hours if Do-cheol agrees to train him. To seal the deal, Hee-woo offers it as a non-refundable down payment. Even if he quits on day one, Do-cheol keeps every cent. It's a desperate bribe, and when Hee-woo brings up the drug scandal that ended Do-cheol's career, he isn't just twisting the knife. He's pointing out that Do-cheol chose his own ruinous path, and now the kid is claiming the right to do the same. Hee-woo is fully aware that learning to fight might lead him to a detention center or leave him a cripple, but he's already made his peace with those stakes. Jung Do-cheol has seen plenty of desperate people, but the intensity in this kid's eyes actually makes him pause. Kang Hee-woo isn't here to negotiate. He's here to survive, and he's decided Do-cheol is the only way that happens. The older man lays out his first condition. The boy will never touch drugs. Do-cheol lived that life, and he isn't about to let a kid follow him into that specific kind of hell. He promises to help, but only through a brutal sort of education. And he isn't interested in Hee-woo's easy agreement. Opening the door to the gym, Do-cheol issues a final challenge. Hee-woo has to survive one round in the ring with him, or the deal is dead before it even starts. Standing before her is Hee-woo, battered and barely holding himself upright, his school uniform a mess of wrinkles and hidden bruises. The sight of him sends her into a frantic spiral, her grief quickly turning into a desperate, trembling rage. She clings to him with shaking hands, swearing she'll find whoever did this and make them pay. But Hiwoo only tries to soothe her with a quiet lie. Naturally, she isn't having it, screaming that nothing about this is all right, while her grandson stares back, completely detached from the chaos he just brought home. Down in the dirt of his own regret, Jung Du-cheol tries to drown out the noise of his choices. He's stuck in a cycle of self-loathing, sitting alone on the gym floor, and wondering how he ended up here. A notification pulls him back to reality, forcing him to look at the mess he's made. He pulls up his messages, intending to cut ties and tell the sender to forget their offer entirely. This isn't a game, and Du-cheol isn't interested in playing along. He's seen every kind of person walk through his doors, from street-tough delinquents to desperate kids who just wanted to stop being victims. He watches the protagonist, Kang Hiwoo, step into the cage with his headgear on and his guard up. Words don't mean anything here. Your goals and your will are just talk until the cage door shuts. Jung Du-cheol has seen plenty of kids who think they can fight, and he knows they all end up begging for mercy once they take a real shot to the chin. He lays out the terms for the boy standing across from him. 3 minutes, 1 round and no ground fighting. The prize isn't just surviving. If the kid can prove his will won't break, the man promises to train him to be the best. The man watches him closely, noting that while the boy's posture is flimsy, his eyes are completely steady. He decides to test that lack of fear immediately, launching a heavy strike that carries enough weight to end the round before it even starts. Hiwoo manages to get his arms up in time, but the sheer force of the impact tells him everything he needs to know. Blocking isn't going to be enough. The impact is massive, a shock that vibrates through Hiwoo's entire body as the world goes blurry. He's thrown across the octagon, the chain-link fence barely catching him as the gap in their power becomes impossible to ignore. He collapses to the floor, his body finally giving out under the weight of the assault. Du-cheol's command to get back up lands like a physical weight, but Hiwoo forces his head up, eyes locked on his opponent with a look that says he isn't finished yet, closing the distance with a speed that makes it look like there's 3 of him in the cage at once. The young man realizes he's completely outclassed. One more clean hit from Du-cheol, and he's going to sleep. Inside the cage, Jung Du-cheol steps into his range and connects with a heavy punch that snaps his sparring partner's head back. Jung Du-cheol lands a heavy straight punch, following up with an immediate hook that keeps his sparring partner pinned against the fence. He throws a desperate counter with a shout, but his defense is wide open. Du-cheol doesn't hesitate, driving a massive uppercut straight through the man's guard and snapping his head back as his consciousness begins to flicker. The partner collapses to the mat, leaving Du-cheol standing over him with the cold indifference of a man who was never actually in a fight. Jung Du-cheol figures it's over, noting the kid actually lasted a decent amount of time. He tries to tell himself he just went easy so the wounds would heal fast, but as he walks away, he has to face the truth. The concern for the kid's safety was just a convenient excuse. Deep down, he's been looking for a reason to return to the world he left behind, and he can't sell his pride to someone who can't even handle a single minute. He tells himself to just leave the kid on the floor, but then a hand catches his shoulder. The partner isn't done. Battered and bleeding, the kid forces himself to stand, demanding they continue. Du-cheol stops, actually caught off guard by a level of persistence he didn't think this guy had in him. His sparring partner is a bloody mess, his face battered and his breath coming in ragged hitches. But the look in his eyes hasn't broken yet. There's a raw malice there that doesn't belong in a training session. Jung Du-cheol watches him from across the cage and realizes the kid isn't just playing tough. He's actually trying to kill him. If he doesn't shut this down now, someone is going to cross a line they can't come back from. Du-cheol drops the act of the helpful veteran and tells the kid straight, the lesson is over, and he's done being nice. He explodes forward with a blinding flurry of strikes, the speed alone enough to pin the boy against the fence. Trapped behind his guard, the partner tries to time the rhythm, convinced he's seen this pattern before. He's waiting for the low kick, bracing himself to make sure he doesn't fall for the same trick twice. But Du-cheol isn't repeating himself. He pivots and catches the kid with a heavy counter that he never saw coming. A scream of pure agony marks the impact, and our protagonist hits the canvas hard. Jung Du-cheol looms over him with cold professionalism, noting there's a minute and a half left on the clock. He gives the kid a 15-second ultimatum. Get up now, or the fight is officially over. The boy's mind is screaming at him to move, but his limbs have gone numb, refusing to obey. He tries to force himself onto his knees, but his balance is gone, and he collapses right back into the mat under Jung's watchful gaze. Jung doesn't offer a hand. He just tells the kid that while he landed a clean shot, the pain is something he should be able to push through. If he can't, he should just give up and go home. Jung Du-cheol looms over the canvas, screaming for Hee-woo to find his feet before the count ends. Blood fills Hee-woo's vision, but the internal voice cutting through the noise is even more brutal than the trainer. He reminds himself that he spent 10 years locked in a coma, begging every god he could name for a second chance to fix his life. He had spent a decade praying for death because he was too weak to move, trapped in a hospital bed while the world passed him by. This was the moment he had traded everything for, and now he was about to let it slip away because of a single hit. The memory of that helplessness is more painful than the physical beating, a weight that finally forces his eyes open as he refuses to let history repeat itself. Jung Du-cheol has reached the point where he no longer cares about the cost of his path, and his sparring partner seems to feel that same desperate weight, forcing himself back onto his feet, despite the damage. Du-cheol stares at the man, weighing the impact of the strike he just landed. It was a heavy punch that would drop a professional, yet this kid is standing back up, leaving Du-cheol questioning what kind of monster he's actually dealing with. Jung Du-cheol watches his sparring partner struggle for breath, a bloodied mess that refuses to stay down. The sight is unsettling. Looking at the kid, Du-cheol doesn't see a fighter. He sees a powder keg. If someone with that much raw desperation actually gains the power to fight, their life won't just change. It will spiral out of control. Du-cheol has seen this story before because he lived it. He recognizes the hunger in the kid's eyes, but his own past is a map of regrets he won't let another person follow. He decides the only way to save the boy is to break him right now. Closing the distance, he unleashes a heavy strike that connects with a sickening cracks, intent on ending the lesson before the kid loses himself completely. His head snaps back as the first command lands. Endure it. Jung Du-cheol watches him with a cold, focused stare, driving home the lesson with every punch that connects. He doesn't care about a broken nose or losing teeth. He's looking for the limit of the boy's resolve. The clock is ticking, but in this gym, the only thing that matters is staying on your feet. Our protagonist's sparring partner is barely holding it together, his arms heavy and his vision starting to blur. He gasps for air behind his headgear, struggling to keep his hands up as his lungs burn. Across from him, Jung Du-cheol watches with clinical focus, waiting for the exact moment the defense crumbles. It doesn't take long before Du-cheol closes the distance, a heavy blow sending the student reeling backward. The kid manages to stay on his feet, but his breath comes out in a jagged wheeze. Du-cheol isn't here to play nice. He presses the advantage, delivering a ruthless lesson in the center of the ring. The student tracks the next punch coming in, but at this pace, knowing it's coming and actually stopping it are two very different things. Inside a dim MMA gym, former champion Jung Du-cheol finishes a brutal sparring session by dropping his young partner. The boy stands there, bloodied and panting, barely able to choke out a curse as his body gives way. Du-cheol watches him hit the mat, noting that at the very least, the kid has the endurance to survive a beating. He stops at the door, calling back to the battered youth as an afterthought. Jung Du-cheol had been sitting on a dirty gym floor when the call came in, a shady offer from a new MMA association. They wanted to pay him a fortune to return to the ring, but there was a catch. They needed him to use drugs one more time to juice the public's excitement. It's the kind of deal a desperate man takes, but Du-cheol types out his refusal without a second thought. He didn't need the blood money anymore. Back at home, Kang Hee-woo sits across from his grandmother, downplaying the fresh bruises on his face as a simple schoolyard scrap. He moves the conversation away from his injuries to their finances, asking about the housing savings account she's been diligently feeding for years. He suggests they use it to apply for a new apartment program from Myungjin Construction, framing it as a lucky guess. Hee-woo brushes off his grandmother's praise with a modest laugh when she asks how her grandson suddenly became such a real estate expert. He's playing it safe for now, but he's already moves ahead, ensuring Go Changbum handles the paperwork to get her officially selected for the housing list. On the school rooftop, one of the seniors corners Park Jin-woo with a question that catches him off guard. He wants to know if Jin-woo was the one who handled a certain fighter right after they talked about him. Even though the guy was on a rampage, it looks like Jin-woo beat him down, and the senior admits he's impressed. This is a massive shift in status. He tells Jin-woo to let everyone know they're close now, even inviting him to hang out after school. Jin-woo doesn't actually understand why this is happening, but he knows a golden opportunity when he sees one. He immediately doubles down on the loyalty, shouting his name and promising to do whatever the senior needs. They stand at the edge of the roof laughing, a new alliance sealed in a lie that Jin-woo is more than happy to live out. Shin Young-min creeps through the hallway to size up the situation, but he stops cold when he sees the state of the new kid's face. He figures the guy must have been arrogant enough to get himself jumped outside of school. And since he was beaten that badly, Young-min decides he isn't actually a threat. Ducheol lays out a harsh truth. Skill is useless if his student gasses out after a few punches. He sets a strict ultimatum, demanding 2 hours of pure endurance, with the threat that one failure ends their training. Hee-woo collapses, lungs burning, but the thought of his goal keeps him from quitting. If he ever wants to take down Shin Young-min, a man with years of professional training, he knows he has to survive this hell. But Young-min is just a stepping stone. To drag the golden circle out of the shadows, he has to become strong enough to crush everyone standing in his way. Watching Hee-woo push through his physical limits, the trainer starts to wonder if it's time to try a much more dangerous method. Since he was banned from the octagon, Ducheol has spent his time researching how to create the perfect fighter, hoping his students can finally reach the light he was forced to leave behind. A week passes, and Hee-woo sits isolated in his classroom while the rain pours outside. Kim Si-woo pulls up a chair, telling Hee-woo that none of this feels right and that the punishment is way too much for someone who hasn't done anything wrong. Si-woo is a freshman at the same high school, and he watches his friend with a serious, observant look. Hee-woo finally looks up, acknowledging the sympathy, but the weight of his situation hasn't lightened. Kim Si-woo hesitates at first, noticing how much the boy across from him has changed, but he can't stand being part of the crowd that's frozen Hee-woo out. He offers a hand of friendship, yet the offer itself flags a bigger problem. Hee-woo has no idea why everyone is avoiding him. Under pressure to explain, Si-woo reveals the truth about Park Jin-woo, the school's dominant threat, who has been working his way through the freshman classes. The warning was explicit. Anyone who even tries to get close to Hee-woo is a dead man. When Hee-woo asks why Si-woo would risk coming here knowing the stakes, the question hits a nerve. Si-woo reminds him that a decade of friendship doesn't just vanish because of a bully's threat, and he'd rather take the beating than leave a friend to face this alone. In his past life, Kang Hee-woo remembered when Kim Si-woo first stepped in to stop the bullies. It was a brief reprieve from the hell of Park Min-chul's group, but it didn't last. The bullies simply shifted their focus, breaking Si-woo's leg and forcing him to walk with crutches until he eventually started pretending he didn't even know Hee-woo to survive. Later, while Hee-woo lay in a coma, Si-woo visited his bedside, crushed by the guilt of not protecting him until the end. He confessed through tears that he'd been terrified, admitting that being brave is a lot harder when you're the one getting beaten every single break. The weight of that past life is exactly why Hee-woo moves the way he does now. When Si-woo tries to connect with him again, Hee-woo cuts him off with a single word. Si-woo tries to force Kang Hee-woo's hand, pleading with him to drop the act and just follow the crowd. But Hee-woo grips his wrist and draws a cold line. This is his business, and he warns Si-woo to keep his nose out of it. It's a desperate moment for Si-woo, who can't believe his friend doesn't see how serious the stakes have become. but Hiwoo just uses the end of the break to cut the conversation short. Siwoo doesn't back down, promising that he won't let Hiwoo face whatever is coming alone, even if he has to force his way back in during the next break. As the rain pours outside the classroom, Hiwoo sits back at his desk and weighs the cost of his war against the Golden Circle. He remembers the pain Siwoo suffered last time, and the decision is made. He can't distance himself from his family, but everyone else has to be cut off, even the good ones, if he wants to keep them alive. Inside the classroom, Hiwoo sits in the heavy quiet of a rainy afternoon, trying to figure out how to explain the situation if Siwoo actually shows up. The clock keeps ticking, and the longer the seat stays empty, the more a grim sense of relief settles in. Maybe Siwoo gave up, and maybe Hiwoo won't have to convince him to walk away after all. Jinwoo closes the distance in the hallway, reminding Kim Siwoo that he already warned everyone to stay away from Hyunsung. He leans in, asking if the warning didn't land or if Siwoo simply lost his sense of fear. Siwoo doesn't back down, questioning what right a thug has to choose his friends, and making it clear he won't stand by while his friend is harassed. He tells Jinwoo to stop talking and just bring it on. Insulted by the lack of fear, Jinwoo starts a retort, but Siwoo moves first, catching him with a strike that snaps his head back. The force sends Jinwoo straight to the floor. Jinwoo's patience snaps, and he orders his crew to tear into the one man standing in their way. A thug in a suit is the first to lunge, screaming as he puts his full weight behind a punch, but Kim Siwoo doesn't even flinch. He tracks the motion with a cold, clinical eye and counters with a strike that catches the man completely off guard, sending him reeling, forcing Siwoo into a defensive rhythm he never actually wanted. He knows Hyunsung left the area specifically to keep this fight from breaking out, and now that he's caught in the middle of it, he knows his friend will be furious. Still, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Looking at the boy he's known for years, Siwoo decides he's done hiding behind excuses. He knows Hiwoo has gone to extremes, but in his eyes, the kid is still the same person he grew up with. He refuses to give up on that friendship, and he's willing to fight the entire room to prove it. Siwoo's charge ends the moment it starts, cut short by a heavy blow that leaves him shouting in disbelief. He reels from the impact, his vision blurring as the world tilts. Looking down at him with nothing but mockery, Kang Chang-suk asks if he's some kind of taekwondo practitioner. Before Siwoo can even find his footing, Chang-suk steps into a second strike, leaving the boy dazed and struggling to stay upright. To a veteran thug like this, martial arts are just a hobby that gives weak kids a false sense of confidence. Chang-suk warns him that he should have known his limits, but even through the blood, Siwoo spits back a defiant threat. It's a mistake that earns him one final crushing blow as Chang-suk promises him that his night is officially over. Kang Chang-suk makes it official. From today on, he's tying Kim Siwoo and Hyunsung together as a pair. It's a promise to turn Siwoo's entire school life into a living hell, a relentless cycle of torment through every class, every break, and every lunch period. The bully is just getting started on his list of threats when the rooftop door kicks open, pulling his focus away from his victim and toward the new arrival. Hiwoo stands in the doorway, his gaze cold and unwavering as he stares down the entire group. Chang-suk doesn't even recognize the person standing in the doorway, but he's happy to give this newcomer a piece of his mind. Standing over a beaten-down Siwoo, the thug demands to know if Hiwoo has something to say. Our protagonist keeps his distance, internally weighing the threat. He knows he's outclassed in raw weight and size, and a direct brawl is a losing bet. If he's going to stand a chance, he needs to get under the big man's skin. Hugh steps into the light, admitting he has plenty to say. He frames it as curiosity, mentioning how pathetic it was for the other kids to get bullied. Hiwoo doesn't let up, leaning into a smug grin as he suggests the big man only won his previous fights because his lackeys did the heavy lifting. He wants a one-on-one, and he's willing to talk him into it. The provocation works perfectly. Chang-suk roars at his crew to stay back, claiming Hiwoo for himself. Our hero watches the meltdown with a quiet sigh, noting how easy it was to bait such a temperamental guy. He braces for the inevitable, knowing the bully is about to charge without a single thought in his head. As Chang-suk lunges, Hee-woo has already done the math. The big man's movements are wide and predictable, leaving a gap as massive as his ego. Hee-woo leans in and counters with a strike that lands before Chang-suk even realizes the fight has already ended. Hee-woo looks down with cold indifference, asking if this is really all it takes to put his opponent on the floor. It's a calculated taunt, and it works perfectly. Chang-suk explodes, charging forward with a scream of pure rage, but our protagonist is already reading the movement. He knows exactly how this goes. His opponent will get angry, lose his head, and try for a desperate takedown. The man is banking on his own endurance to soak up the damage, but Hee-woo has a counter ready from his time with the coach. He catches Chang-suk with a precise strike that stops the momentum cold, forcing a choked gasp out of the older man. Chang-suk refuses to stay down, spitting out one last death threat as he tries to rally, but the trap is already set. Hee-woo focuses everything into a final single hit that connects with brutal clarity. The fight is over the moment the blow lands, leaving nothing but the sound of his opponent finally dropping to the floor. Hee-woo doesn't stop, driving a knee into the man's chest and following it up with another strike. He's decided to make the lesson permanent, making sure these thugs never find the nerve to crawl back up. The rest of the class watches in pure shock, convinced their classmate has actually lost his mind, but Hee-woo is only concerned with calculated excess as blood spatters the floor. Completely broken, Chang-suk begins to sob, begging Hee-woo to stop and stuttering out a pathetic apology. Hee-woo only stares down at the beaten man, challenging Park Jin-woo to try talking trash one more time as the classroom falls into a terrified, heavy silence. Kang Hee-woo stands over his target, making sure every student in the room is watching. He quickly pins the blame on a senior named Shin Young-min, desperately insisting that no one refuses a direct command from a senior. He begs for Hee-woo to believe him, swearing that he was just a pawn and promising it will never happen again. The display of cowardice only earns him a look of pure disgust as Hee-woo releases his grip and drops a final warning. He makes the new rule very clear. If Chang-suk ever touches Kim Shin-woo again, there won't be a conversation next time. He punctuates the threat with a brutal kick that sends the boy spinning across the floor, leaving the rest of the class paralyzed in the heavy silence. Hee-woo makes a blood promise that will define the rest of his life. He'll follow his target to the end of the world, find him, and kill him. Inside the school clinic, Kang Hee-woo tries to shut his friend out, warning him to stay away if he wants to avoid getting hurt again. He wants to draw a hard line to keep his matters private, but Kim Si-woo isn't having it, calling out the hypocrisy in the warning. He saw Hee-woo rush to his rescue the second things went south with Jin-woo, and to him, that bond means more than whatever secret Hee-woo is carrying. He reaches out, refusing to let them become strangers and promising that no matter how dangerous it gets, he'll always step in. But Hee-woo just looks away, dropping a question that changes everything. Did Si-woo really think that fight was just a coincidence? Si-woo isn't looking for sympathy, admitting that he was the one who picked the fight because he wouldn't mind actually killing the bullies. Kang Hee-woo watches him from the hospital bed, warning his friend that everything that's happened so far is just a warm-up for what's coming next. He's going by the name Kim Hyun-sung now, and he makes his mission clear. He's going to dismantle every bully in his path, even if he has to burn his entire life to do it. When Si-woo tries to interrupt, Hee-woo shuts him down, telling him to listen and stop kidding himself. He's carrying a trauma he can't even put into words, and he's decided that revenge is the only thing left. It's a calculated rejection. Hee-woo knows that if Si-woo stays close, the violence will never stop following them, and a guy who just got folded by a common bully like Park Jin-woo isn't built for this world. Hee-woo looks his friend in the eye and delivers the verdict. The kind, friendly version of himself that Si-woo remembers is dead. He's choosing to become someone unrecognizable, and he needs Si-woo to stay out of the way for his own safety. The door clicks shut, leaving Siwoo alone in the quiet of the ward. He grinds his teeth, trapped in the frustration of being left behind by a friend who is stepping into a darkness he can't follow. Out in the hallway, Hiwoo walks away without looking back, offering one final silent thanks for the life he's officially leaving behind. Shin Youngmin leans back in the classroom, already spending the money in his head. The rewards for the job just doubled, and the interim payment is hitting his account soon. He can't believe how easy the game is. Tens of millions of won just for messing with a few kids. To him, the golden circle isn't a threat. It's a career path. Hearing about the chaos at other schools only fuels his greed, convincing him that if he plays his cards right, he could be looking at billions. A sudden crashes at the door cuts his daydream short, nearly jumping him out of his seat. Someone has arrived with enough force to rattle the room, and as the dust settles, a battered Kang Hiwoo stands in the doorway. The protagonist locks onto his target with cold focus, confirming the name of the man he came to find. Youngmin is no longer looking at a paycheck. He's looking at the consequences. Shin Youngmin can hardly believe his ears, but Kang Hiwoo doesn't hesitate to double down on the insult. The disrespect triggers something white-hot in Youngmin, but before he can even process the rage, Hiwoo is already in the air, launching a kick that forces the delinquent to throw up a desperate guard. Snapping back into his stance, Youngmin demands to know who this crazy kid is, but Hiwoo doesn't give him a second to breathe as he presses the attack. Youngmin starts to find his rhythm, blocking the strikes with a growing sense of confidence while he repeats his question. To someone like Youngmin, the hits feel hollow. He realizes the kid might have some training, but there isn't any real power behind the swings. Shin Youngmin barely has time to register the blur in his vision before Hiwoo follows through, slamming into him with enough force to send him reeling across the classroom. Youngmin wipes a trail of blood from his face, his expression twisting as the reality of the situation sets in. He knows if he loses the upper hand here, he won't get it back. Driven by pure desperation, he lashes out in a frantic, uncoordinated surge, but Hiwoo meets the aggression head-on with a roar, driving his weight forward until the two of them are locked in a desperate struggle for control. Shin Youngmin throws everything into a final violent surge, screaming that our protagonist is already dead. Kang Hiwoo watches the front, tracking the direct line of the attack, but he's ready for the trick, landing a counterfeint that catches Youngmin completely off guard. He braces himself, drawing a hard line in his mind. Compared to the monsters he's already faced, this pain is manageable. The impact lands heavy, but Hiwoo has known from the start that he isn't a match for someone of Youngmin's caliber. This isn't a fight he expected to win on points. It's a test of his own limits. He never planned on walking away unscathed, and now he's ready to bet everything on the single desperate opening he's been waiting for. When he's faced with a dead end, Kang Hiwoo doesn't back down. He throws his entire weight into a desperate, lunging tackle. Shin Youngmin barely has time to register the move before Hiwoo slams into him, pinning him with enough force to send them both crashing straight through a window. Youngmin hits the ground hard, the pain drawing out a ragged curse as the reality of the situation sets in. Shaking from the impact, Youngmin asks what this crazy bastard could possibly want, but Hiwoo only repeats the question back with cold, lethal focus. Youngmin is used to being the one doing the terrifying, but right now, the adrenaline is the only thing keeping him from collapsing. Chaos erupts in the classroom as the other students scramble to contain the situation, shouting for anyone to help get the crazy freshman off of him. Hiwoo is a feral mess, screaming at the group to let him go as he fixes his sights on the delinquent who started this. This isn't just a school fight anymore. It's a blood feud. Hiwoo makes it clear that the moment Youngmin laid a hand on his friend, any chance of a peaceful ending vanished. He vows that this won't stop until one of them is dead, his voice carrying a weight that leaves the entire room stunned. Even as he's held back, Hiwoo promises to hunt him down with a chair every single chance he gets. He's done playing by the rules of the schoolyard, and from the look on his face, he's more than ready to follow through. Our story continues where we left off, as the aftermath of the confrontation begins to settle, and the reality of the situation finally starts to sink in for everyone involved. While the dust clears at Daesun High, the weight of what just happened hangs heavy over the classroom, leaving the students to grapple with a shift in power that none of them saw coming. Youngmin's classmates can only watch in silence, trying to make sense of a day that has fundamentally changed the social order of their school. Standing in the doorway of the crime scene, Kim Young-chul can hardly believe another disaster has landed on his desk. Kim Hyun-sung has caused a mess again, and while Young-chul thinks he can silence the witness, the real obstacle is the principal. Principal Oh Dae-hwan is obsessed with his school's prestige, and Young-chul doesn't think the man will let a scandal like this slide twice. But when he brings the news to the office, the reaction is a total pivot. The principal doesn't look angry. He looks bored. Taking a slow sip of tea, Oh Dae-hwan delivers the verdict. They are going to ignore the entire incident. Young-chul locks up, unable to even find a counter-argument as the principal starts explaining the math behind the decision. Apparently, a major corporate successor named Go Changbum has suddenly taken the lead in a construction company's hierarchy and decided to become the school's new sponsor. He's already covering the operating expenses with a promise of even more once he takes the chairman's seat. For the principal, a little blood in the hallway is a small price to pay for that kind of funding. Inside the principal's office, Oh Dae-hwan lays out the cold reality of their situation, explaining that a sponsorship isn't a charity donation. It's a transaction where the buyer always expects something in return. It isn't about goodwill or building a corporate reputation. The truth is that the school's wealthy benefactor made a single, non-negotiable request. As long as Kim Hyun-sung is a student here, the school is required to cover up every single mess he makes, no matter how bad it gets. Dae-hwan tells the teacher to just let the current incident slide, noting that cleaning up after students should be second nature to him by now. Of course, he doesn't expect this kind of silence for free. As the teacher listens, the principal dangles the carrot, promising that performance bonuses and special benefits will be fast-tracked to his account as a reward for his cooperation. Principal Oh Dae-hwan dangles the ultimate carrot, revealing that their mysterious sponsor has set aside a few prime units in an upcoming luxury housing project. Kim Young-chul can hardly keep his eyes in his head as the offer settles. Real estate is booming, and the principal suggests it might be time for him to have a place of his own, away from his wife. All he has to do to secure this future is keep the pressure on one student, Kim Hyun-sung. The bribe works like a charm, sending the teacher into a manic frenzy of loyalty as he slams the desk and swears to crush the boy. Seeing his puppet so well aligned, Dae-hwan laughs and invites him to drop the formalities, suggesting they start treating each other like brothers. Young-chul is practically vibrating with greed, clutching the principal's hand and promising to make him a legend while turning their school into the most prestigious institution in the country. Principal Oh Dae-hwan seals the deal with a laugh, handing over the responsibility of managing Kim Hyun-sung's affairs to his partner in crime. For him, it's a simple calculation. If Hyun-sung graduates without any issues, the school secures the backing of Myeongjin Construction, making the boy far too valuable to abandon. Their self-congratulation is cut short when a teacher bursts into the office in a panic, delivering the one piece of news that could ruin the entire mission. Hyun-sung has been hit. Shin Young-min throws a tantrum, feigning outrage as he claims the encounter nearly cost him his life. He insists there were witnesses to the whole thing, but Kim Young-chul isn't buying the act, pointing out that witnesses are easy to find but hard to trust. He leans in, forcing the boy to look at the reality of his own reputation compared to an ordinary student. When it comes down to it, Young-chul knows exactly whose side the world will take. Shin Young-min finally snaps, screaming his defiance at the room, but Kim Young-chul shuts him down instantly by grabbing him by the collar. The detective pulls him in close, warning him to watch his mouth and start talking properly, or the punishment is only going to get worse. As Young-chul demands a final confession, Young-min looks around the room and sees exactly what he's dealing with. To him, these adults are just as rotten as he is. He realizes that messing with Kim Hyun-sung wasn't like disciplining a dog. He's stumbled into a much bigger problem. Seeing no other way out, He bows his head and offers a hollow apology. But the moment he's alone, the act drops, and he seethes over being betrayed by young Chul. He can't believe the detective would side with a nobody like Hyun-sung, and now he's left scrambling for his next move. Shin Young-min walks down the empty school hallway, already looking toward graduation. He knows he can't let his current situation slow him down, so he makes a desperate, expensive call to bring in outside help. Meanwhile, parked nearby, the situation looks increasingly messy for the broker on the other end of the line. It's one thing for students to use their family backgrounds as weapons, but the involvement of the massive Myung-jin group changes everything. Kang Tae-gu reviews the report on Kim Hyun-sung, noting that every student who targeted the kid has been expelled, while the school staff has suddenly turned into his personal security detail. As a broker for the Golden Circle, Kang knows his organization has zero tolerance for failure, and this mission is rapidly becoming his personal responsibility. Realizing he can no longer trust this to middlemen, he decides he has no choice but to step in and handle the problem himself. Kang Tae-gu walks into the principal's office and makes it clear that he isn't there for a friendly visit, immediately sizing up Oh Dae-won as the type of man who never takes a risk. The principal tries to play it off with a flat denial, but Tae-gu isn't buying it. He knows a coward when he sees one and predicts the older man will fold the second he feels threatened. Tae-gu begins laying out his cards, leaning back and recounting a fight from a few days ago where 4 students were hospitalized and expelled. He notes the obvious gap in the logic. The attacker should be in prison, yet he barely got a slap on the wrist. Looking down at the man behind the desk, Tae-gu finally asks the question he came to hear an answer for: whether or not the school is giving special treatment to Kim Hyun-sung. Kang Tae-gu sits across from the principal and makes it clear that he isn't about to let the situation go. Oh Dae-hwan just finds the whole thing amusing, suggesting that if Tae-gu is going to stay in Dasan, he needs to learn how things are done here. He claims the school only avoided a criminal case to protect the students' futures, but with the police already in his pocket, he tells Tae-gu he's free to try whatever he wants. Our protagonist doesn't flinch, asking if the man is really certain he wants to test that theory. The principal isn't buying it, certain that whatever Tae-gu is planning, no threat is going to touch him in his own territory. Outside the precinct, the local law makes its stance clear, calling a brutal assault a simple act of self-defense. The officer leans back, feigning a sudden burst of moral concern over whether they should really be in the business of ruining a student's life. He's holding a line that protects the wealthy and connected, and it's enough to make Kang Tae-gu snap, lashing out at the corruption and threatening to take the whole story to the internet. But a threat that might work in Seoul doesn't carry much weight here in Daesan. The officer just sighs, making it clear that local influence runs deeper than any viral headline could reach. In his eyes, he's completely untouchable. If things get too loud, he'll just take a vacation until the noise dies down. The reality of the situation finally hits Kang Hee-woo, and he can't help but wonder just how deep the rot in this village goes. It's a classic small-town trap. The local chief of police is in league with Oh Dae-won, making the law itself a part of the conspiracy. The village elder notes that local cartels are a complicated business, his game interrupted when a handful of gold coins clatters onto the table. Kang Tae-gu, a regional broker for the Golden Circle, explains that if this were just about personal interest, he could have found a way to interfere. But it goes deeper than that, a kind of territorial psychology rooted in local sentiment that keeps outsiders from ever getting a foot in the door. Kang Tae-gu strikes a lighter and stares at the flame, weighing the cost of failure. The thought of coming up short snaps his composure, forcing a frustrated outburst that draws eyes from the street. The stakes are simple. His organization, the Golden Circle, has never failed a job, and they don't have a habit of sparing losers. If he misses his mark, they'll just send someone else to finish the contract, but his own life will be over the second he's labeled a failure. He grips his head, trying to choke back the panic and clear his mind. He needs a way out, and he won't find it if he's shaking. Cho Yong-taek paces through the night city, desperation bleeding into his voice as he begs for the backup he was promised. But on the other end of the line, Kang Tae-gu isn't interested in excuses. The Golden Circle broker reminds him that the money has already been paid, and in this world, Mercenaries don't get to ask for help just because a job gets difficult. Cowed and visibly shaking, Youngtaek tries to defend himself, but Taegu cuts him off with a cold reality check. Taegu steps out of his car, his patience for this particular troublemaker finally reaching its limit. He explains that Youngtaek is looking at the problem all wrong. Picking a direct fight with Kim Hyun-sung was never the goal. The real play is to ruin the boy's standing. Whether Youngtaek handles it personally or uses his juniors, the new mission is clear: destroy Hyun-sung's grades. Having the teachers on his side won't matter if the boy's performance hits the floor. Cho Youngtaek clutches the phone in a cold sweat, realizing the man who promised to help him is already pulling away. On the other end, Kang Taegu makes the stakes crystal clear. Failure in the Golden Circle carries a lethal price, and if the job doesn't get done, they won't just be going after the target. They'll be coming for him too. Word spreads quickly through the halls. The rumors say the freshman didn't wait for school to end before settling his scores. It's a chilling thought, especially for those who remember the warning he gave Shin Youngmin about being careful. Later that night, Hee-woo corners Youngmin in a dark alley, making it clear that his warning wasn't just talk. Youngmin tries to lash out with a desperate roar, but Hee-woo remains cold, noting that the boy seems to value his paycheck more than his own life. Youngmin freezes mid-strike. Hee-woo reveals he already knows about the broker's meeting with the principal, leaving the silver-haired student wondering just how deep the freshman's reach goes. Our protagonist reminds him that he's backed by the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction, making it clear that this isn't just a school fight anymore. He never planned on keeping this a local problem. Kang Hee-woo makes it clear that expulsion is just the beginning. He intends to drag Shin Youngmin through criminal court until a conviction sticks. Even prison won't be the end of it, because the moment Youngmin steps back into the world, the heavy hitters from Myeongjin Construction will be waiting to ensure he never holds a shred of power in this city again. To survive, he'd have to abandon his hometown and start over as a ghost. But Hee-woo leans in to ask the real question: does he actually think he'll be allowed to just walk away? Scrambling for any kind of logic, Youngmin panics and demands to know what this is all about, asking if Hee-woo is actually doing all this for something as simple as justice. Hee-woo looks down at the man pleading for mercy and sets him straight. This isn't about justice. It's about destroying anyone who ever thinks of crossing him. He seizes Youngmin, giving him one path out if he ever wants to walk a school hallway or live a normal life again. It's a total surrender of his future, but if he wants to remain human, he has to accept the terms. Hee-woo looms over the boy, delivering a final ultimatum that effectively ends his reign of terror. In Daesan, from now on, he will have to endure the same treatment he dished out to his victims. To make sure the lesson sticks, Hee-woo brutalizes him one last time, cementing the new hierarchy with every strike. Later, Shin Youngmin nurses his wounds in the locker room, his ego as battered as his face. He tries to tell himself that Hee-woo is just a coward he could beat whenever he wanted, but the reality of the Golden Circle looms over him. He knows exactly who he works for, and he knows they don't take kindly to failure. Shin Youngmin realizes he's trapped by rumors that could cost him everything. No matter what he chooses, the outcome looks identical, and the pressure is starting to warp his logic. For a second, he actually considers whether prison or expulsion might be the easier way out. He snaps back to reality and slams his head onto his desk, screaming at himself for ever taking the commission. A heavy fist hits the table as he accepts the inevitable. He doesn't have a choice anymore. His only hope now is that Kim Hyun-sung fails. If Hyun-sung's grades drop even a fraction, it buys Youngmin the one thing he desperately needs: more time. Nearby, Kang Hee-woo remains calm, watching the room with a cold focus. He knows the current threats are only a temporary fix. Everything changes after the exams. He's already done the math. Once he secures those top scores, the entire social order of the school is going to ignite. Shin Youngmin is just a man trying to survive, and Kang Taegu won't settle for anything less than complete success for the Golden Circle. But Kang Hee-woo knows his requester has already bet on a winner who doesn't plan on failing. Everything is lining up for a collision, and Hee-woo is savoring the inevitable explosion of all those conflicting interests. To him, the methods don't matter. Whether he's pulling strings with the school principal or manipulating a construction giant, he'll be as cowardly or evil as the situation requires to get what he wants. So far, the results are exactly what he planned. And with the board set in his favor, he's certain no one can touch him for the next 1,000 days. To Kang Hyun-sung, this barrier was built from pure malevolence, and for some reason, that realization brings him a strange sense of relief. His mind drifts back to an old training session at the gym, the air thick with sweat and the sound of heavy impact as his coach, Jung Do-cheol, barks orders to keep moving. Do-cheol doesn't care about fatigue or the burning in Hyun-sung's lungs. He pushes him to go beyond his physical limits, preaching that true determination makes a man impossible to defeat. Following the command, Hyun-sung finds a second wind and throws everything he has into a single punch. Do-cheol suddenly shifts, launching a heavy counterstrike to test if his student is actually paying attention. And Hyun-sung barely manages to weave out of the way as the gloved fist whistles past. A single, sharp strike cuts through the air, landing flush against the mitt as Kang Hyun-sung puts everything he has into the session. His coach, Jung Do-cheol, pulls back with a satisfied grin, calling an end to the day's work after seeing exactly what he wanted. Do-cheol orders the kid to clean up and head home, reminding him that recovery is just as vital as the time spent on the mats. Hyun-sung offers a quiet nod, slumping against the floor to catch his breath as his body finally begins to cool down. Watching him, Do-cheol can't help but feel he's sitting on something special, noticing moves and instincts he hasn't even taught the boy yet. If there wasn't a mercenary contract involved, the coach knows he'd be pushing Hyun-sung toward a professional career in the ring. Hyun-sung takes the advice to heart, remembering a recent scolding for pushing himself too far, and knowing that strength is built in the quiet moments between training. He hoists his bag and heads for the exit, calling out a quick goodbye as the gym door swings shut behind him. Kim Si-woo sits alone in the quiet of the infirmary, trying to make sense of the monster his best friend has become. Only a few days ago, who laughed about the future, promising to work hard so he could take care of his grandmother. That version of him is just a memory now. A single tear tracks down Si-woo's face as the guilt starts to settle in. He can still hear the ice in Hee-woo's voice when he swore to spend the rest of his life tearing apart every person who ever bullied him. Si-woo curses his own blindness. He was supposed to be the closest person to him, yet he didn't see the break until it was too late. Now, he's left wondering what his own role is in a world where his friend has chosen vengeance over everything else. The heavy silence of his thoughts is suddenly cut short when the door slides open and someone calls his name. The peace of the classroom is shattered when a student bursts in with a frantic warning about Hyun-sung and Shin Young-min. Kim Si-woo sits frozen as the news lands, feeling the weight of a past he never quite escaped. It all feels unreal, like he's watching a scene from a life he already lived, and his mind immediately drags him back to the memory of a boy he once watched from the shadows. Back then, he had seen Hee-woo beat Young-min down without a word of warning, pinning him over the edge of a window with a grip that felt like a death sentence. Young-min had screamed, calling him a psycho and begging to know what he wanted, but Hee-woo had only stared back with that cold, unblinking focus. The memory bleeds into the present, as Si-woo realizes the pattern hasn't changed. If you mess with the people in Hyun-sung's circle, the world falls apart around you. When the student asks what he's muttering, Si-woo just looks away, letting the secret settle back into the silence. He doesn't need to say it out loud. The warning is already written in the blood of everyone who made the mistake of pushing too far. Kim Si-woo stares at his trembling hand, cursed by a loyalty he can't seem to shake. He's followed Kim Hyun-sung this far, and after everything they've been through together, the idea of walking away now is impossible. Back in the present, Kang Hee-woo is visibly annoyed to find Si-woo standing in the middle of his new gym. Hee-woo tries to shut it down immediately, offering to pay whatever fee Si-woo agreed to, just to keep the boy out of his sight. But director Jung Do-cheol sees the value in their friction, calculating that Hee-woo will actually be easier to manage if he has a rival nearby to keep him in line. The director shuts down the argument with a heavy hand on Hee-woo's shoulder, reminding him that in this gym, his word is the only one that matters. Doo-cheol takes charge of the situation, leading his new guest away while warning Hee-woo to keep his distance. Inside the office, the conversation turns serious as Si-woo confirms he's here because he wants to help Hyun-sung. It's a complicated request, especially since Hyun-sung has already promised to wipe out every bully in the school, a fact that leaves Doo-cheol visibly frustrated. The weight of the situation is giving the man a headache, and he makes it clear that he'd kick Hyun-sung out of his gym if he could. He isn't interested in his facility becoming a hub for school violence, but Si-woo isn't backing down. The boy points to the bandages on his own face, offering his injuries as proof that he's already been on the front lines protecting Hyun-sung from the very bullies Doo-cheol fears. To Si-woo, the violence happening in the halls isn't just a gym problem, it's a grim reality that's already closing in. Our boy Si-woo knows the world isn't as simple as the adults want to believe. He remembers a time when he was nearly broken, and the only reason he's standing today is because Hyun-sung stepped in and saved him. Now that his friend is risking his own life, Si-woo refuses to turn a blind eye, standing his ground even when he's told to leave. Watching this, Doo-cheol realizes he's dug himself into a hole he can't easily climb out of. Desperate to help, Si-woo pulls out every cent he has, offering his entire wealth and promising to work part-time if it isn't enough. The sheer weight of the kid's loyalty slams into the table, leaving Doo-cheol completely stunned by the gesture. Jung Doo-cheol looks at the kid across from him and wonders what could possibly make a high schooler this desperate. But Si-woo isn't backing down, making it clear that even without help, he isn't leaving his friend's side. Doo-cheol looks back at the violence these kids are drowning in and realizes he can't just tell them to keep taking it. He lets out a long breath, finally letting his conscience win. He gives in and tells Si-woo to show up at the gym tomorrow, though the deal comes with a warning. The second he falls behind on training, he's out. Si-woo doesn't care about the threat. He finally has a way to fight back. Kim Si-woo steps into the room looking like he just lost a one-sided war, his face a map of fresh bruises and bandages that suggest he didn't even see the punches coming. He freezes at the door when a sudden motion catches his eye, trying to process exactly what he's just walked into. Seeing the opening he was looking for, Si-woo knows exactly how this has to go. Park Jin-woo had always believed that if a man stands his ground in a one-on-one fight, it's because he has the skill to back up his confidence, and he puts every bit of that belief into a single, crushing strike. As the blow connects, Jin-woo is certain he's just ended the match with enough force to shatter his opponent. Watching the exchange, Hee-woo wonders if he's seeing a glimpse of the elite martial art that once made a name for itself. Before the halls of a high school became his world, Kim Si-woo was a decorated taekwondo athlete, a specialist who swept through competitions until a rigged match against a powerful official's son stole his victory. Standing in the rain with the weight of that betrayal finally sinking in, Si-woo decided it was all useless and walked away from the sport for good. Si-woo barely has a second to register the impact before he's reeling, pinned against the cage as Hee-woo leans in with a cold, clinical lesson on mixed martial arts. He explains the brutal reality of the sport, how a caught kick leads to a takedown, and how the rules don't stop just because an opponent hits the floor. A heavy strike connects, and Hee-woo follows it up with a relentless ground and pound, demanding Si-woo finally admit he's lost. It's a complete reversal of their childhood, back when a young Hee-woo was the one throwing himself into fights to protect a crying Si-woo. And Hee-woo isn't just winning, he looks like he's actually starting to enjoy the violence. He screams for Si-woo to just give up, but the boy who used to hide behind him doesn't have an easy way out anymore. Si-woo screams through the pain, a desperate refusal to give up on the person standing in front of him. But Hee-woo isn't looking for a heart-to-heart. He's looking for blood, and he underscores the point with a brutal knee that catches Si-woo right in the chest. This isn't a sparring match anymore. Hee-woo looms over him, a cold smile touching his face as he demands total submission. He wants Si-woo to break to beg him to stop, to admit that whatever bond they have isn't worth this kind of punishment. Blood pools in Siwoo's mouth, but he only laughs, a broken, defiant sound that doesn't fit the beating he just took. Hiwoo hauls him up by the collar, fist ready to end it, but the laughter just gets louder. It's unnerving. Hiwoo stares into those eyes and finds no fear, only a madness he can't parse. Disgusted, he lets go, calling Siwoo a psycho as he watches his friend collapse back onto the mat. Hiwoo finally breaks. He wants to know why Siwoo is pushing himself this far, why any friend would show this much loyalty after what he's been through. The answer is buried in a memory Hiwoo can't let go of, a time back in an alleyway when he was just a kid being beaten and rolled in the dirt by bullies. He was alone, neglected by his parents and too ashamed to tell the grandparents who raised him, until a young Siwoo stepped into the light. It was a single moment likely forgotten by Siwoo years ago, but the expression on his face that day changed everything for Hiwoo. It was the start of a debt he's still trying to pay back. Kim Siwoo lays battered on the floor, questioning the cost of the path he's chosen and why he can't simply stand by his friend. He knows the weight of what he's doing is heavy, but the thought of turning a blind eye to someone he cares about is a price he's not willing to pay. For him, the decision to walk away from Taekwondo wasn't a loss of agency. It was an exercise of it. He's claiming his own life and his own choices, refusing to carry a single shred of regret for prioritizing a friendship over a sport. Watching them from the sidelines, Jung Do-cheol can't wrap his head around why guys with this much raw ability were ever getting bullied. They haven't even started training with him yet, but they already have the power to handle multiple attackers on their own. As a former UFL athlete, Do-cheol has seen plenty of promising strikers, but none at Kim Si-woo's age possess that kind of natural sense for distance or such devastating kicks. Then there's Hyun-sung, who was born with a fierce mental edge, a tactical instinct that lets him judge a situation instantly and pick out every single gap in an opponent's defense. If Siwoo is a natural talent destined for the pros, Hyun-sung is something else entirely. He's the kind of fighter who has the potential to reach the very top. Exhaustion hits Kang Hyun-sung like a physical weight, his body trembling as the adrenaline finally begins to fade. Director Jung Do-cheol watches him, recognizing a talent too exceptional to ignore, and decides to put a life-altering deal on the table. Despite being cast out by the professional scene in Korea, the director still has the connections and the influence to drag a fighter like Hyun-sung straight to the top. When the director admits he did it for interest and passion, Hyun-sung realizes that's exactly why he can't take the deal. He confesses that he doesn't actually enjoy fighting. Every moment in the ring hurts so much that he wants to quit, but his life has a different, desperate purpose that keeps him moving. Leaving the path of professional glory behind, he tells the director to make his own choice about what comes next. Hyun-sung makes it clear that he isn't interested in a partnership built on doubt. As he starts to walk off, Siwoo calls out to stop him, but the protagonist remains cold, warning the blonde boy to think very carefully before he speaks. This is a pivot point for their relationship, a moment where the weight of the future rests on a single answer. Hyun-sung asks if he's truly confident he won't regret this, and through his exhaustion, Siwoo swears he won't. Since Siwoo won't be talked out of it, Hyun-sung lays out his first condition: daily training with the promise that he'll be abandoned the second he falls behind. The second rule is a matter of survival, requiring Siwoo to walk away immediately if a fight becomes impossible or a legal mess. It's a strange restriction for someone who came prepared for anything, but Hyun-sung doesn't give him room to negotiate. He asks if the boy can't handle it, leaving Siwoo to realize that the path he's chosen is far more complicated than he expected. Hyun-sung lays out his final condition, making it clear that everything discussed so far is just a start. He reveals the real hook: Myungjin Construction will pay Siwoo a monthly living allowance, a move that leaves the younger boy stunned. It isn't just about the money, though. Hyun-sung wants him to use that stability to study and escape this reality entirely. He genuinely hopes Siwoo ends up with a better life than the one he's currently carving out for himself. It's a calculated manipulation, but in Hyun-sung's mind, using the situation to rewrite Siwoo's future is the only way to make things right. Returning home later that evening, he sheds the strategist persona and steps back into his role as an older brother. He finds Hyunjin glued to the TV, completely absorbed in the high stakes of an esports tournament and vibrating with nerves over the match. Hyunsung doesn't lecture him or bring the weight of the day inside. He just lets the excitement fill the room and heads to the kitchen to start dinner. Hyunsung keeps his voice light as he tells his brother to focus on the game while he finishes up in the kitchen. In his previous life, this was the year the team Hyunjin followed made it all the way to the championship, but his brother never asked for a computer to watch them himself. The memory of that sweet, self-sacrificing kid hits hard, a brother who stayed inside and never complained about the fun he was missing out on. Chopping vegetables with practiced ease, Hyunsung makes a silent vow to ensure his family never suffers for his actions again. This time, he's going to tear down everything in his way, from the golden circle to anyone else who tries to block his path. A quick request for more sausages from the other room pulls him back to the present, and he agrees with a small smile. Later, a message buzzes on his phone from Coach Jung, who offers a genuine apology for pushing the pro career so hard and promises to back off, though the door is always open if Hyunsung changes his mind. News of Hyunsung's meteoric rise is already tearing through the parent network, and they want answers. How does a kid who couldn't even crack the top 10 suddenly take the first rank in the entire school? Inside the office, the principal of Cheonil High finds himself on the defensive, fielding calls about an exam that was supposedly designed to be impossible. He maintains that while the jump was unexpected, Hyunsung has always been a diligent student. But the accusations get sharper, and the caller demands to know if the school gave the boy preferential treatment. The principal shuts that down immediately. Cheonil High is a prestigious name, and they aren't about to disgrace it by rigging a fair exam. When the parent asks which private academy Hyunsung attends to get these results, the principal almost sounds amused. He clarifies that the boy only attends school, taking the chance to brag about their own education program while calling the money spent on outside academies unfortunate. He doesn't have an answer for how Hyunsung did it, only that the school's reputation remains intact. At the school, Youngchul asks the principal if the constant phone calls are about private academies again. The principal is clearly annoyed that parents are bypassing the usual channels, but he admits the recent exams were hard enough that nobody should have gotten a perfect score. Even with the chaos, he can't hide his excitement over the fact that they finally have a true ace. He's already imagining the headlines. Kim Hyun-sung, the top scorer in the entire country, entering the nation's best university. It's a dream he's been chasing for years, and Youngchul is quick to agree that it's finally within their reach. With the backing of a major construction company and Hyun-sung's legendary grades, the path to making the school famous is wide open. But there's a catch that keeps the principal on edge. Hyun-sung is becoming a problem child. If their top-ranked student turns out to be a delinquent, the school's hard-earned reputation will hit rock bottom before it even peaks. Back in the office, Youngchul sits on the edge of his seat, nodding frantically as the principal checks in on a previous assignment. The older man acknowledges that the work has been solid so far, but he wants more. He needs perfection, because in his eyes, Kim Hyun-sung isn't just a student anymore. He's the school's most valuable asset. As a reward for producing the school's top ranker, the principal slides a thick envelope across the desk, promising a merit pay increase starting next month. He makes a cold, lingering promise to keep Youngchul as a partner well beyond graduation, and the teacher can hardly contain his excitement. The office door clicks shut, leaving Youngchul to celebrate his luck in the hallway. He finally has the golden ticket he's been looking for, and it's far more valuable than anything he could have gotten from his previous students. Youngchul is practically tripping over himself to please his new benefactor, promising to help our protagonist with anything he needs. Kang Hyun-sung doesn't waste time on pleasantries, immediately testing the teacher's knowledge about something called the Golden Circle. The name clearly doesn't ring a bell. Youngchul is completely oblivious, confirming Hyun-sung's suspicion that the man is just a small-time player with no real connections. Since Youngchul has already tied his reputation to a student, Hyun-sung decides it's time for a history lesson on the organization he's really after. He makes the stakes crystal clear. They're in this together now, and if Hyun-sung goes down, he's taking the teacher with him. Young Chul, sweat beading on his forehead, tries to guess the plan, asking if he just needs to help stop a rival like Shin Young-min. The small-scale thinking is almost funny. Hyun-sung has a singular goal that stretches back much further than a high school rivalry, and all he needs from his new partner is for him to stand by and watch it happen. Kang Hyun-sung has no patience for the way adults pretend the world is fine. To him, their ignorance is a choice that lets everything rot, and he's finished playing along. He gives young Chul a final, cold order to get his mind right for what's coming next. Young Chul finally gets it. He understands that when a kid like Hyun-sung says whatever happens, he truly means there are no limits left. Elsewhere, a different kind of authority is being settled in a dim warehouse. Go Chang-seok stands over his own brother, Chang Beom, pinning him to the floor with a boot to the face. It's a brutal display of dominance, punctuated by a final warning that the time for mistakes is over. Chang-seok isn't just threatening him, he's promising to take a limb if the next move fails. Broken and bloodied, Chang Beom can only choke out his agreement. Chang-seok leaves him there in the dirt, walking away with the quiet confidence of a man who knows he won't have to ask a third time. Deep in their hideout, the delinquent crew is restless, with Youngman and his friends itching to settle the score by breaking a few of Hyun-sung's limbs after school. Go Chang Beom shuts the idea down immediately, knowing that an off-campus assault gives Myeongjin Construction a legal reason to crush them. To succeed, they have to corner Hyun-sung inside the school where his father's company can't touch them. But even that strategy has a flaw. Park Min-cheol's gang tried the same pressure tactics, and it only resulted in their expulsion. That's when Bae Song-ho, the massive second-grade powerhouse known as the Monster Gorilla, steps forward with a different angle. He suggests they stop these small, occasional skirmishes and instead focus all their energy on ruining Hyun-sung in one massive strike. It's a calculated play on school politics. The principal is obsessed with the school's prestige and wouldn't hesitate to expel a few students, but he won't be able to punish 30 of them at once. A few days later, the atmosphere in the hallway shifts. Hyun-sung catches a strange vibe as he walks through the crowd, noticing the way the local thugs are lingering just a little too close. One of them intentionally clips his shoulder as he passes, dropping a blatant insult to spark a reaction. Hyun-sung watches them, realizing the trap Song-ho mentioned is already in motion. The gang-up is starting, and they're just waiting for him to be the one to swing first. Hyun-sung doesn't even have to look to know who's coming. The loud, forced aggression of the blue hoodie thug is a script he's already read. This is exactly how the bottom feeders are supposed to act, and as far as Hyun-sung is concerned, their predictable behavior makes what he's about to do to them feel entirely worthwhile. The thug initiates the contact, slamming his shoulder into the boy in the hallway and shouting for him to watch where he's going. It's a classic setup, a cheap excuse to demand an apology from a target they think is too stoic to fight back. Before he can even react, the beanie thug closes the gap from the other side, surrounding him while they both pile on the insults and question his attitude. They want a reaction, a flicker of fear, or a submissive bow to prove they still own the school's social ladder. Instead, Hyun-sung's lip twitches into a cold, private smile. This is the moment he's been waiting for. The perfect excuse to finally stop observing and start trampling. Hee-woo strikes with a speed that turns the hallway into a blur, connecting with a blow so heavy it leaves the group scrambling to find their feet. This isn't the victim they thought they were cornering, and the realization lands alongside a series of calculated strikes that drop his attackers before they can even frame a defense. One of them stammers out a weak protest as he collapses, blood dripping onto the floor. But Hee-woo isn't finished until he delivers a final crushing reminder of the new hierarchy. Looking down at the wreckage, he leaves them with a message for whoever is pulling their strings. Their leader needs to stop thinking with his head, because as far as Hee-woo is concerned, the game has already changed. Kang Hee-woo doesn't want to drag this out, issuing a cold challenge to anyone listening. Bring everyone at once. The classroom door slides open to reveal Bae Sang-hom, the massive fighter known as the Monster Gorilla, who looms in the entrance with two of his crew trailing behind him. Seom-ho had originally planned to use first-year students to test the waters and save the heavy hitters for later, but seeing Hee-woo's composure forces him to change his strategy on the spot. While the thugs wait for an opening, Hee-woo remains seated at his desk, focused entirely on his work, as if his visitors aren't even there. Sang-ho finally breaks the silence, looming over the desk with a flat warning that starting a fight in the middle of a classroom will cause problems for both of them. Getting right in the boy's face, he offers a simple way out, to just stand up and follow them out quietly. Out at the recycling site, a place the teachers never visit, Kang Hee-woo stands surrounded by a dozen students. He spent his years as a vegetative patient running through every possible scenario, but the gap between theory and reality is finally starting to show. It's one thing to have a promising plan on paper. It's another thing entirely to watch it survive the first contact. In his head, the outcome was always a given, regardless of who stood across from him. A world where he was the one looking down, extracting apologies from those who had once wronged him. But today is the real test. If he can't handle a small obstacle like this, the revenge he's been building toward will never happen. Hugh looks over the group and asks if this is really the best their leader could do. If this minor issue stops him now, he knows he'll be the one paying the price. Bae Seong-ho laughs at the idea that they'd be foolish enough to fall for a trap, launching into a lecture about school hierarchy and the line that was crossed when a senior was attacked. Our protagonist cuts him off mid-sentence, tired of the empty posturing and the recycled excuses for bullying. He knows exactly why they're here, and he isn't interested in the script. Pointing up toward the windows, he notes the audience of students watching the confrontation unfold from above. He makes a calculated offer. Fight him one by one to save face in front of the crowd, rather than looking like cowards who need a gang to handle one person. When they hesitate, he leans in with a smirk, asking if they're actually scared. The taunt works, drawing out Kim Chang-hyun, the school's second highest ranked fighter known as the Demon Senior, who steps forward to accept the challenge. Kim Chang-hyun steps forward with a single thought, that he just needs to be the one to escalate this. He's trying to set the pace of the fight, but Kang Hee-woo doesn't give him the chance, cutting through the man's confidence with a strike that catches him completely off guard. In a world where high school is a battlefield, Kang Hyun-sung earned a reputation for being effective, but desperate. He didn't rely on skill alone. He used whatever he could get his hands on, chairs, locks, or any dirty trick that would secure a win. This ruthlessness made him a victor, but it also made him a pariah. Now, Hee-woo moves with a different kind of precision, landing a blow that catches Kim Chang-hyun completely off guard. He pins the so-called Demon Senior to the floor, exposing a truth the school hasn't realized yet. Without his luck, this guy is nothing. Hee-woo looks down at his opponent with cold confidence. He knows he can't just win. He has to rewrite the family name from scratch if his plan for Cheonil High is going to work. He offers a simple, sharp taunt. Is the high-tier fighter actually afraid to turn Cheonil High into his own personal world, his impenetrable fortress? Kang Hee-woo knows he needs a flawless victory that leaves no room for any doubt. He's not just looking to win, he's looking to dominate until the hierarchy itself breaks. Kim Chang-hyun, the second-grade Demon Senior, isn't impressed by the kid's plan and steps forward with a scarred scowl. He warns Hee-woo that as soon as he steps up, the fight is over. Chang-hyun throws a brutal strike, certain that for the boy standing in front of him, there won't be a next one. Chang-hyun lunges forward with everything he has left, screaming a final insult as he tries to close the gap. But Hee-woo has already found the opening he was looking for. A single, sharp strike connects with Chang-hyun's jaw, cutting off his shout and sending him straight to the pavement. Watching from the windows above, the red-shirted thug freezes as he realizes the school's Demon Senior just went down in one shot. Seeing the undisputed powerhouse of the upperclassmen crumpled on the ground makes his own recent defeat feel a lot less like a fluke and more like a warning. Standing among his crew, the thug decides right then to cut his losses and walk away, regretting he ever agreed to get involved with a guy he now realizes is a total animal. Shin Young-min makes his move, catching the local thug with a strike that lands before the guy can even finish his insult. The blow sends him stumbling back, gasping for air, and before he can recover, Youngmin is already in his personal space. He looms over him with a cold stare, suggesting they handled their past business right here, just between them. It's a level of aggression Youngmin hasn't always shown. Not long ago, he'd stood in the school hallway, practically begging Kang Hyun-sung to let him help. He'd seen the shadow of a plan forming and wanted in, but Hyun-sung held him to a promise to stay out of reckless fights. It was a clear divide. Youngmin wanted to stand by his friend, while Hyun-sung had already decided to take on an entire gang alone. Hyun-sung's logic was simple and cold. If his friends got involved, the enemy would just use their numbers to crush them all. He was protecting Youngmin by keeping him on the sidelines, but now, it looks like Youngmin is done watching from the back. Youngmin isn't sold on the plan, but Hyun-sung isn't looking for a consensus. He's already decided that some problems don't get solved by committee, and if the school is going to change, he has to be the one to move first. When Youngmin presses him on how to help, Hyun-sung offers a test of loyalty. He needs to know he isn't standing alone in this fight, and he has a specific target in mind. The mission is simple. Youngmin needs to take down Park Jin-woo. Back on the school grounds, a local thug in a red shirt isn't impressed by the new attitude. He assumes Youngmin is only acting tough because he has Hyun-sung backing him up, and he's more than happy to beat that confidence out of him. As the thug lunges, Youngmin doesn't flinch. He's done being the victim, and he decides right then that it's better to end this guy's school career than to keep taking his abuse. A single brutal kick catches the thug square in the face, leaving him reeling in absolute disbelief. He was the one supposed to be handing out the beating, but now he's struggling to even stay on his feet after just one blow. The clean hit registers, and the humiliation is a lot harder to swallow than the physical pain. For a local fighter like the red-shirted thug, losing face in front of a crowd of students is the one thing he can't handle, and his rage boils over into a desperate all-out charge. He zeroes in on his target, screaming a challenge as he lunges forward to end this. But the moment his attack should have landed, it hits nothing but air, leaving him stumbling into a gap he didn't expect. Youngmin doesn't give him a second to recover. He plants his foot with absolute precision and launches a high kick that connects flush with the thug's jaw, stalling the momentum of the entire fight in one motion. The blow lands with a sickening crunch, nearly lifting the thug off his feet as Shin Youngmin's fist connects with his jaw. Youngmin follows through with a ruthless combination, moving with an efficiency that leaves the other man crumpled on the pavement. Watching from the side, Bae Sang-ho has to admit the play was perfect. It was a trap from the start, an intentional setup designed to keep them on the defensive despite their superior numbers. Up in the windows, the students can only watch in shock as the count reaches 4, wondering if Kim Hyun-sung really intends to tear through the entire second-year class alone. Seong-ho realizes he's reached a dead end. If he waits for Hyun-sung to tire out, he'll look weak, and his reputation with the Golden Circle will be finished before it starts. He finally steps out and commands a halt, but Hyun-sung doesn't blink, simply turning to meet the new threat head-on. Bae Seon-ho tries to hide his growing nerves with a lecture, claiming he has no personal grudge, but finds it ridiculous that one person thinks they can take on his entire group. Our protagonist doesn't miss a beat, throwing the insult right back and calling the group themselves ridiculous. But Hee-woo remains perfectly centered, leaning into the trade as a massive fist connects with his face. Seeing the boy smile through the impact rattles Song-ho to his core. He realizes his opponent isn't even trying to dodge his best shots, and the realization starts to feel like a trap. This isn't a fight anymore, it's a head-to-head exchange of pure durability, and Hee-woo is the only one enjoying it. Bae Seong-ho can't wrap his head around it. The weight difference between them is massive, yet our protagonist is fighting like the physics of the ring don't apply to him. He keeps pressing forward, absorbing every heavy hit Song-ho throws just to give one back, over and over, until the older man's composure finally starts to crack. Then, Hee-woo finds the opening he's been trading blood for and lands a clean shot right to the jaw. Song-ho reels back, his jaw shattered as the pain finally catches up to him. This is the part where it gets ugly. Our hero doesn't give him a second to recover, reaching out to grab a handful of hair and yanking the bigger man down into a brutal knee strike. He puts every ounce of desperation he has into the final blow, leaving them both gasping for air as the sound of the impact echoes off the school walls. The monster gorilla Bae Sung-ho lies broken in the alley, finally silenced after Hee-woo delivers a brutal reality check. Hee-woo doesn't even look at the body, his focus already shifting to the rest of the Cheonil High group as he demands they stop hiding and bring out their leader, Shin Young-min. Back in the classroom, Young-min isn't impressed by the chaos, dismissing Hee-woo as a psycho for walking straight into a trap he should have seen coming. The door slides open, and a student rushes in with a frantic report, announcing that Bae Sung-ho has been completely destroyed. Young-min stays composed, only asking for the body count, and the news finally rattles the room. Hee-woo didn't just win a fight, he single-handedly tore through 9 people to get here. Kang Hyun-sung knows that even a school as corrupt as this has its limits. 9 students beaten half to death is a headline no principal can bury, and he decides it's time to move the next phase of his plan into motion immediately. Right on cue, a breathless student bursts into the faculty room with a desperate cry for help. He paints a picture of a slaughterhouse, claiming Hyun-sung has snapped and is systematically breaking second-year seniors until the hallways are covered in blood. The panic is infectious, and the call for police intervention becomes unavoidable. Scattered across the campus, other students begin lighting up the emergency lines, confirming the chaos to the local station. Even the thugs who usually run the school are reduced to sobbing wrecks, begging the police to hurry before the dying actually starts. Back in the shadows, Hyun-sung watches the panic unfold with cold satisfaction. He knows a coordinated story will make any claim of self-defense nearly impossible to prove, but he isn't looking for a quick win. This is a war of attrition, and he's just getting started. A phone vibrates on a desk, the screen lighting up with a call that breaks the silence of the room. A few days ago, the faculty at Cheonil High gathered for a secret meeting to discuss a name most of them didn't even recognize: the Golden Circle. It's a shadow organization that turns school violence into a business model, getting paid to systematically dismantle students' lives. The speaker makes it clear that this isn't just a distant rumor. Park Min-chul's gang, the same one recently involved in a major incident, had direct links to this group. The realization hits the room like a physical blow, leaving the teachers stunned by the idea of an entire industry built on tormenting children. But the speaker isn't looking for sympathy or outrage. He delivers a cold ultimatum. Anyone who even accidentally crosses the Golden Circle will see their teaching career ended in an instant. He slams his hands onto the table, making it clear that they are all complicit now, bound together by the same dangerous secret. As he lists the local names, Park Min-chul, Jung Min-ho, Cho Young-taek, and Kang Chang-suk, the true scale of the network starts to emerge. This isn't just a group of bullies. It's a coordinated cell. The rot at Bright Prospects High runs deeper than a few bad kids, and the list of names tied to the Golden Circle is growing fast. It's not just a handful of delinquents anymore. The network is everywhere, and the threat of exposure has the staff terrified. If the truth breaks out, it won't just be the problematic students going down. The entire school will be destroyed. The faculty sit in heavy silence, paralyzed by the weight of what they're being told. There's only one way forward: a total forced apathy from every adult in the room. The order is clear. No matter what they see or who gets hurt, they have to live as if nothing is happening, maintaining the lie that they don't know anything. The warning is flat and final. Acting like a righteous teacher is a one-way ticket to trouble with the Golden Circle. One of the faculty members tries to find his backbone, stammering that he can't just ignore the violence in his own school, but the speaker shuts him down with a single question. Is he really prepared to stand up against the circle? The silence that follows says everything. Conscience is a luxury none of them can afford. Go Changbum marches through the school hallway, his blood boiling as he curses the teachers for their cowardice and inaction. The adults were supposed to be the ones in charge, but their refusal to call the police makes one thing clear. His mind fixes on a single target: Kim Hyun-sung, promising to tear the boy apart with his own hands. A vibration in his pocket cuts through the rage, pulling his focus to a phone call that stops him mid-stride. He tracks down a lead to the Daesun loan office, opening with a cold demand to know if the man on the other end recognizes him. Pyo Jonum, a sweating loan shark, quickly drops into a sycophantic grin, identifying him as the heavy from Youngjin Construction and wondering what could bring a man like Changbum to such an insignificant office. Go Changbum leans into the shadows of the office, dangling a promise of high-value construction work that sounds too good to be true. Pyo Jonum takes the bait immediately, desperate for any link to a major company like Myungjin Construction and sensing an opportunity he can't afford to pass up. It's a simple trade. Go Changbum wants one specific contract, a name on a page that he believes will be their ticket to the top. Shin Minsuk. But the celebration is cut short when a phone call brings a panicked voice screaming through the receiver. The warning is flat and terrifying. Whoever Go Changbum is hunting is protected by Kim Hyun-sung, a man so dangerous that even touching him is a death sentence for everyone in the room. Go Changbum doesn't leave any room for negotiation, warning the boy that his father's life is on the line if he tries anything. But the reality of the situation is starting to grate on him, especially with Kim Hyun-sung's influence making everything more complicated than it needs to be. Then connects the call and introduces himself with cold formality. The threat he lays out is methodical. He mentions the red stickers of a foreclosure that Youngmin's father has been desperately trying to prevent. Go Changbum lays out the only path to survival for his pawn. Take a beating like a dog, but don't let a single soul witness the humiliation. When Shin Youngmin hesitates, questioning the cowardice of the plan, Changbum shuts him down with a jagged laugh. Morality doesn't win fights, and only the survivor gets to be king. Back at the school, Kang Hee-woo isn't interested in kingship, only in keeping his promises, and he warns his target that he never wastes his breath on empty words. He waits until he sees exactly what he's looking for in the alleyway. Cornering his prey with a thin, dangerous smile, our protagonist lets him know the wait is finally over. The crowd erupts as Shin Youngmin makes his entrance, a reputation for violence trailing him like a shadow. Without a word of greeting, he throws a massive punch straight at our protagonist's head, but the strike misses its mark when Youngmin realizes the boy hasn't even flinched, slipping the blow with a clean pivot while taunting Youngmin about a call he must have received. Before the big man can recover, our MC buries a heavy counterstrike into his side. He finishes the exchange by grabbing a handful of hair and pulling Youngmin's head down, mockingly asking if he should just let the guy win. Kang Hee-woo keeps the rhythm of the fight entirely under his thumb, landing a heavy blow while questioning why his opponent even bothered to charge him. He leans in with a cold ultimatum, giving the bully a simple choice: get on his knees and crawl, or bet his life on a shred of pride. It's a finishing move for the ego, leaving no middle ground. Shin Youngmin snaps, screaming in a blind rage as he loses the last of his composure. For Hee-woo, this desperate lunging attack was always the expected outcome. He knew that without an audience the guy might have shown some restraint, but a rowdy 19-year-old can't maintain rational judgment when people are watching him lose. Hee-woo had already done his homework on Youngmin's amateur fighting videos, and now he's just systematically dismantling a man he's already beaten on paper. While Hee-woo analyzed Shin Youngmin's movements back when he was with Do Chul, he noticed a few fatal flaws in how the man fights. Youngmin screams in a blind rage, but all Hee-woo sees is the first mistake. When he gets excited, he leaves his face completely exposed, and despite his swearing and shocked lunges, Hee-woo has a read on every single move. A precise left counterattack punch lands clean, punishing the habit Youngmin has of lowering his guard mid-exchange. Then comes the second mistake. Whenever Youngmin wants to end a fight, he winds up for one massive blow. Kang Hee-woo sees the opening he's been waiting for and moves to end this now. He lunges forward, catching Shin Youngmin with a strike that folds him where he stands. The air leaves Youngmin's lungs as he hits the pavement, his face contorted in shock. Gasping for breath, he stares up at the boy he thought he could break, only to find Hee-woo looming over him with cold, terrifying dominance. Youngmin begins to plead for his life, his voice shaking as the reality of the situation finally lands. The predator has become the prey. Kang Hee-woo walks through the school hallway, where a visitor waits to check if he's still in one piece. He brushes off the concern to confirm her end of the mission is finished, and though she succeeded, she's more focused on the mess he just made. There were too many witnesses to his fight with Shin Young-min, and breaking the guy's arm in front of everyone is going to be a massive problem. Hee-woo doesn't see it that way, telling her those things only matter if they're actually treated like a problem. His gaze sharpens as he thinks back on the fight. Dealing with trash like Park Min-chul's group taught him something vital about the people in this school, and what he can get away with. The situation is spiraling out of control, and the Daesan teacher can feel the weight of it starting to press down. He's already made his peace with the cruelty of the world, firmly believing that it has never once taken the side of the weak. As he looks at the fallout, he realizes he's too deep to back out now. He can't just be a witness while Kim Hyun-sung makes a mess this big. He leans over the injured Shin Young-min and begins weaving a lie, dictating that the boy's broken arm didn't come from a fight, but from a simple fall down the stairs. It's a calculated threat. If any of the students mention Hyun-sung's name at the hospital, the teacher will dig up every single one of their own past sins. Ruining the monster means risking their own lives, and he's betting they aren't brave enough to take that chance. The gray-haired teacher watching this play out finally snaps, shouting that a real educator should be prioritizing a student's safety over a cover-up. The Daesan teacher doesn't even blink at the moral lecture, instead getting right in the older man's face to remind him of his own hypocrisy. Apparently, the gray-haired teacher was perfectly fine with these methods when they were used to clean up his own messes in the past. He punctuates the point with a rough grab at the man's collar, making it clear that his loyalties haven't changed, and neither should the silence. Our protagonist makes it clear that he isn't like the others, pinning the older teacher down as a reminder that he always follows through on his threats. Elsewhere, a man with a gold tooth sneers at the amateur logic being used against him, asking if his victim even knows the basics of how this business works. For the Golden Circle, school violence isn't just a crime, it's a service. Their entire business model relies on making brutality look natural and keeping their high-paying customers' secrets buried deep. This organization thrives on a perfect success rate, maintaining an iron grip on the social order by turning classrooms into cages. When that silence is threatened, the mask of professional service slips into explosive rage. Jung Chan-soo, the broker running the Seoul region, finally recognizes the problem. Kim Hyun-sung is more than just an easy target fighting back. He's an anomaly. To a man like Chan-soo, Hyun-sung is just a frog at the bottom of a well, struggling to survive while completely unaware of how deep the hole actually goes. A week passes, and the pressure doesn't let up. As the tattooed thug steps out of the hospital, he gets a message that stops him cold, a direct demand to name his employer. He's rattled, not just by the threat, but by the timing. He doesn't even know who he's working for, and yet, whoever sent that text knew the exact moment he'd be discharged. For the first time, the Golden Circle isn't the only one watching. The warning to stop here is ringing in the tattooed man's head, and the more he thinks about it, the more he realizes the threat isn't over. It's a promise of what comes next. Panicked and unsure of his next move, he decides to retreat and head home to clear his head. As he sits on the bus with his arm in a sling, the silence from his superior, Kang Tae-gu, feels worse than an actual punishment. Exhausted by the constant pressure from both Tae-gu and Kim Hyun-sung, he tries to tell himself he'll just sleep it off and deal with the fallout tomorrow. He reaches his door with one prayer on his lips, that he can just slip inside and be alone. But as the door creaks open, the sight of his trashed living room stops him cold. Someone didn't wait for him to get home to send their next message. The moment he walks through the door, Young-taek's father explodes, leaving the boy stunned as he looks around the wreckage of the apartment. His father is a broken mess, weeping as he reminds Young-taek of the one warning he gave him: stay away from Kim Hyun-sung. It's a pivot that shifts the entire world for Young-taek, as his father screams that he finally crossed a line he can't come back from. Everything they had, the roof over their heads, the food in the kitchen, was bought with the kind of service his father did his best to provide. Now, That security is gone, and his father makes it clear that the family is completely ruined because of him. Panic sets in as young Tech tries to stammer out a denial, but his footing slips on a bottle, mirroring the total collapse of his life. The reality of the situation finally hits the man hard, leaving him broken on the floor. Even the sound of his phone ringing is enough to send a fresh wave of panic through him. He's cornered, his arm is in a sling, and the mountain he tried to climb has just collapsed on top of him. Hee-woo stands over him like a judge, watching the man crumble into a mess of apologies and excuses. The thug admits he let his ego get the better of him when he took a contract from the Golden Circle, and now he knows he crossed the line he can never uncross. He's desperate enough to offer Hee-woo anything, even promising to hunt down the employer himself if he only knew who they were. But he insists he was kept in the dark the whole time. With his broker gone and his life in ruin, he grovels at Hee-woo's feet, begging to be used as a servant if it means he gets to walk away from this alive. Kang Hee-woo looks down at the mess he's made, and when the mercenary tries to find a way out, Hee-woo cuts him off with a single question. Why should he bother with mercy? He looms over the man with a cold, hollow gaze that makes it clear forgiveness isn't on the table. The boy had given enough warnings about touching the people around him, and he figures the only reason this thug ignored them was because he thought he could handle the fallout. Terrified and broken, the mercenary tries to blame his own stupidity, but Hee-woo just agrees. Only an idiot would walk straight into a fire. He decides to believe the man doesn't know who hired him, mostly because a low-level mercenary wouldn't be worth the Golden Circle's time or secrets. Seeing the man reduced to begging for his life, our protagonist decides to throw him a bone and offers one final chance. All he has to do is endure for one more month. Kang Hee-woo offers the tattooed thug a single narrow path to forgiveness, if he can show enough sincerity by enduring what's coming for the next month. Terrified and cornered, Young Min asks what exactly he has to endure, but Hee-woo just smiles, leaving the specifics a mystery that the older man will have to discover for himself very soon. By the next day, the cost of his defeat starts to land as Young Min walks through the school cafeteria with his arm in a sling, forced to listen to his own classmates mock his downfall. They whisper about how the former heavyweight of the school got dismantled by a freshman, mocking the same arrogance they used to fear. Young Min can only simmer in silence, realizing that in this world, respect disappears the moment you lose your power. Pulling out a chair in the quiet cafeteria, Young Min can't help but wonder if this humiliation is exactly what he was warned about. He tells himself he can take it. It's just 30 days of keeping his head down before all of this is finally over, but as he plans his next move for when that month is up, he notices something is off. From across the room, Han Myung-hun is staring him down with blatant contempt. It's a complete flip in the social order. A guy Myung-hun would have never looked at twice before is now openly mocking him, wondering out loud if the world finally feels safe enough for a loser like Young Min to crawl back out. Young Min's grip tightens as he tries to self-soothe. He just has to endure. If he stays quiet for 4 weeks, he can graduate and leave this life behind for good. He focuses on his meal, trying to ignore the presence looming over his shoulder, but Myung-hun isn't done yet and decides to dump a drink right over him. Han Myung-hun looms over Shin Young Min, slowly pouring milk over the other boy's head in a deliberate show of dominance. Young Min sits in silence, forced to take it until his temper finally snaps. He starts to curse, but Myung-hun cuts him off with a question about Hanseong, a name that immediately pulls Young Min back to a memory of Kang Hee-woo. The power dynamic has completely shifted. Myung-hun has realized that according to Hyun-sung, he has permission to treat Young Min however he wants. In the middle of class 3 to 5, Kang Hyun-sung stands before his peers with a cold, absolute declaration. He hates Shin Young Min. The peaceful life he wanted was systematically dismantled by Young Min's senseless cruelty, and the only reason Hyun-sung is still standing here today is because he was strong enough to fight back. Now, the debt has come due. Hyun-sung grants the entire room a dark kind of permission, telling them they can do whatever they want to their former bully. Whether they spit in his face or strike him from behind, Hyun-sung guarantees the man won't fight back, leaving the choice of retribution entirely in their hands. For 3 long years, Han Myung-hun's life was a cycle of predictable, boring misery. A single moment of eye contact was all it took for Shin Young-min to mark him, turning the boy into nothing more than a toy, something easily broken and even more easily ignored. As graduation approached, Young-min only leaned further into his casual cruelty, forcing Myung-hun to wonder if the monster in front of him would ever even remember his name or if he'd ever understand the weight of what he'd done. Han Myung-hun has finally reached the point of no return, fully embracing the idea that his tormentor could simply vanish from his mind. For years, he carried the weight of being a victim, and now he needs something, anything, to soothe a heart that's been bruised for far too long. Watching Shin Young-min take the hits, Myung-hun realizes that Hyun-sung was right about the hierarchy shift. It's a moment of pure, manic catharsis as he sees the school's fiercest delinquent reduced to a punching bag, landing a heavy strike that leaves Young-min gasping in shock. Myung-hun doesn't stop at the physical, leaning in to mock the man who used to own his fear by asking if it hurts to be beaten by a loser. He's past the point of logic or restraint. He's simply enjoying the reversal too much to care about the consequences. Around them, the cafeteria goes cold as their classmates realize the rumors were true. The invincible young man really isn't fighting back. With the social order crumbling in real time, Myung-hun lets out a primal roar and prepares to finish what he started. Han Myung-hun isn't just winning. He's settling a debt, relishing the irony as he serves Shin Young-min the exact same humiliation he once endured. He leans in with a cold reminder of how things used to be, leaving the former bully broken over his own tray. But Myung-hun's strike was only the opening bell for a school that's been waiting to turn on its monsters. As another delinquent with his arm in a sling tries to limp through the halls, Kang Hyun-sung cuts him off with a shoulder check and a sharp taunt, leaving the injured student fuming at how quickly the hierarchy is collapsing. He barely has time to process the disrespect before his feet are swept out from under him. He hits the floor hard, surrounded by the laughter of classmates who used to fear him, realizing too late that being a patient doesn't buy you any mercy in a class that's finally finished with its bullies. A stray projectile catches the gray-haired delinquent in the back of the head, and he spins around with a roar, demanding to know who threw it. He's met with a room full of shadowy, laughing classmates who used to fear him. Looking down at the desk, Young-min sees the notes stuck to his back, mocking reminders that his days as the top dog are over since he lost to a freshman. The urge to just kill everyone in the room flashes through his mind. Looking up, he sees the source of his misery watching him from the desk in front. Young-min forces himself to settle down, telling himself he only has to endure this for 1 more month until Hyun-sung finally lets him go. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung studies him with a cold stare, realizing that even beating the school's strongest delinquent didn't give him the clues he needed to find out who's really pulling the strings. Kang Hyun-sung stares at his notes, realizing the trail has gone cold. The broker vanished the second the job was done, leaving him with no direct line back to the employer who started this. He begins sketching out a profile based on what little he knows. The target is a student in his own grade, and they have enough money to hire an outfit as dangerous as the Golden Circle. Even with suspects in mind, the true identity remains out of reach, buried under layers of wealth and influence. He decides to stop pushing. The Golden Circle will eventually resurface, and until then, he needs to stay locked on his immediate objective. Outside in the courtyard, Shin Young-min is curled on the pavement, begging for help while a group of bullies kicks him into the concrete. A pair of teachers walk right past the assault, clearing their throats and looking away as if they see nothing at all. Hyun-sung watches the scene from the window with cold contempt, disgusted by the bullies and the cowards in charge, who allow it to happen. But as he watches them walk away, a thin smile touches his face. The environment is perfect, and his plan is finally ready to move. A message lighting up his screen offers a way out of the nightmare, a new game that promises peace until graduation and an end to the harassment he's endured. And he folds instantly, promising to do whatever is asked of him. On the other side of the screen, Kang Hyun-sung watches the reply land with a satisfied smile. The trap is sprung. Back on the ground, Young-min crushes a cigarette under his shoe, the weight of his own defeat sinking in. He survived, but he just handed his life over to a monster. Standing outside the store, Shin Young-min weighs the lesser of two evils. He knows this move creates a massive vulnerability, but a single month of the alternative sounds like a far worse fate. He pulls up his mask, kills the last of his hesitation, and decides he simply doesn't care about the consequences anymore. Inside, the clerk barely looks up from his phone to give a standard greeting, but his eyes trail off when he sees who just walked in. He tries to pivot to a sale, asking if the man wants cigarettes, but the silent, aggressive approach makes him stumble over his words. Before he can finish the question, Shin's hand is already on him. In one violent motion, he slams the clerk's head down onto the counter. Inside the convenience store, the clerk barely has time to register the shadow across the counter before panic takes over. Shin Young-min doesn't give him a chance to breathe, slamming a fist into his face with a speed that turns the robbery into a one-sided beatdown. The clerk's world tilts as he's hauled up by his shirt. One of them points out that Kim Hyun-sung was supposed to have broken Young-min's arm, but the clerk is certain the hoodie guy was definitely wearing a cast while he was throwing punches. When the gaunt student suggests reporting him to the authorities, the scared thug shuts him down immediately. Shin Young-min stops the group in their tracks, looming over them with a look of pure predatory focus. He calls them his slaves, his eyes narrow and yellowed as he's savoring the control he holds over them in the dark. The thugs shrink back in terror, confused by his sudden appearance, while the convenience store clerk demands to know why he's even hiding the truth about what happened yesterday. Young-min doesn't care about their confusion. He's just following a script written by someone else, explaining that he's only here because Kim Hyun-sung found his weakness. To earn his own forgiveness, he's decided to turn their lives into a living hell for the next month. The scarred thug's voice shakes with a mix of fear and desperate resolution as he admits Kim Hyun-sung has him backed into a corner. He's been given an ultimatum, his own freedom, bought with a month of absolute brutality against his own crew. His friends can only watch in paralyzed silence as the realization of what's coming sinks in. The betrayal is final, and as he apologizes for what he's about to do, he tells them they'll be the ones descending into hell, so he doesn't have to. He lunges forward, driving a fist into the first man's gut with enough force to knock the wind out of him. This is a frantic, unhinged projection of his own trauma, and he screams that this entire nightmare is their fault as he catches the blonde kid with a heavy strike. The group finally snaps out of their shock, and the man in the white tracksuit charges back, throwing a desperate curse as the alley turns into a frantic brawl for survival. Desperate and bleeding, the thug in the white tracksuit screams a final question, wondering what they could have possibly done to deserve this. Shin Young-min doesn't offer an answer, just a terrifying blood-streaked stillness that says more than any lecture. The thug realizes his own strikes didn't even make the man budge, and that's when the real panic sets in. Young-min scoffed at the ignorance of it all, blaming these low-level punks for his own downward spiral. If they had just done their jobs correctly, he wouldn't be reduced to this state of blind, explosive rage. He grabs the man by the hair, forcing him to look at the monster they've helped create, and delivers a brutal knee to the face while screaming his own name as a final bloody reminder of who he is. The Daesun teacher buckles, choking on his own breath as the force of the impact sends him reeling. Shin Young-min stands over him like a judge delivering a final sentence, looking down at the broken man with a cold, hollow triumph. There is no mercy left in him, only a flat, murderous demand for everyone in his way to just stay down and die. He is descending into something ecstatic, a crazed rage that finally feels like freedom, but the moment of victory is cut short when a blade sinks into his own back. Young-min freezes, the shock hitting him before the pain does, as he realizes he isn't the only one in this yard willing to cross the line. The adrenaline finally boils over, and one of the thugs loses himself to the bloodlust, plunging a blade into his own ally. He screams that they're all ruined because of this, projecting his own terror onto the man he just gutted. Shin Young-min sinks to the ground, his face twisted in a look of grim amusement as the shock sets in. He clutches the wound, the hot blood on his hands finally forcing the truth into focus. Looking across the rooftop at the broken bodies of his crew, the shape of the trap finally becomes clear. Kim Hyung-sung didn't just come here to win a fight, he came for mutual destruction. Shin lets out a jagged laugh. Realizing they were already dead the moment this started, Hyung-sung just forced them to choose who was going to suffer the most. The school's hallways are buzzing with the kind of news that stops everything. Shin Young-min has been stabbed. Groups of students huddle in corners, trading rumors about police uncles and suspect lists, convinced the whole thing was a setup. In the cafeteria, our protagonist Hee-woo sits alone, silently listening as the gossip turns to the legal fallout and the weight of juvenile records. The other students can't begin to understand why anyone would cause such a mess, but Hee-woo just keeps his head down, focused on his meal while the chaos ripples out around him. Word starts getting around the cafeteria that something is wrong with the guys Hee-woo took down, because every single one of them pleaded guilty and begged the court to send them to juvenile detention immediately. Apparently, they were so terrified that they just wanted a way out of Dawson at any cost. Meanwhile, Hee-woo's contact confirms that Jung Min-ho's family has seen the writing on the wall, selling off all their properties and fleeing the village. When his contact offers to pull the strings and have Min-ho sent to juvie with the others, Hee-woo tells him to leave the boy alone for now. He has a much slower, more surgical kind of revenge in mind. He wants to give Min-ho enough time to forget his face and start believing that his new school and new city represent a fresh start. He'll wait until the boy finally feels safe before he reaches out and takes it all away, ensuring the eventual despair is absolute. It's a level of ruthlessness that makes even his partner on the phone hope they never end up on opposite sides, especially when Hee-woo orders him to make sure the other four go straight to adult prison the second they get out of detention. Hee-woo isn't just winning a fight, he's making sure they never step foot in society again. He isn't the type to climb a ladder one rung at a time, and he makes it clear he's done playing the faithful employee. He tries to push back, but Hee-woo shuts him down with a single command to stay the course, promising that the real game is about to begin. A few days later, the world shifts exactly as Hee-woo predicted. Real estate prices skyrocket, and construction companies start drowning in exponential profits. Back at the site, the pressure trickles down immediately as the foreman screams for more speed. The demand for results turns the workplace into a frantic scramble, leaving the actual workers exhausted and desperate to keep up with the explodes. A heavy rope snaps without warning on a busy construction site, sending steel beams plunging toward the ground as the crew watches in horror, and Mr. O barely has time to register the warning before the massive beams come crashing down. He's pinned instantly, his hard hat rolling away as his coworkers rush to call for an ambulance, but the foreman forces everyone to drop their phones because he's more worried about a project delay than a human life. When a worker gets mangled on the job, the only question the company asks is how to cover the loss. That day, it took 2 hours for the injured man to reach a hospital, specifically the one affiliated with the company an hour away, rather than the facility just 10 minutes from the site. By the time his son, Oh Jong-yuk, arrived at the reception desk, the corporate machine was already erasing its trail. The foreman didn't offer sympathy. He offered a deal. He blamed Jong-yuk's father for his own accident, claiming the company had suffered financial damage but would graciously waive the compensation. While Jong-hyuk wept by his father's hospital bed, the TV news blared a cruel irony. The construction company's stock was hitting record highs. That was the day Jong-hyuk, a young man in his early 20s, learned exactly how much a human life was worth to the people at the top. It's a memory he can never forget, even as time moves on. Back at another active construction site, a worker named Go Chang-bum yawns as he watches the heavy machinery. To everyone watching, he looks like just another lazy laborer dreaming of drinks and girls, but on a site like this, a bored expression is the perfect cover. High above the site, Go Chang-bum is starting to hit his limit, wondering just how much longer he has to play this role. It's a lot to ask, but he forces himself to lean on the one thing that's held true so far: Kim Hyun-sung. The kid is young, but after everything Chang-bum has seen, He knows Hyun-sung's plans are the only thing that will lead to the future he wants. He can already see it, his own brother, Go Chang-suk, finally brought to his knees and pleading for a mercy he doesn't deserve. That vision is enough to make Changbum crush his cigarette and recommit. He turns to get back to work, but a sudden sound stops him cold. The moment shatters when a worker's voice cuts through the air with a frantic warning. The floor has collapsed. Go Changbum doesn't hesitate, bolting toward the source of the chaos as workers scramble out of his way. He stops dead at the edge of a massive sinkhole, staring down at a twisted mess of rebar and concrete that used to be a stable floor. The worker beside him mutters something about a pouring accident, but the technical details don't matter yet. Changbum cuts him off, demanding to know if anyone was caught in the fall, and the answer is the worst-case scenario. At least 5 or 6 people are down there. His expression shifts to a cold, focused fury as the worker tries to talk about contacting superiors and controlling the site. They're already thinking about the cover-up, worried about keeping the news inside, and Changbum has heard enough. He grabs the guard by the collar, asking if keeping a secret is really more important than the lives buried under that concrete. Go Changbum looks at his hands, haunted by the realization that everything currently unfolding was laid out for him in advance. He recalls Kang Hee-woo's cold instructions. If a disaster happens on site, use the name of the Myunjin Company's eldest son to clean it up. Back in the chaos of the present, Changbum grabs the construction manager and demands he call for emergency rescue, but the man only stammers about public exposure and corporate blame. The worker freezes, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone. Changbum cuts through the hesitation with a direct command, reminding the crew that saving lives has to come before worrying about protocol or fallout. If they have time to argue, they have time to keep calling emergency services. He doesn't care about the risks or the consequences of acting without orders. As far as he's concerned, the only way to get through this is to lean into the madness together. At the scene, the word comes in like a prayer. Everyone is going to make it. There are injuries, but nobody's life is on the line. It should be a moment of relief, but for the construction manager, a different kind of disaster is already unfolding. Internet articles are already hitting the wire, painting the accident in the worst possible light, and as far as the manager is concerned, the damage to the company's image is already done. Changbum doesn't care about the press. He looks at the man who's supposed to be in charge and asks what their next move is, but the manager just stammers, assuming there was some grand strategy in place. There was no plan. Changbum simply called for help because saving lives was the only thing that mattered in the moment, but now the consequences of that moral choice are vibrating in his pocket. It's his father calling, likely the president of the company, and despite the manager's prying, Changbum refuses to answer. He isn't ready to face that storm just yet. The ringing finally stops, giving Changbum a window to act as he frantically scrolls through his recent calls to find the one that matters. He takes off toward the construction site, ignoring the manager's panicked shouts behind him, as he focused entirely on reaching Hyun-sung. Meanwhile, in the cold silence of a corporate office, Go Chang-suk confronts his brother with a single question about his sanity. A massive construction failure has hit the news, and Chang-suk is less concerned with the wreckage than he is with the fact that it wasn't reported to him first. He slams the reports down, evidence of a crumbling apartment complex caused by poor construction. When the topic of human lives comes up, Chang-suk adjusts his glasses and makes his priorities clear. People are important, but the company's bottom line is the only thing that actually moves him. Go Myung-jin tries to shift the weight of the disaster onto the workers, demanding to know if a man like Changbum could even handle the fallout of an unsold building. But Changbum isn't intimidated. He knows that while the executives talk about money, hands-on workers like him are the only ones left to clean up the mess. Sitting in his office, the president demands to know how Changbum intends to take responsibility for the media firestorm. Meanwhile, Bae Sung-ho walks the halls and explains the real leverage they have. The president views construction as a mastercraft. His pride is tied to what he builds. If another safety disaster happens, the man won't be able to stay on the sidelines. Sung-ho's advice is simple. Don't take a single step back and just push through. Back in the office, Go Chang-suk takes the unthinkable, breaking down the entire apartment complex to start over from scratch. The suggestion hits like a physical blow. The president loses his patience, reminding his son that construction isn't just about pride. It's about bank loans and interest that climbs every single day. He lists the spiraling costs of demolition and debt, but Chang-suk doesn't flinch. Because it's only one building, it's the perfect place to make a point. The numbers don't lie. The operating profit is down 200%, a financial crater that even Go Chang-suk can see without a calculator. Looking out over a city where the reputation of every construction firm is currently buried in the dirt, he knows the industry's name is trash. He presses the point to the president, asking what happens if they simply patch the holes and call it a day. But the old man snaps back that the public won't buy in anyway after the news went local. To the president, it's a matter of cutting losses, but Chang-suk isn't looking at the ledger. He's looking at the single thing they can't buy back, the trust they've already shattered. He argues that owning the mistake now, while the first apartment is still a skeleton of steel and concrete, is their only play. It's a long shot for the Myungjin company to regain its footing, and while Go Myungjin scoffs at him for being a wide-eyed idealist, Chang-suk is betting on the long game. The president of Daesan watches his son with a rare look of pride, seeing a man who has finally grown up. Behind his calm exterior, Go Chang-suk reflects on how this moment is playing out differently than in the previous timeline. In that past life, the company head had publicly shamed his own subordinates for hiding the construction failure, but here, the lecture is private and focused on the core of the business. The president is furious, not because of the bad press, but because they failed at the simplest part of the job, pouring the concrete correctly. He makes it clear that the family name means nothing if they forget that houses are built for people to live in, and safety has to come before any other problem. When he calls out to Chang Beom, the young man flinches slightly, expecting another sharp rebuke, but instead, his father admits he was wrong to think his son was living without purpose. Seeing himself in the boy, the president finally feels he can trust him with the legacy. He reminds Chang-suk that while Myungjin is a corporation, it functions as a family business that values the home above all else, and he expects him to keep that standard. The president of Daesan leaves him with a final, chilling promise, a chance to follow in his footsteps. A few days later, that path leads straight to a hospital bed where a worker faces the grim reality of losing both his legs. His wife, Eun-suk, is left picking up the pieces, terrified of what to tell her children, while her brother tries to offer a hollow hope that the construction company will make things right. But the rumors are already circulating. The company isn't paying the bills, let alone offering compensation for a life destroyed. Into this moment of pure desperation, Go Chang-suk arrives, cutting through their grief to demand they get ready to name a price for those two legs. The apology from the Myungjin company arrives with a deep formal bow that fills the hospital cafe. Behind the wheel later that night, Go Myungjin feels the crushing weight of his father's expectations, unsure of how to actually navigate the fallout. His brother, Go Chang-suk, had laid out the strategy with cold precision from a quiet stairwell, categorizing the victims like items on a balance sheet. The tenants could be bought off with loan adjustments and interest payments, but the second group required a different touch. For the workers left broken in hospital beds, Chang-suk's order was simple: do enough to make them feel proud to have ever worn the company name. Back in the cafe, the corporate representatives follow that script to the letter, taking full responsibility for the tragedy. Kim Eun-suk can hardly process the words as the assistant promises to cover every hospital bill, followed by a staggering 500 million won in compensation. They even offer her husband a new role in a department that values his years of field experience, framing the settlement as a reward for his long-term loyalty. The calculated generosity hits home, leaving Eun-suk overwhelmed by a wave of relief she never saw coming. Kim Eun-suk and her brother are overwhelmed with relief, bowing deeply as they offer their thanks for the help they've received. The weight of the hospital crisis finally seems to lift, leaving the family in a moment of genuine gratitude. Outside, Changbum lights a cigarette and calls his assistant over, his expression unreadable as he prepares to settle the rest of the bill. In a world where everyone is just trying to survive, Changbeom tells the principal that it's only natural to work for the rich. Rumors of bribery are already swirling after the way the principal handled Youngmin, but Changbeom paints a picture where none of that matters as long as the man keeps winning and providing for his household. It's a temporary storm that will pass in a few years, making the rewards feel even more earned. The principal is fully on board, but Changbeom is just getting started. He mentions a club called Miracle, revealing he's already paved the way for the principal to go there and indulge without a single worry about the bill. As a final hook, he mentions a gift box waiting on the way out. A box stuffed with enough cash to make the principal's eyes light up. This wasn't just a favor, it was a total takeover, and cursing the absolute agony of it. But his eyes are locked on his phone screen. 5 million won. Just like that. Apparently, his dignity has a price, and he's decided a thrashing is worth the payout. Standing over him in the gym, Kim Hyun-sung drops the leash, promising the kid a scholarship as long as he plays the part of a loyal dog. It's a simple arrangement of treats and duty, but the warning that follows is even simpler. Don't ever try to bite back. Hyun-sung isn't just buying loyalty, he's marking his territory, and he makes it clear that anyone who crosses that line won't just be beaten, they'll be torn to pieces. Bae Sung-ho had always been an opportunist, but even he has to wonder if he's making the right choice, being treated like a dog just for a quick payday. Then he remembers the number, 500, and the internal debate ends before it even really starts. For a guy like him, there aren't many other ways to make that kind of money, and at this point, he's ready to stop thinking and just ride the wave while it's still coming in. His phone rings, and Changbeom's voice comes through with a simple request to meet up for a talk. But Changbeom isn't in a talking mood, slamming a student face first into the concrete to vent a rage he's been holding back for too long. He's done playing the part of the submissive underling, and anyone in his way is about to find out exactly why he was holding back. Changbeom is done pretending, and he makes it clear that the only reason he ever showed restraint was because of a monster like Shin Young-min. Without that shadow hanging over him, the hierarchy has shifted, and he takes the silence in the room as total agreement. He isn't interested in complicated games or lies, so he delivers the new reality in plain terms. Kim Hyun-sung is their god now. Every word Hyun-sung says is law, and anyone who thinks about crossing him in Cheonil High will answer to Changbeom directly. The boy on the ground is a living reminder of what happens when that law is broken, and Changbeom adds a cold promise to break every bone in the body of anyone else who dares to try it. Of course, he isn't just offering pain, he confirms the rumors about rewards for those who serve well, telling them to support their new god with enthusiasm and collect the payout. Rumors are tearing through the hallway that Bae Sung-ho has basically started a cult, treating Hyun-sung like a god just because he lost one fight. Our muscular protagonist in the red shirt isn't buying it, calling the whole situation pathetic and dismissing the idea that anyone would actually get paid just for following orders. But the crowd around the notice board tells a different story. The world stops when he sees the list for himself. It was all true. Seung-ho actually got the scholarship, leaving the kid wondering how Hyun-sung could possibly have ties to a massive company like Myungjin Construction. Even worse is seeing a known cyberbully like Jo Jae-in on the list. Jae-in doesn't even try to hide it, casually admitting he got the payout just by doing what he was told, and he warns the big guy that he'd better start behaving if he knows what's good for him. Things are spiraling out of control at Cheonil High, and for the people running things behind the scenes, it's a disaster. A student named Kim Hyun-sung has completely upended the status quo, and the entire school has gone silent in his wake. In the back of a moving car, an executive lays the blame on his driver, who can do nothing but offer a hollow apology for letting a single high schooler tear their operation apart. The client isn't just angry, he's disgusted. He's already paid out the extra cash for a job that isn't done, and watching his son struggle in school while the golden circle fumbles is making him sick to his stomach. He drops a final threat. If the results don't change, he's going to make sure every big player in the golden line knows this organization has lost its touch. The man in the Hawaiian shirt tries to keep his voice steady, promising that the target, Hyun-sung, will be dropping out of school long before finals even start. He tries to play it cool as the client hangs up, but the pressure is clearly getting to him. This should have been an easy task. He looks over at the passenger seat, checking in with the 17-year-old hitman, Choi Tae-jun. The kid doesn't even blink. To Tae-jun, the outcome is obvious, and his only concern is that the organization holds up their end of the bargain once the job is finished. He isn't here for the business politics. He's here for the prize. Watching Choi Tae-jun walk toward his new life, the driver can't believe things have come to this. The Golden Circle doesn't hire just anyone. They picked Tae-jun for his excellence as a hitman, and now that high-tier talent is being deployed in a school. Inside the office, the principal of Cheonil High keeps his distance. He makes it clear that Tae-jun is an anomaly, a transfer student forced through mid-semester only because the Seoul superintendent personally demanded it. It's a political favor, and the principal is smart enough to poke at the seams, asking how a kid like him even knows someone that high up. Tae-jun doesn't miss a beat, claiming the man is just a friend of his father's. The lie doesn't stick. The principal knows the superintendent is risking his entire career on this illegal transfer. And nobody does that for a simple family friend. The pieces start to click together. The Golden Circle's influence, the forced entry, and the cold look in the boy's eyes. Even if Tae-jun is a mercenary sent to handle business, the principal has no intention of letting a hitman run wild in his city. In the principal's office, the head of Cheonil High makes one thing clear to his new transfer student. This is the most prestigious school in the area. He warns Choi Tae-jun that family connections to the Seoul superintendent won't save him if he breaks the rules, but the boy just offers a thin smirk and a hollow confirmation. He's already bored of the lecture and ready to see the arena he'll be playing in for the next few months. Stepping into classroom 1-5, Tae-jun puts on the mask of a polite transfer student, introducing himself with a practiced smile. He tells the room he just came from Seoul and hopes they can all get along, but his casual posture suggests he's already looking down on everyone in the room. At the back of the class, Park Jin-woo freezes the moment he hears that name. Tae-jun's eyes lock onto him almost immediately, his grin widening as he recognizes the familiar face of a man he didn't expect to see out here. This quiet classroom just became a lot more interesting. Choi Tae-jun spots a familiar face in the hallway, greeting Park Jin-woo with the kind of forced energy that only comes from shared trouble. It has been 6 months since they last met, back when Tae-jun was first making a name for himself in the Golden Circle and looking for useful bodies to fill out his future jobs. He didn't think much of Jin-woo back then, but now he starts digging for information, asking if Jin-woo really is the top dog of this school. Jin-woo scrambles to keep up his image, claiming he runs the place despite it being a regular school, but his tone shifts as he offers a warning. There is one guy Tae-jun needs to avoid, Kim Hyun-sung. According to Jin-woo, Hyun-sung is a dangerous fighter with connections that go deep, making him the real authority in the building. Tae-jun keeps a polite smile on his face while his internal monologue drips with pure contempt. He knows Jin-woo is full of it, but a connection is still a connection, and he's already calculating how to use this man for his own future plans. Choi Tae-jun opens with a thin, predatory smile, offering a fake greeting to the boy he's about to use. The job came with a massive cash premium and a reputation for being difficult, but for Tae-jun, this is a practiced art. He doesn't just need to beat Hyun-sung, he needs to turn the entire school into a living nightmare. It's a level of confidence backed by raw data. In the hierarchy of the Golden Circle test, where S ranks are untouchable and A ranks are the elite, Tae-jun easily secured a B rank as a mere first year. He's already operating at a national level. His plan is methodical. First, crush Hyun-sung physically, then manipulate the upperclassmen into ostracizing the kid until there's nowhere left to run. Tae-jun is already getting impatient with the 6-month timeline, deciding to wrap this up early so he can move on to the next rank. He signals for his new guide to lead the way, ready to scout the rest of the school for his first move. The tour through the school halls ends at Class 1, where Choi Tae-jun finally learns he's found his target. His guide doesn't hide his dread, seeing Kim Hyun-sung sitting right at the front. Hyun-sung is completely focused on his notebook, acting as if the rest of the school doesn't exist. Looking for any excuse to start something, Taejun marches into the classroom and accuses the boy of glaring at him. It's a transparent act, and Hyun-sung doesn't even bother looking up to call it out. He points out the obvious. He hasn't even glanced Taejun's way yet. Taejun laughs it off as a bluff, but he stops when Hyun-sung finally turns to him. The question isn't whether Taejun wants a fight, but whether he's actually ready to handle the consequences of picking one. Before Choi Taejun can even finish his sentence, Kim Hyun-sung ends the conversation with a single brutal strike. The impact sends Taejun flying backward, crashing into the classroom furniture with enough force to scramble his senses. He scrambles back to his feet, spitting out curses as his face burns with rage. But he isn't the only one panicking. The guide in the red shirt drops his head and starts pleading, desperate to distance himself from the mess Taejun just made. He swears he didn't bring him here to cause trouble, insisting the bastard acted entirely on his own. Park Jin-woo is actually having a decent day, mostly because a heavy hitter like Choi Taejun is treating him like an old friend. Getting acknowledged by someone at the top feels good, and Jin-woo is ready to be the perfect host to keep that vibe alive. But the mood dies the second Taejun decides to pick a fight with the wrong person, Kim Hyun-sung. Taejun starts screaming about a shitty gaze, but Jin-woo is the only one in the room who knows exactly how fast this is going to go south. A week ago, Jin-woo was on his knees, begging Hyun-sung to let just one mistake slide. He's seen the monster behind the desk, and he knows that if Taejun keeps pushing, there won't be enough of his friend left to bury. After Bae Sang-ho announced he would follow Kim Hyun-sung, the entire atmosphere at Chonil High shifted. He wasted no time establishing a new order, hunting down anyone who dared to speak ill of Hyun-sung. When a known bully tries to stammer out an excuse, Seong-ho doesn't even wait for the full sentence before ordering his men to take the kid down. Defiance wasn't just discouraged, it was physically removed from the classroom. Surprisingly, the rest of the student body didn't push back against this new brutality. They welcomed it. Under the old regime of Shin Young-min, violent bullying had been a daily routine that everyone just had to survive. Now, Seong-ho has reinvented himself as the school's guard dog. He hands out beatings to the old bullies while telling them to focus on their studies and stop the violence. It's a twisted kind of peace, but for the first time in years, the hallway bullying has actually stopped. Under Seong-ho's absolute rule, Chonil High has finally found its benevolent king. Choi Taejun made the mistake of messing with the man who brought these dark times to the school. And now the outcome is clear. Bae Sang-ho stands as the first line of defense, distancing himself from his former allies with a desperate warning that he has no part in their mess. He feels betrayed by the people he thought he controlled, but our protagonist only finds the irony amusing. He defends Kim Hyun-sung with a brutal punch, reminding Taejun exactly where he stands in the new hierarchy of the classroom. Outraged that anyone would dare touch him, Choi Taejun bellows his name as he throws his weight into the fight. He's fueled by a history of violence, having crushed an entire wrestling club single-handedly before being scouted into the Golden Circle at 17. This isn't just a high school thug, he's a B-rank hitman, and his lethal intent is finally coming out. He moves with overwhelming speed, catching his opponent with a strike that leaves the man gasping. It's over in seconds. Taejun stands over the fallen body, dismissing the man's earlier threats as nothing more than a three-punch knockout. But the victory is cut short when Hee-woo pipes up from the back of the room, mocking the hitman for having so much fun with such a small fight. The situation was funny to watch, but Taejun isn't laughing, deciding to screw the plan and any excuses. The hitman cracks his neck and prepares to beat the boy half to death, but the school bell cuts his threat short before he can even finish the sentence. Choi Taejun isn't finished, dropping a heavy threat as he prepares to back off, but Hee-woo doesn't even look up, dismissing the bully with a flat shrug. Back at his own desk, Taejun is seething, his mind racing through everyone he needs to break once the next bell rings. He tries to play it cool, but the atmosphere in the classroom has shifted, and he can feel the eyes of the students he usually looks down on suddenly drilling into him. The teacher tries to move the day along by calling for group work, but as the desks start sliding together, Taejun realizes he's been completely frozen out. Taejun stands by, boiling with silent rage as the rest of the class openly rejects him for the group project. Even when the teacher points out they're a person short, the students would rather work in a smaller group than be paired with him. As the lunch bell rings and the room clears out, Taejun singles out a student in glasses, demanding he come over. Taejun eyes his next target, a student who looks like the easiest possible mark to use for a public lesson. He's irritated just by the sight of him, and when the kid doesn't move fast enough, Taejun loses the last of his patience and decides to bring the violence to him. But the classroom door swings open, revealing Bae Songho, who demands to know exactly which one of them is the new transfer student. The name Hyun Sung keeps coming up like it's a law of nature, and Taejun can barely believe his ears. It's his first day at Cheonil High, and everyone is acting like this one guy is a god. Seon Hon makes the local rules very clear. In this school, Kim Hyun Sung is untouchable, and he's here to make sure Taejun understands that hierarchy. Taejun realizes the subtle approach isn't going to work here. If he wants to own this place, he's going to have to change his plan and go straight for the top. Choi Taejun starts the conversation with a jab at the school's hierarchy, asking if this scarred enforcer is just another one of Kim Hyun Sung's lackeys. The insult lands perfectly, sending the older student into an immediate foul-mouthed rage at the arrogance of a mere first year. Taejun barely listens, already tired of how messy this whole school system has become, and he decides to clean things up his way. Before the enforcer can finish his threat, a heavy body blow doubles him over, and Taejun doesn't give him a second to breathe as he maintains the pressure. The enforcer rushes back in with a desperate, angry shout, but our protagonist just finds the whole pattern predictable and boring. He plants his feet and winds up a massive counter, catching the older student flush in the jaw with a strike that sends spit and teeth flying. As the enforcer staggers back, dazed and bleeding, Taejun just studies his own fist, wondering if his aim was slightly off. Taejun doesn't give the enforcer a second to breathe, deciding that one more hit is exactly what's needed to close the gap. He grabs the man by the hair, slamming his face straight into a classroom desk with enough force to splinter the wood. As the enforcer collapses, the protagonist stands over the body, his dominance absolute, while the rest of the group watches in shock. Panicked by the brutal display, the gray-haired senior calls for everyone to swarm him all at once. Taejun isn't even surprised, mocking the group for their lack of honor and their complete failure to understand what a fair fight looks like. He welcomes the rush, tearing through the remaining goons as they scream in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him. Desperation finally boils over as the gray-haired senior screams out his defiance. But Choi Taejun doesn't even flinch, mocking the group for thinking a pathetic ambush would actually work. The Golden Circle hitman counters with a brutal strike to the senior's jaw, following up with a heavy cross that sends the man reeling across the classroom. Taejun grabs him by the hair and demands to know if he's the last one left, staring down the remaining seniors as they realize their only choice is to rush him all at once or die trying. Choi Taejun has clearly reached the limit of his patience, holding the senior by the hair as he beckons the rest of the class to try their luck all at once. Even with Bae Songho struggling to find his feet, Taejun isn't impressed, mocking him for staying loyal to a freshman like a dog. But the word loyal hits Seongho like an insult, because a week ago, he'd received a 1,000,000 deposit from Go Chang-beom, a man who would do anything to keep Kim Hyun Sung at the top. For Songho, this isn't about devotion, it's a business transaction. Bae Songho starts doing the math, realizing that taking out the Golden Circle's assassin could mean a payday far beyond anything he's seen before. Even if things go sideways, he's confident his benefactor, Go Chang-beom, will still reward his loyalty with a few scraps. Nearby, Choi Taejun warns the others that their target is a total monster, potentially outclassing anyone they've fought so far. His mind is stuck on the numbers, the sparring fees, the scholarships, The easy pocket money that's already added up to a small fortune in just a few days. The thought of losing that cash flow drives him into a desperate frenzy, and he screams for his crew to tear the target apart. Bae Seung-ho screams for his men to keep pouncing, even if they get trampled like dogs, as long as they rip their target apart. Choi Tae-jun isn't impressed by the desperate surge of 10 students. Despite the numbers, the Golden Circle hitman systematically takes down every single one of them, leaving himself alone in the aftermath to clean the blood from his face. From the very first day, this whole situation has been a headache for him. High schoolers don't usually run into a losing fight like lunatics, and it makes Tae-jun wonder if he's dealing with drug addicts or fanatics. He's starting to realize the problem is much bigger than a few angry students. At this rate, isolating Kim Hyun-sung will be nearly impossible. The kid has turned the entire school into a fortress, and Tae-jun knows there's only one way out. He has to take the bull by the horns. Choi Tae-jun walks into the classroom with a single goal in mind: breaking an arm to give his higher-ups something worth reporting. The enforcer snaps back instantly, shouting a series of curses and demanding to know what's behind that cold stare. Tae-jun doesn't blink. The trap is set, and he's just waiting for the other man to reach for him. Someone bumps into Seung-ho's enforcer, and the guy doesn't take it well, snapping into a rage the second he sees the look on the stranger's face. 10 minutes earlier, that same enforcer was reporting back to his boss, explaining that the transfer student Choi Tae-jun is intentionally targeting Kim Hyun-sung. Bae Seung-ho pieces it together. This wasn't a random move, but a deliberate play by some unknown group to suppress their target by dropping a heavy hitter right into their school. When the boss asks for Hyun-sung's reaction, the scarred delinquent hesitates, clearly unsure of how to relay whatever answer he got. The principal of Bright Prospects sits in his office, weighing a message that feels more like a threat than a directive. Being told to use his own discretion is a dangerous kind of freedom, and as he looks at the empty chair where his boss just sat, the silence starts to take a specific shape. He realizes this isn't just an order to handle a problem, it's a test of his loyalty, a chance to prove he can anticipate what the higher-ups want without being told. The uncertainty vanishes, replaced by a sudden, violent sense of purpose. He storms out of the office and snaps, demanding to know exactly where the new transfer student is hiding. He doesn't wait for an answer before he finds his first target, grabbing Choi Tae-jun by the ear and dragging him into the fallout of a decision he didn't even know was made. Choi Tae-jun tries to twist away, complaining that his grip is too tight, but he isn't going anywhere. Changbum lands a heavy blow that snaps the boy's head back, a sudden and violent lesson for his latest transfer student. Reeling from the strike, Tae-jun demands to know why he's being beaten, only to be mocked for the way he talks to his elders. He spits back a defiant question, challenging Changbum's right to call himself a teacher while he's throwing punches. Tae-jun isn't ready to back down, warning the man that he won't last long in a classroom if he keeps slapping students around like this. He even tries to flip the script, asking if he should be the one to get Changbum kicked out of the school. Changbum ignores the threat, calmly listing off the boy's crimes: the hospitalizations, the bleeding, and the near death of a student named Jinwoo. His voice rises as he recalls the chaos Tae-jun caused in Class 5, where the transfer student allegedly beat his seniors and threatened the entire room. The teacher's patience finally snaps, and he grabs the boy by the head, crushing any remaining resolve. He can't believe the bastard standing in front of him has the nerve to feel no shame after causing so much trouble on his very first day. Tae-jun can only cry out in pain, as Changbum makes it clear that threatening a teacher was the last mistake he'll be making today. Changbum hauls Choi Tae-jun in close, daring him to go crying to his father's powerful friends. The boy can't wrap his head around it. He's got the sole superintendent of education in his pocket, yet this teacher is still coming for him. Changbum cuts through the excuses with a brutal slap, telling the kid he's far from the first arrogant brat to try this. Tae-jun is told to keep talking, but the threat is clear. Nobody is going to believe a word he says. The power dynamic has completely flipped, and Changbum leans into the mockery, asking exactly who Tae-jun thinks is going to take his side. In the faculty room, the other teachers sit in the shadows, their silent, glowing smiles confirming the boy's nightmare. Not a single person in this room will testify to what's happening. Chang Bum looms over him, making it plain that any proof of this beating simply doesn't exist. He starts mapping out a new story for the bruises, attributing each strike to other students, rewriting the boy's reality before he can even leave the room. Chang Bum continues his assault, pinning the blame on Choi Tae-jun, while beating him, reminding the boy of the chaos he caused on his very first day. Meanwhile, the man in the floral shirt speeds down the highway, venting his frustrations over the phone about the mad dogs at Cheonil High. He's completely overwhelmed, claiming that teachers and students alike are acting like they're on drugs and asking how he's supposed to handle a situation this wild on his own. The weight of the failure starts to sink in. If he blows a job in the countryside, his entire reputation and standing within his organization are dead. He simply cannot afford a loss like this. He crosses the city limits into Seoul, promising his contact that he'll handle things personally and urging them to stay cautious until he arrives. Finally reaching his destination, he bows before the silhouettes behind a traditional sliding door and asks for the help he clearly needs. Jo Dong-jin is hitting a wall, and he's come to collect on a favor. Apparently, even using a powerful name wasn't enough to get the administration at Cheonil High to fall in line. And now he needs Moon Chang-ho, the superintendent of education in Seoul, to apply some real pressure. This is how the Golden Line works. It isn't just a hiring agency. It's a parasitic network where members pull and push each other through the ranks, ensuring everyone at the table stays fed. Moon Chang-ho is the poster child for this corruption. Long before the public knew about the redevelopment in Gyeonggi-do, he used his inside ties to buy up thousands of meters of land, hitting a massive tenfold jackpot thanks to a middleman named Jung Chen-so. When Moon finally makes the call to Daesun, the tone is professional, almost friendly, but the weight behind it is unmistakable. He brings up some unfortunate news he heard about the high school, rumors of teachers taking bribes and playing favorites. It's a classic move. He isn't just asking for a favor, he's letting them know he has the dirt required to bury them if they don't cooperate. Superintendent Moon Chang-ho puts on a show of civic concern, claiming he only wants to protect the transparency of Korean education, but the request he drops into the phone is a clear threat. When the person on the other end calls him out for meddling in another city's business, the mask slips instantly. He tries to play the comrade card, acting as if regional borders shouldn't stop him from pointing out problems in Daesun, but his fist is already shaking on the table. The pushback finally snaps his patience. He slams the table in a rage as the caller labels his move exactly what it is: a gross overreach of authority. Across the table, Jo Dong-jin watches the explosion with growing unease, realizing this phone call is turning into a massive blunder. Moon doesn't care about the optics anymore and doubles down, threatening to expose every bit of corruption in Daesun if they don't fall in line. Reeling from the shock, Superintendent Moon Chang-ho realizes his secrets aren't as safe as he thought, but being cornered only makes him more dangerous. He's already made up his mind that if he's going down, he isn't going alone. He issues a final desperate warning. If they keep pushing, he'll start biting back. Meanwhile, Principal Daewon bows deeply in a quiet office, thanking his senior for stepping in. The old man warns him that while Moon Chang-ho has been forced into the shadows for now, he's far from finished. He can't cause trouble openly anymore, but a man with nothing left to lose is at his most dangerous when he's acting behind the scenes. Daewon is visibly anxious, questioning the scale of the fight they've picked with the Golden Circle. He knows if the authorities start digging into the corruption in Daesun, the fallout will swallow them both. His senior remains unbothered, pouring tea with the practiced calm of someone who has long since made peace with his choices. He considers it only natural to side with the people willing to pay for his loyalty. To him, the Seoul superintendent is just a title, whereas the Fortune Myungjin construction is pouring into Cheonil High is real power. He's betting everything on Go Chang-beom, the man set to take over the construction giant and the one truly bankrolling their operation. When Daewon reminds him that exposure means the end of his career, the senior just smiles. He claims his title doesn't matter as long as he can turn the school into a prestigious name. He masks his greed as love for his alma mater, pretending he has no desire for status while he drinks his tea. He tells Daewon to stop worrying and trust in the asset they have working for them in the shadows. Their secret protector is cunning and dangerous enough to ensure their positions remain untouched. Jung Chan-so's voice crackles over the line, warning Choi Tae-jun that things are getting messy. The instruction is simple: keep your head down, ignore the teachers, and if anyone tries to get physical again, just walk away to avoid a formal review. Tae-jun isn't satisfied with just playing defense, asking what happens if the school actually pulls the trigger on an expulsion, but Chan-soo brushes it off. He promises that even if the worst happens, he has the power to pull Tae-jun back to Seoul. Tae-jun hangs up with a heavy sigh, realizing that Chan-soo's big talk about fixing everything instantly was mostly hot air. He's officially caught between a rock and a hard place. If he walks away from this job now, he loses his connection to Chan-soo and the high-end lifestyle that comes with it. The problem is the mission itself. He's supposed to harass Hyun-sung until the kid breaks, keeping up a constant assault to tank his grades, but Hyun-sung's bodyguards are a massive wall he isn't sure he can climb. Still, the payoff for success is total support from the Golden Circle, so he steels himself with a reminder that he's the only one who can actually dig himself out of this hole. After that day, the peace Choi Tae-jun once controlled at Cheon-il High is gone, leaving him to rot in the silence of an empty classroom. He watches from the sidelines during outdoor period, seething as the classmates who used to fear him now play soccer like he doesn't even exist. Even in the hallways, the whispers follow him, a constant reminder that for the first time in his life, he has become the outcast. The rejection only feeds a deeper rot, and he swears to himself that he will finish his mission at any cost. His thumbs fly across his screen as he messages his old crew back in Seoul, already planning to bring in reinforcements to tear through the local social ladder. He's not done yet. He'll win over the surrounding schools and turn his rival into a loner, convinced that a backwater town like Daesun could never actually stop him. Choi Tae-jun sits alone in the cafeteria, picking at a meal that tastes like nothing but garbage. He isn't sure if the isolation is making the food worse or if the place is truly just a dump, but his patience is officially gone. When his phone buzzes with a message from the family, he finally has his excuse to move. He's ready to finish the job and leave this shitty place behind for good. Hyun-sung pulls up a chair without an invitation, catching Tae-jun in the middle of his lunch with a casual question about the taste. Tae-jun's focus snaps from his phone as a surge of irritation hits him. Our protagonist doesn't miss a beat, leaning back with a mocking grin to ask if the cafeteria food is finally meeting his opponent's high standards. The air in the cafeteria thickens as Tae-jun stares him down, weighing the cost of ending the conversation with a single violent strike. Choi Tae-jun white-knuckles his phone, forcing himself to swallow his pride while he waits for backup to arrive. He's trying to stay out of trouble, but Kang Hyun-sung slides into the seat across from him, with a mocking reminder of his recent failures. Hyun-sung knows exactly how the superintendent's little show ended, and he's more than happy to rub it in. Tae-jun snaps, claiming Hyun-sung is only a king inside the school walls, and wouldn't stand a chance on the outside. But Hyun-sung doesn't even let him finish the threat. If he's the king of Cheon-il, then school grounds are exactly where he reigns. Hyun-sung lunges across the table, grabbing the back of Tae-jun's head and slamming his face directly into his lunch tray with enough force to shatter his composure. He hovers over the gasping boy, demanding to know why he's acting so fearless in territory that doesn't belong to him. As Hyun-sung backs off, the rest of the Cheon-il students swarm in like a pack of wolves, pinning Tae-jun down and delivering a brutal reminder of who really owns this cafeteria. Choi Tae-jun is past the point of reason, pinned to the ground and screaming for Kang Hyun-sung to stop hiding behind his lackeys. He's looking for a fair fight, but Hyun-sung just leans in with a cold admission. He's seen how strong Tae-jun is, and he's not interested in playing fair. He mocks Tae-jun's supposed rank as a B-rank hitman, making it clear that if they were on the same level, a fight might actually be on the cards. Since they aren't, Hyun-sung decides it's time to balance the scales. He turns his back, leaving Tae-jun confused and defenseless, and drops a 2-word execution order: crush him. The Cheon-il students finally snap, their frustration boiling over into a coordinated strike. Choi Tae-jun buckles under the weight of the assault, forced into a defensive crawl as the crowd swarms him. While he's pinned to the pavement, Tae-jun tries to find a rhythm in the chaos, figuring that if he can just knock out one of them, he might find a gap to bolt through. His plan dies before it can even start when a hand clamps onto his wrist with crushing force. Kang Yeon-sung drops down right over him, pinning Tae-jun's legs and cutting off his last line of movement. Looking down with a cold smirk, Hyun-sung points out that even he could take a fighter like Tae-jun if the man only had one arm to work with, leaving our MC to realize his situation just went from a beating to a permanent disaster. Choi Tae-jun screams in agony as the reality of his shattered arm sinks in, but Kang Yeon-sung doesn't offer a second of pity, instead ordering his subordinate to get the boy back on his feet. This isn't just a fight anymore, it's an ultimatum. Hyun-sung lays it out with cold precision. Tae-jun can keep working for the Golden Circle and lose his other arm right here, making every future day at the school a living hell. Hyun-sung wants him to report the mission as a success while serving as a double agent to help track down whoever hired him. Tae-jun tries to summon some last shred of bravado, laughing off the idea of betraying his organization, but Hyun-sung has zero interest in a debate and calls on Seung-ho to finish the job. Hyun-sung makes a cold offer, 100 million won to stab a classmate. He's not even rushing the choice. If the first person refuses, he'll just move down the line until someone says yes. He tells Bae Seung-ho that this isn't about murder, promising to call an ambulance afterwards so the target survives with just enough damage to remember it. Standing in the courtyard, Hyun-sung walks them through the math of a normal life, comparing a decade of grueling labor to 3 seconds of work that could change their lives right now. To him, it's just a high school prank that won't even last that long. Choi Tae-jun realizes the walls are closing in when Hyun-sung promises that every witness will lie to the police, knowing that in Dasan, no one would believe the truth even if it were told. Back on the rooftop a few days ago, Oh Jong-hyuk hands over the student records that confirm Kang Hyun-sung's suspicion. The Golden Circle has officially made its move. Hyun-sung scans the file, calculating that while he could likely take down a B-ranker on his own, winning might not be his biggest problem. The enemy is getting bold, even using the superintendent of education to back their latest hitman. It's clear the Golden Circle is getting impatient, and their overconfidence is starting to show in how blatantly they're operating. But there's a trap in winning too early. If this hitman fails, the Circle will finally realize how much of a threat Hyun-sung actually is and escalate to an A or S rank assassin. If that happens now, before he's ready, his entire plan falls apart. He watches his pieces on the board, from Siwoo's loyalty to the ripple effects caused by Jong-hyuk, and sees the gaps in his own armor. In this world of unpredictable players, Hyun-sung realizes that even his most detailed plans are starting to feel like empty frames. Hyun-sung is starting to realize that relying on his knowledge of the past isn't enough, as the small variables he can't predict are becoming genuine risks to his life. Back in the alley, Bae Seung-ho has already weighed the odds and decided which side is more profitable, reminding Hyun-sung of their arrangement before ordering his men to haul Tae-jun up. For Seung-ho, this isn't personal, it's a business transaction, and he's ready to collect on the reward he was promised. Tae-jun's bravado completely evaporates into a panicked scream as he's held in place, and Seung-ho doesn't hesitate for a second before he swings. Tae-jun's nerve breaks the second the steel starts moving, his scream echoing through the alley as he begs to take the deal. The blade stops inches from his chest, held back by a single word from Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung promises Seung-ho a reward for his loyalty before ordering him to back off, and the massive fighter complies without a second thought. Tae-jun's mind is already racing, desperate to find a phone and call for help the moment he's free. But Hyun-sung isn't done. He begins reciting an address, a specific apartment building in the Seongdong area, and finishes with a casual mention of Tae-jun's parents and sister. The world falls out from under Tae-jun as he realizes his family is now part of the math. Hyun-sung just watches him, cold and detached, making it clear he cares about Tae-jun's life even less than the boy feared. Hyun-sung leans in, making sure the promise lands. Anyone who gets in his way is as good as dead. He isn't just threatening a beating, he's promising to follow them until there's nothing left to break. Surrounded and broken, Taejun is given one final choice: die for the Golden Circle or live as Hyun-sung's dog. It's an ultimatum designed to strip away whatever dignity the hitman has left. For Taejun, the realization is a cold weight in his stomach. Every job he handled, every life he ruined for money, it all comes back to this one moment of eerie malice. He joined the circle with big dreams, but standing in this alley, he sees the true cost of his trade. Bowing his head, he finally gives in. He chooses the collar. Hyun-sung takes it as his due, resting a hand on Taejun's head like a master claiming a new pet. Hyun-sung makes it clear that the price for breaking a promise is something nobody wants to pay. He tells Seong-ho to check his bank account after school, promising that the reward for his cooperation is already on its way. Seong-ho gives a short, scarred nod of thanks, but the deal isn't finished yet. Hyun-sung leans in with a final secret order: go find Jo Jae-in and make sure nobody else sees it happen. It doesn't take long for the school's rumor mill to start grinding. Students huddle in classrooms, whispering that the alliance between Hyun-sung and Seong-ho has finally shattered. The word is that Seong-ho has stopped visiting the first-year classrooms entirely, and that he won't even lift a finger if someone insults Hyun-sung to his face. To the rest of the school, it looks like a fallout, exactly how Hyun-sung wants it to look. Inside the director's office, the team leader can't stop stewing over the fact that his younger brother was just promoted to managing director instead of him. His staff isn't making it any easier, openly questioning if he's prepared for their father to hand over the entire chairmanship to the younger sibling. While the smiling executive tries to soothe his ego by pointing out his years of proven service, the team leader clings to his status as the eldest son, convinced his father has to choose birthright over talent in the end. The conversation hits a nerve when the topic of his failing marriage comes up, and he snaps at his team in a burst of frustration. Watching from the side, the freckled executive isn't buying the act. He knows the boss cheated on his wife, and without actual results to show for his time, there's no reason for the family to trust him with the company. Internal Director Kim Chil-jin sips his coffee, his voice thick with a contempt he doesn't bother to hide. He reminds his companion that they only followed the man because he was a useless, arrogant idiot who couldn't even feed himself. But looking at him now, the math doesn't add up. Someone they don't know must be supporting Managing Director Go Chang-byom. The team leader, sensing the walls closing in, presses for more. Kim doesn't hesitate. He drops the bombshell that someone's tip-off exposed the team leader's affair. And since Chang-byom was the only one who gained from it, the transformation is impossible to ignore. A man who used to slack off is suddenly staying on site until dark and handling accidents perfectly. It's too clean. Someone is pulling the strings. In the executive office, the team leader feeds his father's growing suspicion by questioning the sudden change in Chang-byom. For a man who didn't even know the basics of construction yesterday, a move this bold, to bulldoze everything and start over, feels like it was orchestrated by someone else. He's convinced this isn't a coincidence. It's a calculated play, and the only missing piece is whoever is pulling Chang-byom's strings. Kim Chil-jin doesn't care about the details, only the source. He issues a cold final order: find the backer, no matter what methods it takes. They start by putting Chang-byom under a microscope, tracking his every move from a 6 a.m. safety inspection at the construction site to a 2 p.m. lunch with the project manager. Every second of his day is now a recorded file, waiting for him to make a single mistake that reveals his hidden ally. The surveillance photos show Go Chang-byom living a quiet life, sharing a normal dinner with a casual acquaintance at a pork belly restaurant. Back at the corporate office, the team leader erupts in a fit of rage, slamming his desk because the investigation is coming up empty. He needs a lead, something to tie his enemies together, but everything they've found so far is useless. As his team works through the night, they methodically rule out every potential suspect, from high-ranking judges to rival directors who lack the ambition to plot a coup. Just as the room is about to go quiet, the freckled executive notices a red flag buried in the records: a strange pattern in Go Changbyom's cash flow. It's being funneled directly into Cheonil High School to fund everything from scholarships to massive gym renovations, ordering them to clear the board of anyone without real influence. He's staring at the files, trying to connect the dots on who could possibly be backing such an incompetent target. A restricted call interrupts his train of thought, and he's already at his limit with the day's mounting disasters. Whoever is on the other end is about to find out exactly how thin his patience has worn. The peace of the evening shatters when an unknown number pings the young man's phone with a message that shouldn't exist. It's a contact from Go Changbyom using a burner line to report that he's being hunted. For a full week, a stranger with a camera has been tailing him, and Changbyom is starting to crack under the pressure, worried that his associate might be the next target, or that he might be tempted to jump ship. The young man can hear the desperation in the older man's voice. He doesn't offer comfort, only a command for a new phone under a fake ID to keep their trail cold. Later, in the quiet of his office, his team leader presses him for a real endgame once they finally unmask the backer pulling the strings. The young man drops a sugar cube into his coffee and lays it out. A skilled player who can make a managing director out of an underdog is someone worth recruiting. They'll bring him over to their side to finish Changbyom for good, and if he refuses to join, they'll make sure he never plays again. As the stirrer swirls through the dark liquid, the decision is made. Changbyom has to go. Tucked away in a quiet stairwell, the team leader takes the call he's been waiting for, though the voice on the other end is wary. Our protagonist's rival is sharp. He can already tell this man is the shadow behind the recent voice tampering. The team leader doesn't waste time with pleasantries, offering a straight-up recruitment deal to the one man who might be able to help him dismantle his own brother. The resentment has been rotting inside him for years, fueled by a gap in pedigree that he can't get past. In his mind, Changbyom is nothing but a high school grad who barely scraped by. A man who spent his youth in bars while the team leader was building a prestigious resume and gaining real-world experience at Myungjin Constructions. He's spent his life doing everything right, checking every box, and preparing himself for the moment he finally takes control. The question of who's more suitable to lead is settled in his mind. But the young man on the phone challenges his confidence. The team leader doesn't flinch, banking on the cold logic of his father's management style. He knows the chairman only cares about growth, and if he can prove he's the one to drive the company forward, he'll get the seat, even if it means burning his own family to the ground. The team leader smirks into his phone, savoring the fact that his rival's chances at the chairmanship have hit zero. He knows his mysterious caller has already done the math, and when the young man on the other end lays out his terms, the leader doesn't hesitate to promise him the world. Later, he boasts to his inner circle that Go Changbyom's own backer has flipped, revealing that the cost of this corporate betrayal was nothing more than a seat as an internal director. This doesn't sit well with Kim Cheoljin, who warns that handing such power to a stranger is reckless, but the team leader explodes at the suggestion, slamming his desk in a defensive rage. He tells his staff to stop focusing on the details and look at the bigger picture, ignoring Cheoljin's final warning that at a company like Myungjin Construction, those executive seats are a sacred reward for decades of loyalty, not a bargaining chip for a desperate power grab. He leans back and dismisses the older director as a relic of a past that doesn't matter anymore. To him, tradition is just a hurdle, and he's already looking past it toward the day he officially takes over as chairman. He dangles the promise of proper compensation over the room, as if money could settle the tension and buy the silence of men who have spent their lives building the firm. The meeting ends on that hollow note, leaving Cheoljin to exhale a breath of pure exhaustion while the others filter out. Watching the exchange, the freckled executive weighs the man they're all forced to follow. He knows the ugly truth beneath the suit, the verbal abuse, the ego, and the infidelity. The team leader isn't just a bad boss. He's a hollow person who only commands the room because of whose son he is. If it weren't for the family name, no one in this company would give him the time of day. Kim Cheoljin had always told himself he was backing the lesser of two evils, choosing to support Go Changseok simply because the man seemed to care more about the company's future than his brother did. But loyalty based on a bad bet doesn't hold forever, and as the tradition of the firm began to crumble, the cracks became impossible to ignore. He decides he can't let it slide anymore. For the sake of everyone who built this place, he has to take this straight to the chairman. A sudden vibration in his pocket stops him cold, the screen of his phone flashing with a restricted caller ID. When he answers, he's met with a voice that hits him with a pointed question about Chang Seok's recent choices, and Cheol-jin immediately bristles, demanding to know if this is some kind of sick joke. The caller remains unbothered, claiming they have no interest in the board of directors but wanted to ensure Cheol-jin understands the real difference between the two brothers. Cheol-jin can feel the sweat start to bead. Someone knows exactly what he's thinking, and he isn't sure he can afford to believe them. The young man on the phone speaks with the calm confidence of someone who already holds all the cards. He lectures the man on the other end about the legacy of Myungjin Construction, noting that while some companies treat a director's seat like a participation trophy, this firm is different. He leans into the psychological pressure, suggesting that the director should assist Go Chang-byom instead of his current boss. It's a direct invitation to flip sides, though he dresses it up as a partnership rather than a betrayal. He paints a picture of a bright future, one where the director is on the winning team. A few days later, that seed of doubt has clearly taken root. Kim Cheol-jin sits across from Chang Byom in a quiet meeting room, dropping the formal titles as they settle in. Cheol-jin isn't here for small talk, though. He cuts straight to the only question that matters. Who is the backer pulling the strings from the shadows? But director Kim Cheol-jin is a professional, and he knows exactly where the armor is thin. He pivots to nostalgia, bringing up memories of how Myungjin Construction started as a small family project and how Chang Byom would follow his father to the sites when he was barely 4 years old. He paints a picture of a loyal family friend who watched the boy grow up with genuine pride, a man who cared enough to worry when the kid picked up bricks that were too heavy for his little hands. It's a classic setup, and the turn lands with clinical precision. Kim admits he once had high hopes for the boy, but as the company grew, he watched Chang Byom spiral into a life of drinking and trouble while he was the one cleaning up the messes at school. He justifies his shift in loyalty by framing it as a professional disappointment. He doesn't see a future chairman in a delinquent, so why wouldn't he look for a better alternative? Chang Byom can only look at the floor, the shame of his past choices finally catching up to him as he begins to question his own worth. Cheol-jin twists the knife, claiming his ruthless drive is just like Chang Byom's father. A lifetime given to the company that he won't see wasted on a fool who can't even protect himself. It's a brutal reminder that in this world, sentiment is a weakness and only the strong get to keep what they build. But then the tone shifts as Cheol-jin admits he's seen the change in the young man lately, and, surprisingly, he no longer cares who's pulling the strings in the background. As long as the results are there to back it up, he's willing to stop digging into the truth and focus on what actually matters for their future. The lunch rush is hitting the small restaurant hard, with orders for set menus and side dishes flying across the room as new customers crowd the entrance. Hee-woo's grandmother weaves through the tables with a heavy tray, her face lined with the kind of exhaustion that only comes from years of the same routine. When a regular tells her to slow down and take it easy at her age, she just brushes it off with a tired smile, insisting she has to keep working while she can to save up for her grandkids' tuition. A phone begins buzzing in her apron pocket, and though she's clearly annoyed by the distraction in the middle of a hectic shift, she finally reaches back to answer it. The phone rings, and an agent on the other end is looking for Mrs. Baek Young-ok to confirm she won a lottery contract for the Noblesse Apartments. Later that night, Hee-woo watches his grandmother serve dinner, frustrated that she's still working at a restaurant when his scholarship money should be enough to cover her. She just brushes it off, more interested in making sure he eats, but when she mentions they offered her a $6,000 premium just to sell her rights, Hee-woo stops mid-bite. He knows exactly why they're circling. After the recent construction scandal, the brand value for these high-end apartments in Daesan has skyrocketed, making just the lease worth more than the original sale price. Hee-woo sees the vultures circling his grandmother's property and warns her that those lowball offers aren't for her benefit. He knows the game they're playing, but the sheer weight of a 200 million won down payment is more than his grandmother can bear, leaving her apologetic for a burden she can't lift. He's already got the money stashed in a secret account provided by Chang Beom, but he keeps that truth hidden to protect her peace of mind. He has already decided this apartment will be the home they keep, so he plays the part of a confident expert to settle her nerves, promising that the loans are easy and the rest is under control. Seeing him step up like this moves her to tears, but Hiwoo just smiles and tells her to stay healthy. He'll handle the rest of the world himself. A phone buzzing interrupts the evening, prompting Kang Hiwoo to excuse himself from his grandmother to take the call. Elsewhere, Kim Hyunjin stands outside the Daesan City Library, checking the time and realizing it's already 9. He's been studying late, and though he wants to stay longer, the strict schedule of his academy forces him to head home. A group of other students is nearby, laughing and playing games, and for a second, he actually envies them. They have the luxury of having fun without the crushing weight of expectations. He quickly shuts that thought down, scolding himself for losing focus. In his world, there's no room for distraction. He has to succeed at any cost. Hyunjin marches through the night, fueling his walk with a private vow to succeed without the expensive private academy. But the resolve snaps the moment he nearly bowls over his older brother Hyunsung. They settle onto a nearby park bench, where the silence is thick with everything they haven't been saying, starting with the fact that Hyunsung already knows his brother quit. Hyunjin can't look him in the eye, not when he sees the fresh cuts on Hyunsung's hands and the exhaustion written across his face. He knows exactly where the academy money was coming from, and he can't stomach the idea of sitting in a classroom while his brother kills himself at some mystery job to pay for it. In Hyunjin's mind, if only one of them gets a shot at a future, it should be the brother with the better grades, but Hyunsung shuts the argument down with a look that says his mind is already made up. He'll keep working. Hyunjin will keep studying. End of discussion. After 5 years of watching his brother rot in a hospital bed, Hyunjin hit a breaking point. He resolved to join the police force driven by a single promise to find the men who put his brother in that coma and make them pay. But the weight of the world had other plans. Between the crushing hospital bills for his brother and their grandmother, every spare second went to studying for an exam he just couldn't pass. In the end, his loyalty to his family became the anchor that dragged him over a cliff. Hiwoo remembers every detail of that ruin, and he has no intention of letting it repeat. He pulls out his phone to show Hyunjin a message that shouldn't exist. They've won an apartment lot in Daesan's wealthiest district. Hyunjin stares at the screen in total disbelief, stuttering about their lack of money, but Hiwoo just watches him, knowing this is only the first piece to move. Their conversation is cut short by the screeches of tires as a white luxury car pulls up to the curb, and a man with a gold watch leans out to greet Hyunjin like an old friend. Go Chang Beom steps out of his car with an amused smirk, noting that a library is the last place he ever expected to visit. He introduces himself to the younger Kim Hyunjin as the eldest son of a major construction company, and more importantly, the man backing Hyunjin's older brother. He's blunt about his reputation, telling the kid to look him up online if he wants the truth, even if he won't find anything nice. Getting straight to the point, Chang Beom explains that he's setting up a scholarship fund that will cover tuition for both brothers. He tells the boy to stop stressing about the cost and just focus on doing whatever he wants. With the recruitment of the internal director successful, the strategy shifts toward the real estate market in Sangye. Hiwoo's instructions are surgical. Find the right agent, embed themselves into the local scene, and wait for the property to hit the market. A few days later, a wave of shock hits the local high school as news of the latest mock exam results breaks. The hallways are thick with the kind of frantic energy only a perfect score can cause, especially on an exam that was supposed to be impossible. Everyone is asking the same thing. Is Kim Hyunjin really the #1 student in the entire country? The academic upset is massive enough to draw blood, and the reporters are already circling. Hyunjin finds himself cornered by cameras and microphones the moment he steps outside, with every major outlet demanding to know his secret or which private academies are fueling his sudden rise. Taking the microphone, the protagonist leans into the performance, crediting his school teachers and claiming he doesn't use private tutors at all. He knows the Golden Circle's client is likely watching, and he's more than happy to give them the show they want. While Young-chul basks in the reflected glory and shouts his own name to the cameras, the mood shifts away from the bright school grounds to the shadows. In a narrow alleyway, Taejun demands an explanation for the latest set of results, cornering a man who looks visibly shaken. The man, a saboteur embedded near the school, outlines their ongoing deception. He's been feeding false reports to Jung Chanso. According to the lies, Hyunsung and Sung-ho are at each other's throats and barely speaking, exactly the kind of division the Golden Circle wants to hear. Taejun has officially run out of patience with the vague reports he's been getting, and he makes it clear that excuses won't save his reputation. Grabbing his man by the throat, he delivers a final ultimatum: make the client happy before the holidays by any means necessary, whether it takes a broken arm or just causing enough trouble to get results. While later, the saboteur is on the move, checking his shoulder to make sure he wasn't followed to his meeting point. He mutters Taejun's name as he reaches a quiet corner of the construction yard, only to find Kang Hee-woo already waiting for him. The kid doesn't take well to being kept waiting, and the man quickly folds, stammering about his meeting with the broker as he realizes just how little room he has left to negotiate. Hee-woo leans in, his voice dropping as he starts the interrogation. He admits he spent every waking second thinking about why he was suddenly a target for the Golden Circle. He remembers the bruises, the confusion of being singled out, and the silence from every adult who should have helped him. The question that kept him up at night was simpler than the rest. He needs to know exactly who paid to have him taken out. Our MC has played the tape back thousands of times, narrowing down the list to 3 classmates with enough money and enough of a grudge to make the call. First on his list is Yoo Jin-young, a wealthy introvert who was climbing the social ladder until Hee-woo got in her way. Then there's Lee Jin-young, a rich kid who hasn't spoken to Hee-woo since losing a fight to him earlier in the semester. Hee-woo knows the type, a sneaky bastard with a bruised ego and a father with enough land to buy whatever revenge his son wants. There's only one name left on the list. Choi Seona was the perfect candidate for the Golden Circle. Her father's rank and her high standing in the semester made her the exact kind of person the group was built for. Our protagonist had used the others as bait to flush out these 3 names, but after today, the list was officially down to 1. He delivers a cold warning to the defeated Park Min-chul, promising that by tomorrow, his ties to the group will be severed for good. The next day, the tension of the hunt takes a back seat to school life. The teacher tries to hype up the class with a promise of snacks for the winners of soccer and dodgeball. Hee-woo stays sharp and moves into the game, already focused on the next play. Hyunsung powers through the defense, hammering a shot straight into the back of the net. His teammates erupt in cheers, amazed he just carried the ball through the entire opposing line to seal the win. On the sidelines, Choi Seona watches him with growing interest, seriously weighing her friend's casual suggestion to just go ahead and ask him out. In her eyes, there's no question about it. He's impressive. Her friend tries to pull her back to reality, warning her that Hyunsung isn't the same model student he used to be, and that getting involved with him means getting dragged into his new violent reputation. Seona isn't buying it, pointing out that he didn't start those fights. He just finished them. Ignoring the warning, she starts walking toward the field, leaving her friend stunned by how fast she's moving from admiration to action. She approaches the exhausted protagonist with a drink, making her move while the adrenaline from the victory is still high. Hyunsung leads Seona into the school's gym storeroom, a place far too quiet and isolated for her comfort. She tries to calm her nerves by reminding herself he's a good person, but the feeling doesn't stick. His voice cuts through her thoughts, cold and demanding, as he orders her to lock the door behind her. Standing among the equipment, Hyunsung admits he's been dealing with a lot of trouble lately. Seona assumes he's talking about the constant fights he gets dragged into, but his expression says otherwise. There's something the rest of the school hasn't realized yet, and he's about to let her in on the secret. Hyunsung drops the bombshell. The recent attacks weren't random, and someone is pulling the strings. Siona can barely process the claim before he continues. He explains that he set a trap by having his informant Jaejin leak different stories to 3 specific suspects. To the first student, Jaejin whispered that Hyun-sung was broken and ready to transfer, a lie designed to make a true mastermind feel like they'd already won. To the second, he claimed Hyun-sung and his rival were actually allies, a story that would force an enemy to act out of sheer desperation. Siona stammers, sensing the direction this is heading, but Hyun-sung doesn't stop his approach. He reveals the third lie he planted just for her, that he was struggling but still holding on, a prompt meant to make a mastermind push her pawns even harder out of frustration. The trap wasn't just the information, but the shadow he kept on all of them. His hidden spy was watching for the one person who would react to the bait. The air in the room turns cold as Hyun-sung calls Choi Seona out by her full name, finally demanding to know what she thinks of his little game. Seona bursts into the gym storage room, her voice shaking as she calls out for her friend. The answer comes from the doorway as Hyun-sung himself steps into the light, his voice flat as he orders Seona to leave the room. Seona doesn't need to be told twice, scrambling past him in a panic, but as she flees, Hyun-sung's attention remains fixed on the girl still standing in the corner. He reaches for the handle and shuts the door, his eyes locking onto Haeji as he tells her she isn't going anywhere. Hyun-sung lays out his logic. Everything points to Choi Seona being the client, but he knows one specific reason why it can't be her. Haeji trembles, her voice shaking as she admits he's scaring her, but he ignores her plea and asks if she knows why Seona transferred schools in the first place. It turns out, Seona has a tragic history. Her brother was bullied so badly that he ended up doing something horrific. He had Go Chang-byum run a background check to find the truth. No one else knew, and the results confirmed his hunch. He's certain that a family destroyed by bullying would never turn around and use it just to inflate a daughter's grades. Kang Hyun-sung finally has the snake in his grip, and the look on Hyeji's face says she knows the game is over. He leans in close, eyes burning with a cold, terrifying light as he starts to name his price, dropping a low insult that makes her entire world tilt. She breaks, scrambling away in a blind panic and screaming her innocence, but the storage room door won't budge. She's trapped in the dark with a man who has finally seen through every mask she wears. Kang Hyun-sung leans in, his voice dropping into a dangerous crawl as he questions how much she actually knows. Haeji starts to babble, throwing out desperate excuses about police connections and a mysterious group she calls the Golden Circle. But she stops when she sees the look on his face. He smiles, savoring the moment the trap finally snaps shut, because he had never mentioned that name to her. The realization hits her like a physical blow. The lie she was building falls apart in a single second. Then, something in her breaks. The fear turns into a jagged, defensive hate as she spits out that this is actually all his fault. If he hadn't been so cold-hearted, none of this would have ever happened. The memory of how it started flickers back to a few months ago, showing his brother Hee-woo standing in a quiet classroom. Back then, before everything went wrong, she had looked at him and thought he actually seemed like a good guy. For Oh Hae-yeji, Kim Hyun-sung was the definition of a perfect guy. Sweet, athletic, and naturally attractive. The problem was that she wasn't the only one who noticed, and watching other girls constantly hover around him only made her more cautious. Even though she was popular herself, the fear of becoming just another rejected confession kept her from making a move. She decided to play the long game, starting small by testing the waters with simple gifts. She leaned on his academic strengths, asking for help with math just to steal a few more minutes of his time. When their hands accidentally brushed during a lesson, she nearly panicked, but his polite apology only made her more certain. To her, his straightforward attitude wasn't just kindness, it was a green light. Back in the day, Kang Hyun-sung was the kind of guy who didn't really have a type, but when pressed he'd admit he liked cheerful girls, someone a lot like Hyeji. She took those casual words as a promise, spending weeks planning the perfect moment and pouring her feelings into a letter. But the day she actually asked him out ended in a total disaster, giving a girl who had never heard no her first taste of a bad ending. born into wealth and used to getting everything she wanted. That single rejection didn't just hurt, it curdled into a deep, spiteful hostility. Back in the present, Hee-woo listens as the absurdity finally clicks. She hired an entire gang just to settle a high school grudge against his brother. Hyeji is completely unhinged now, screaming about how her life became a living hell while Hyun-sung just kept getting more popular and successful. She never expected things to spiral this far, but in her head, the blame still lies with the boy who gave her a hint of hope and then took it away. Young Hyeji looms over the memory of her past, her face twisted into a wide, unsettling smile as she admits her only goal was to drag others down into her own despair. Back in the gym locker room, she's a different person, weeping and pleading for Hyun-sung to forgive her just this once, promising she'll never cross that line again. But as he stares at her, something breaks, or maybe it finally settles into place. In the face of that kind of pure, focused malice, every ounce of emotion drains out of Hyun-sung, leaving only a cold, empty clarity. He reaches out his hand, his voice dropping into a tone of false, gentle sincerity as he tells her the rejection was never about his feelings. It's exactly what she needs to hear, and Hyeji clings to his hand, sobbing that he should have just been honest so things never would have gone this far. She's desperate to believe they can go back to how they used to be, completely unaware that the boy she's holding on to is already gone. Hee-woo drops the mask, grabbing Hyeji as he promises to dismantle her entire life, her family, her joy, all of it. He strikes her with a heavy blow, telling her she'll never understand this level of hate because the decade of bullying he endured in his previous life hasn't happened yet. In that timeline, he was left a vegetable while his family collapsed around him, and he hasn't forgotten the bystanders who watched it all from the sidelines. He knows people like her never change, so he meets her silence with a cold, blood-spattered conviction. Kang Hee-woo stands over his fallen classmate, his words cutting deeper than any physical blow as he suggests she look for a plastic surgeon, assuming she still has the money to spend on her face. The heavy silence of the gym is broken by the arrival of Bae Sung-ho, who can only stare at the carnage in disbelief. Sung-ho watches the girl lying broken on the floor, questioning if Hee-woo has really sunk low enough to beat a girl. But the protagonist doesn't flinch. He drops the truth with cold precision. She was the one who started this. She was the one who reached out to hire the Golden Circle to begin with. Sung-ho freezes, his moral indignation vanishing as the reality of the girl's betrayal finally lands. Looking down at the girl on the floor, Sung-ho finally pieces it together. She wasn't a victim, she was the one who hired the Golden Circle in the first place. The realization changes everything, and he resolves right then that she has to pay for what she's done. He tries to warn Hee-woo that they're dealing with a different league now, as her father has enough influence in the city to make their lives a living hell. But Hee-woo isn't interested in the politics. Hee-woo's only concern is getting her off the premises. When Hyeji finally makes it home, her father, Oh Chun-sum, nearly loses his mind at the sight of her. He's a man built on prestige and power, and seeing his daughter beaten like this is a direct insult to his name. As his wife demands blood, Chun-sam promises to bury everyone involved, naming every person he intends to throw in prison to satisfy his rage. But as he pulls out his phone, his fury shifts toward the people who were supposed to be handling his business quietly. Because if his identity was exposed during this mess, someone is going to pay for it with more than just a prison sentence. Kim Yun-sung doesn't wait for a greeting before he cuts in, catching Jung Chan-so completely off guard with a direct call to his private line. Standing alone in the warehouse district, the protagonist strips away any pretense of anonymity, exposing Chan-soo as the broker for the Golden Circle. The moment the line connects, Oh Chun-sum explodes into a rage, screaming at the broker for avoiding his calls. Back at his home, the middle-aged man is falling apart as he watches his traumatized son huddle in the living room, demanding to know how the Golden Circle plans to fix the mess they made. Jung Chan-so listens to the verbal assault with a cold, detached expression, letting the man rant about the broken promises of confidentiality and the organization's supposed perfect record. Desperate for a reaction, Chun-sum resorts to threats, asking the broker if he's prepared for the fallout once he starts telling others about this failure. The threat lands with the impacts as Chun-sum's face drains of color, realizing the silence on the other end is a dead end. Chan-soo finally breaks his silence with a single, flat dismissal. They are officially done. Jung Chan-so leans back, a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other as he mocks the very idea of the Golden Circle's perfect record. He plays along with the panic, laughing at the thought of being ruined by a single failure, but the joke ends the second he reveals his insurance. He had been keeping records of every dirty deal they ever made, and now he's handed all of it over to Kang Yeon-sung. Oh, Chun-sum spirals, his face contorting as he screams death threats into the phone, promising to drag the entire organization down with him if he falls. It's a desperate move, and Chan-soo isn't impressed. He smokes in silence for a beat before telling the man to wake up. He didn't betray the circle just to die with a middleman. As far as he's concerned, Chun-sum is on his own now. Chan-soo cuts the line, leaving Chun-sum to rage at a dead signal in his living room until a sudden chime from the door stops him cold. It's late. The world is crashing down around him, and now someone is standing right outside his front door. Deep in the city's underbelly, Jung Chan-so tries to steady his nerves, lighting up a cigarette and trying to wash his hands of the mess his operation has become. But the quiet doesn't last. A call from an unknown number cuts through the silence, and when he answers, the voice on the other end is cold and unmistakable. Kang Hee-woo doesn't waste time with pleasantries, correctly naming Chan-soo as the Golden Circle's sole broker and making it clear that he's the one holding all the cards. The weight of the situation lands like a hammer when Hee-woo casually mentions he's already dealt with the client, Oh Hye-ji, and sent her home. Chan-soo's world starts to unravel as he realizes Hee-woo has compromised the one thing a broker can't afford to lose, the client's anonymity. Panic turns to paranoia as Chan-so wonders if he's been sold out by his own people, a suspicion Hee-woo is more than happy to confirm with a dark, blood-stained smile. Our protagonist stands his ground, bleeding and bruised, as he spells out the cold reality of the situation. By knowing too much, Chan-soo hasn't just failed, he's become a liability to the Golden Circle's survival. The only way for an organization like that to fix a leak is to make everyone involved disappear, ensuring no one ever speaks a word of what happened here today. With a blade held steady against the man's throat, Hee-woo cuts through the panic with a single question. Does he want to live? The terms are simple. Chan-soo needs to report back that the job was a total success, confirming that the target was dealt with perfectly and the client was satisfied. He even demands that Choi Tae-joon be sent back to Seoul, effectively ending that part of the operation. When Chan-soo hesitates, worried about the client's inevitable anger, Hee-woo shuts down the thought immediately. This isn't the time to worry about other people's feelings. It's time to choose a side. Chun-sum can be replaced, but Chan-soo's life is currently on a very short fuse. The message clearly lands, because shortly after, our hero is already walking through the front door of Chun-sum's residence, leaving the old man staring in pure horror at the one person who shouldn't be alive to see him. Kang Hee-woo leans back in the villa, radiating the kind of casual dominance that only comes when you own every secret in the room. Oh Chun-sum tries to sputter a threat, but Hee-woo cuts the bluster off with a single sharp command to sit down and listen. As Chun-sum demands to know why the boy is even here, Hee-woo simply holds up two fingers to signal the start of a very lopsided negotiation. The first choice is revenge. Chun-sum can call the police and let the Golden Circle handle it, but that path ends with every bit of proof Jung Chan-so handed over going public. Hee-woo isn't promising to take down the whole syndicate, just Chun-sum and his partner, with a one-way ticket to prison for the man and juvenile detention for his daughter, Oh Hye-ji. Hee-woo leans in with a cold, clinical look, asking the one question Chun-sum isn't ready for. Once she's out in a few months while her father is still behind bars, what exactly does he think will happen to her then? Standing in the living room, Kang Hee-woo makes the stakes clear. Without her father's protection, Hye-ji is completely vulnerable to him. Oh Chun-sum explodes, shouting a desperate challenge against the threat. But He-woo isn't bothered by the outburst. He calmly reminds his uncle that he has the backing of a monster like Go Chang-beom, and he's more than willing to have the girl maimed and blinded. The psychological pressure is too much, and Hyeji collapses into a physical breakdown, screaming as her mother tries to pull her back to reality. Watching the carnage, He-woo offers a second choice as a way to settle the debt. A blade clatters onto the floor between them, and Chun-sum can only stare at the tool meant for his own daughter. The demand is simple and horrific. Chun-sum must cut his daughter's Achilles' heels with his own hands to ensure she never steps foot in the world again. Chun-sum's wife is losing it, screaming for him to call the police, while the man who just threatened them walks out the door. She watches him leave, frantic for her husband to do something, but Chun-sum doesn't reach for a phone. He stares at the knife on the floor, his mind finally snapping under the weight of the ultimatum. The logic of the monster is starting to make sense to him. His wife screams for him to snap out of it, reminded that the girl cowering in the corner is their daughter. But all Chun-sum sees is the end of his life. Jail, the ruin of his business, and the loss of everything he's built. He convinces himself that if he's gone, there will be no one left to protect her anyway. It's a complete collapse of his humanity. Blaming his wife for spoiling their child, Chun-sum grabs the blade and lunges, sending his daughter into a blind, screaming run for her life. And it doesn't stop with the father. He-woo intends to trap the daughter, Oh Hyeji, by reporting Chun-sum for domestic violence the moment he lashes out, leaving her crippled and penniless. Chan-so is clearly unnerved by the sheer spite of the boy, but he stays pragmatic. He reminds He-woo that while this buys time, a powerful organization like the Golden Circle will eventually come knocking. That's when the boy drops his real play. He wants to plant a Trojan horse. He-woo leans in and calls out the truth Chan-so has been trying to hide. Giving up those materials wasn't a mistake. It was a bet on He-woo's survival because Chan-so already knew he was expendable to the Circle. He-woo has officially stopped playing games. Now, he's dismantling Chan-so's loyalty. Kang He-woo doesn't waste time with pleasantries. Everything comes down to money, and he's offering a direct line to making more of it. Jung Chan-so just scoffs, rubbing his face in disbelief that this kid thinks some construction company's backing is enough to buy him. To Chan-so, being a spy inside his own organization isn't a career move. It's a death sentence. He admits he only joined the Golden Circle to climb to the top of the country, and the only reason he ever cooperated with He-woo before was out of pure fear for what that group could do to him. He finds the idea of acting as a Trojan horse based on trust completely laughable, until He-woo drops a single word: Celestials. The color drains from Chan-so's face as the secret he's been guarding for years is dismantled in a second. He-woo leans back, casually revealing he knows the exact details of Chan-so's next promotion: a 2-year stint managing the absolute top tier of the organization. This is the Golden Line, a vertical society where the peak belongs only to the elite politicians and businessmen who actually run the country. He-woo isn't just asking for a favor, he's showing Chan-so that he already knows the layout of the mountain they're both trying to climb. Within the elite ranks of the Golden Circle, there is a hidden class known simply as the top tier. These high-level members don't just move products, they move people, backed by their own specialized brokers who earn massive rewards for keeping the machinery running. To the outside world, they don't exist, but inside the circle, being a top-tier broker is the ultimate status. Jung Chan-so stares across the table, his mind racing as he tries to figure out how a kid like He-woo even knows about this level of the underworld. If the offer is real, it's a game changer. But the risk is absolute. Betraying the Golden Circle usually ends in a shallow grave, yet the thought of escaping Korea with that kind of wealth is too tempting to ignore. If He-woo's plan actually takes down the organization, Chan-so gets everything he wants with none of the consequences. He takes the bait, demanding to know how He-woo plans to secure him a spot among the elite. Our protagonist keeps the terms simple. Stay quiet for exactly 1 month. He-woo points a finger across the table with total confidence, promising that in 30 days the deal will be done and Chan-so will have his seat at the top. Kang Hee-woo watches the city pass by from his bus seat, already looking years into a future only he remembers. He knows exactly how this scandal ends, with the secrets of the Golden Circle and the top tier finally coming to light, and while his enemies might wonder how he possesses such perfect information, they won't find the answer for a long time. He's playing a game they don't even know started yet. Kim Pan-ho holds the note between two fingers, his voice dripping with the practiced dismissal of a man who's heard it all before. He asks if this kid really had the nerve to send it. Hee-woo doesn't blink. He listens to the politician's scripted performance and sees it for exactly what it is: a load of garbage. Keeping his voice level, he asks for just one chance to be heard, pivoting the conversation before the senator can end it. He isn't there to apologize, he's there to make a deal. It's a bold move against a man who built his entire career on the backs of the powerful. Pan-ho clawed his way into the Senate by trading favors for the children of the elite, and he's used to being the one holding all the cards. But Hee-woo knows something the senator has spent years trying to forget, and that comfortable world is about to be torn wide open. The political landscape shifts overnight as Senator Jang Ho-il of the opposing party launches a sudden, public attack on Kim Pan-ho, exposing deep corruption. For our protagonist, this is the exact moment he's been waiting for, a reversal of fate where Pan-ho will finally need him as much as he once needed the older man. Sitting in Pan-ho's office, he begins to dismantle the logic behind the hit, pointing out that Jang Ho-il had no personal grudge and nothing to gain politically. He drops a bombshell. The attack was likely requested by Senator Yang Ming-gu, the leader of Pan-ho's own party. Pan-ho warns him that he's making a dangerous statement, but the young man doesn't blink, doubling down on his theory. He explains the motive is simple. Yang Ming-gu wanted to nip a rising rival in the bud, but couldn't risk the fallout of attacking his own member directly. Instead, he used Jang Ho-il as a political sniper, knowing that an attack from the opposition would look natural and leave Pan-ho with no clear way to counterattack. Kim Pan-ho studies the young man across from him, weighing whether this insight is just a lucky guess or actual depth. He admits Hee-woo is right, but a theory without a solution is just a waste of his time. Hee-woo doesn't flinch, acknowledging that in a world where the children of the elite always get the best grades, the public is going to gossip regardless of the facts. There is no perfect way to explain away the suspicion, so he proposes the oldest trick in the political playbook. If you can't fight the message, you destroy the messenger. He leans in, revealing that a story is about to break involving international students caught in a drug scandal, with one specific student's identity being kept under wraps. Coincidentally, the son of the powerful Senator Jang Ho-il happens to be studying abroad right now. Pan-ho lets out a hollow laugh, feigning ignorance at the implication, but Hee-woo knows he has him. This news is hitting the cycle soon either way, and if Pan-ho moves first, he can bury his own scandal under the weight of the senator's ruin. Taking down a sniper isn't enough to bury every suspicion, but politics is a game of momentum, and an allegation is hard to rebuild once the foundation is cracked. Our protagonist lays it out plainly. Solving this one crisis secures the senator's career, and he has plenty of other plans ready to roll. A few days later, the trap snaps shut on a different target when news breaks of a massive drug bust involving a senator's son. Kim Pan-ho is left reeling, unable to grasp how a high school student could have known about a scandal that even the boy's own father hadn't uncovered. Hee-woo just sips his tea, calmly crediting his connection to Go Chang-beom, while the senator realizes he isn't dealing with a lucky kid. He's dealing with someone who walked into this room already holding the truth. Senator Kim Pan-ho leans back, unimpressed by the young man standing in his office. He's willing to listen to a plan, but Hee-woo cuts straight to the point. He wants to know if the senator is aiming for the presidency. The question hits a nerve, visibly rattling the older man as Hee-woo dismantles his entire political future. He knows the senator's history, the elite family, the easy path, the perfect resume, and he knows why it won't work. To the public, Pan-ho has too much, and in Hee-woo's previous life, this lack of a struggle was exactly what led to his defeat. Pan-ho scoffs at the idea of giving up, but Hee-woo isn't there to tell him to quit. He's there to rewrite the senator's future. He makes a single, staggering offer. He'll be the one to orchestrate the win. He'll be the kingmaker. Meanwhile, back at school, the atmosphere has shifted. Rumors are already flying through the hallways about Oh Heiji dropping out of the blue, leaving her classmates wondering what could have forced such a sudden disappearance. In the back of a quiet classroom, two students trade rumors about a girl named Oh Heiji, whispering that she was recently taken to the hospital so badly injured she couldn't even walk. Kang Hee-woo listens to the gossip and smiles, mocking his enemy's clumsy attempt to protect the girl by crippling her. Still, he admits that thinking rationally is almost impossible when you're drowned in emotion. He remembers his own previous life, where he stayed trapped in a cycle he couldn't even imagine escaping. With that past behind him, Hee-woo turns his focus to the next phase of his plan, securing the cooperation of Senator Kim Pan-ho. He lays it out plainly. Myungjin Construction will handle the dirty work of funding through money laundering, a simple task for an industry built on hidden ledgers. But money is only the foundation, and he promises the senator a story that will make the public worship him. The offer is simple and dangerous. He will turn Kim Pan-ho into the hero who finally crushes the Golden Circle. Senator Kim Pan-ho can barely wrap his head around the existence of a shadow group like the Golden Circle, but Hee-woo doesn't give him time to doubt, offering to handle all the dirty work himself, while the senator reaps the political rewards of being the hero who shuts them down. It's a pitch for total deniability. Pan-ho just has to decide if he's willing to trust the strategic mind of a 17-year-old boy. Hee-woo isn't just any student, though. He's the hidden architect behind the moves that have the powerful Myungjin Construction family scrambling to find him. Leaving the meeting, Hee-woo sheds his adult persona and heads back to school, already calculating his next move. If the senator refuses the deal, Plan B is simple but brutal. He'll have to eliminate the man who knows his identity and start the search for a new political puppet from scratch. A worst-case scenario where the senator joins forces with his enemies is a risk he'd rather not take, but his internal debate is cut short when a voice calls out to him by his pseudonym. Inside the building, Kim Pan-ho lets out a laugh that doesn't reach his eyes, realizing Hee-woo is exactly who he suspected. He admits the kid's combat skills are impressive for a high schooler, but he wonders if Hee-woo truly understands the scale of the organization he's trying to dismantle. Pan-ho genuinely doesn't get it. Since Hee-woo hasn't been a victim of the Golden Circle himself, he can't see why the boy is so desperate to burn it all down. Hee-woo goes quiet, his voice dropping into a register of cold, suppressed anger as he asks if the man has ever felt truly helpless. He explains that the Golden Circle is a predator that avoids the strong, choosing instead to feast on the weak and the poor who have no way to defend themselves. It's a systemic trap where the victims are forced to endure the abuse because they can't afford to walk away from the only future they have. Hee-woo knows better than anyone that the victims can't look to adults for help, especially when the Golden Circle is pulling the strings and keeping the authorities at a distance. It's a relentless cycle where the beating starts at the school gates and follows the kids home, leaving them trapped and unable to fight back against their tormentors. He's done watching from the sidelines and decides right then to break this cycle of violence, once and for all. Human nature might always lean toward conflict, but he makes a silent vow to destroy the organization that profits from this misery. Chang Beom listens, his interest finally piqued by the sheer audacity of the pitch. He tells the kid to lay out the plan. Our protagonist explains that the Golden Circle survives on its reputation for total secrecy and a perfect track record, so the first step is to break that image. He intends to flip one of their brokers and force a fake report, making it look like the hit on him actually succeeded. If the organization reports a kill they didn't get, they're guilty of deceiving their own powerful clients. He isn't stopping there. For his senior year, he plans to transfer to a high-pressure school in Gangnam while keeping his rank as the top student in the country. Once he's the most visible student in the district, the revelation that the Golden Circle failed to eliminate him would turn into a massive public disaster. He knows a school environment limits how much an outside group can interfere, giving him a fortress to withstand the pressure. Sitting across the table, Kim Pan-ho leans back with a smirk, dismissing the gravity of his political ambitions as a mere whim. He claims there's no deep motivation behind his run for the presidency. He simply knows enough powerful people with the right backgrounds that he figured he might as well take his own shot at the seat. Hyun-sung is focused on getting to the gym, but a classmate intercepts him and insists he take a seat. Her tone shifts as she asks if he was the one who did it, but she quickly offers him an out by promising to keep his secret. She admits she despises people like Hyeji, revealing that she lost her brother because of people who only care about themselves. Hyun-sung isn't moved by the shared trauma and demands to know her point. But she's just getting started. Choi Seona makes a desperate move, offering to help our protagonist, but a girl with high-ranking parents and a hidden, twisted side that could be useful. He decides to test her resolve, asking how far she's actually willing to go. When she claims she'll do anything, he draws a pen and asks if she has the stomach to use it to gouge the eyes out of the men who killed her brother. Her hesitation is the only answer he needs. He hasn't forgotten the price of this life. When he breaks someone else's bones, he's already prepared to have his own shattered in return. He tells her never to contact him again, leaving her behind on the steps. A girl with a weak will has no place on the path he's walking. But even then, he was carrying a weight his friends couldn't see, resolved to face the future alone so they wouldn't have to follow him into the fire. He knew his path was heading somewhere dark, and he intended to make sure his friend Siwo could survive without him. That quiet determination is interrupted when a familiar face appears at the school gates again. A persistent recruiter who refused to take no for an answer. It was Ju Byum-seok, the director of a top-tier intensive academy, making one final desperate pitch for Hyun-sung's time. The sudden flood of attention wasn't an accident. The school's principal, Oh Daewon, had been using Hyun-sung's perfect test scores to bait the media and boost the school's prestige. His plan worked too well, drawing in the most powerful academies in the city with offers of massive monthly scholarships. They weren't just after Hyun-sung either. They were willing to pay for his brother too, as long as they could claim the city's brightest star for their own. Si-woo heads out first, leaving Kang Hyun-sung to deal with the man who just won't take no for an answer. Hyun-sung is clearly losing his patience, reminding the recruiter that he already turned down the academy's offer once. But Ju Byum-seok is a businessman, and he isn't interested in a student. He's looking to buy a reputation. The pitch is simple. Miracle Academy wants to expand into Seoul, and they need Hyun-sung's name to make it happen. He doesn't even have to show up for class. All he has to do is let the rumors fly that he's one of theirs, and if he pulls a perfect score on his exams, they'll hand him 100 million won in cash. It's a massive offer for a high school kid, and for a second, Hyun-sung actually weighs it. Without his obsession with revenge, 100 million won would make for a pretty decent life. But some things aren't for sale, and he turns his back on the money without a second thought. When Byum-seok fumbles for a reason why anyone would walk away from that kind of cash, Hyun-sung just gives him a cold smile. He doesn't owe the man an explanation, just because. The next day, Kim Hyun-sung is approached on the school grounds by an elegant woman who recognizes him immediately. She introduces herself as Lee Miso, the administrator of a high-society parenting group known as the Sky Mom Cafe. Over coffee, she explains that her group is a hub for wealthy parents to swap academic secrets, and Hyun-sung's recent performance has made him the main topic of conversation. She gets straight to the point. She wants him to tutor the children of her members, including her own child. Miso clarifies that she isn't looking for a traditional teacher with a long list of qualifications, but rather someone who can pass on the specific, practical methods Hyun-sung uses to dominate his classes. Lee Miso lays out a deal that sounds too good to be true, a schedule of just 4 classes a month, with a payout of 2 million won per student. She's even willing to host the sessions in Daesan and comply with any other conditions he might have. Kang Hee-woo isn't sold yet. The world of mom cafes is new to him, and he asks for a few days to weigh the offer. Back at his computer, he begins digging into the Daichi Sky Mom forum to see what he's actually getting into. The public posts are underwhelming, mostly filled with routine academy rumors and group buys for nutritional supplements. Hee-woo decides to use a premium ID worth 10 million won to bypass the fluff, finally uncovering a hidden Sky Secret bulletin where the real information is kept. Hee-woo finds exactly what he was looking for. Scouring the forums, he tracks the growing rumors about a top student and the secret tutoring ring allegedly tied to star study. He reaches back into the memories of his past life, recalling the fallout when the Golden Circle finally collapsed. It wasn't the politicians or the general public who tore the system apart. It was the helicopter parents. These were people so obsessed with their children's futures that they'd burn the world down to protect an advantage. They weren't actually outraged by the corruption. They were furious that their own kids had been cheated out of a win. To Hee-woo, that kind of desperation is a force worth harnessing, and he places a call to set his next move in motion under a new name. He steps out into the night, ready to meet the fire he just started. Kang Min-woo can barely contain his irritation. For a rich kid from the city, being forced to travel all the way to a place like Daesan for a lesson is a personal insult, and he isn't about to keep that to himself. He stands in the center of his small clique, dragging their target's name through the dirt. A lowly nobody named Kim Yun-sung, who apparently lives in the boonies and doesn't even have parents. As the group stands in the shadows, his friends trade stories of their own failed attempts to fight their parents on this, but Min-woo is already moving toward a different plan. While the others worry about losing their allowances or having their phones confiscated, Min-woo leans into the manipulation, promising them that if they all skip together, the adults will be forced to cave and find them a new tutor. Besides, in Min-woo's eyes, a top-ranked student is really just another word for a loser nerd. Jung Chan-so is already working the phones, reporting back to his contact that the connection with future investment and securities has finally been established. The caller on the other end maps out the next move, noting that the CEO's child enters high school soon. The perfect opening for Chansu to infiltrate the Golden Circle and climb into the top tier of their operation. As the mission goals land, the directive is clear. Once he's inside, he needs to feed back key information in real time. The caller warns him to be surgical with their targets, making sure to wrap up each job as a success while always giving their clients enough room to breathe. This isn't just about the win, it's about the long game, and the warning that follows is cold. If Chansu slips up even slightly in this role, he's finished. Hee-woo knows that once his spy is inside the Golden Circle, the faces of their victims will become impossible to ignore. He tells himself it shouldn't matter, that his own revenge comes first. But the memories of his brother's broken body and the shadows on that rooftop are still too vivid to leave behind. He can't just walk away from the stories he's seen and heard. Still, he has to set a limit, knowing that pushing any further into their world is a death sentence. He checks the clock, annoyed that his targets are already proving to be late on their very first day. Across town, in a dim karaoke room, a group of students is already killing time. Kang Min-woo scoffs at his friend's choice of music, demanding to know what century the song is even from as the others focus on their mirrors and phones. Hee-woo's target is relaxed, completely unaware that his life is already being weighed. Bae Seung-ho is used to his family name ending fights before they start, and even with a bruised face, he's still trying to hide behind his parents' influence. He threatens that one phone call will end the tutor's career, but Kang Hee-woo doesn't even blink. He dares the boy to make the call and tell them the exact truth, that he skipped his first lesson and got handled like a dog. Driven by a mix of pride and pure desperation, Seung-ho actually dials the number, convinced that his mother will ruin whoever touched him. Bae Min-woo's plan has officially backfired, and he can only listen in terror as his mother screams through the phone. Kang Hee-woo watches with a cold smirk, savoring the sound of his target's world falling apart. Without a word, he takes the phone from the trembling boy's hand and listens to the woman beg for forgiveness on behalf of her son. This is the moment the trap snaps shut. Hee-woo asks if she remembers their agreement, the right to punish. The confirmation is absolute. No matter what he does to Min-woo from here on out, his mother won't interfere. The other parents have signed off on it too. Min-woo's last safety net just vanished. Hee-woo looms over his target with a final brutal ultimatum: pick the tutoring or take the thrashing. Later that night, the city lights do nothing to cool Bae Minwoo's temper as he simmers in the street. He vents to his friend about the hour-long humiliation, complaining about the fuss Hee-woo made for such a short session. Turning to Shin Yumi, Minwoo asks if she has any connections in Daesen he can use, but she sees right through the question, asking if he's already hunting for revenge. Checking his battered face in his phone camera, he realizes he's never been beaten this badly in his entire life, and the sight of the scars only feeds his spite. This was supposed to be his town, his turf, and he vows to make Hee-woo regret ever laying a hand on him. Shin Yumi tracks down a contact who claims to be the boss of Daesan, but Bae Minwoo doesn't care about the risk. He just wants his backup. He's already seething, and the idea of his mother's disapproval doesn't slow him down for a second. He's caused trouble his entire life, and trusts that family ties will clean up this mess too. Yumi puts on her best charming front once the line connects, reintroducing herself and asking for a moment of his time. 2 days later, she's walking through the city with Jinwoo, explaining how the tutoring session went south because of their lateness. Apparently, the target had a workout planned first, and the beating that followed was just the start of the fallout. Despite his massive build, Jinwoo has a chip on his shoulder, dismissing his girlfriend's concern about the target he's picked out. To him, big muscles mean nothing in a real scrap, and he's more than happy to let her feed his ego. They arrive at the gym, where he kicks the door open with a shout that stops everyone in their tracks. The gym instructor is naturally confused, trying to pivot the aggressive entrance into a compliment about his physique, but Jinwoo isn't here to sign up for a membership. He spots his target across the room and drops a cold greeting. Kim Si-woo, mid-workout and dripping with sweat, can't believe his eyes. He knows exactly who this is, and he's definitely not happy to see him. Park Jin-woo lets out a long breath of relief, thankful that at least Kim Si-woo hasn't been beaten up yet, while the girl beside him can't help but notice how good-looking the newcomer is. But the relief is short-lived as Jin-woo connects the dots. If Si-woo is here, then the monster who destroyed him must be close by too. Inside the gym, a sweat-drenched Kim Si-woo stops his workout, looking up with genuine surprise at the last person he expected to see. He asks Hee-woo what he's even doing here, but the conversation turns sharp when the topic of fighting comes up. Hee-woo makes his stance clear. He only hits the people who actually deserve it. The realization hits Jinwoo like a physical blow, and he doesn't wait around for a greeting. He bolts for the exit with his heart hammering, ignoring the girl's confused shouts as he puts as much distance as possible between himself and the gym. Once he's safely out on the street, he finally stops to catch his breath, certain that he just narrowly avoided a complete disaster. But he hasn't escaped quite yet. The girl catches up and grabs his wrist, demanding to know exactly where he thinks he's going in such a hurry. The realization hits Jinwoo like a physical blow when the girl confirms that Hyunsung is her tutor. She's busy complaining that her supposed protector isn't doing his job, but Jinwoo has already seen enough to know he's outmatched. He shuts her down with a threat, warning her to forget he exists and just listen to the tutor if she doesn't want to be ruined, before he retreats into the evening light. Meanwhile, in the suffocating silence of a study room, the atmosphere is just as dangerous. Kang Hee-woo drones on about mathematical roots, while across the table, Bae Min-woo is visibly falling apart. A single sharp command to focus is enough to make the massive student gasp, his face pale and dripping with sweat. Hee-woo doesn't even look up as he taps his pen, reminding Min-woo of the high cost of this tutoring and the certain disaster waiting for him at home if his grades don't improve. Kang Hee-woo doesn't just teach, he dominates, reminding his students that they've been puppets their entire lives, and it's a reality Min-woo and the others are forced to swallow as they sweat through his lessons. Hee-woo dangles a way out. Ace the final, and he'll convince their parents to fire every other tutor and cut his own class to once a week. Meeting at a cafe shortly after, Min-woo's mother is ecstatic, having heard that the entire study group improved while Hee-woo managed a perfect score for himself. He accepts the praise with a professional mask, letting her gush about her gratitude before she makes the real pitch. 10 million won a month for each student, plus bonuses for every jump in their grades. It's more than a tutoring job now. It's a business. Kang Hee-woo makes it clear that while the money is a nice bonus, he's only agreeing to this deal if she follows through on her other promises. Min-woo's mother eagerly accepts, thanking him before he drops a casual question about what her husband does for a living. She seems surprised by the sudden interest, but she maintains her polished upper-class facade. Hee-woo already knows the answer, having realized why a family this wealthy and obsessed with status isn't part of the elite golden circle yet. The husband, Kang Dong-cheol, holds a position that makes him a very powerful and very dangerous piece on the board. As the final bell rings, the school erupts with the news everyone has been waiting for. Winter vacation is finally here. The homeroom teacher wraps up his final lecture with a warning that how they spend these next few weeks could change the course of their lives, and the class dismisses with a shout. Our protagonist, Hee-woo, goes to leave, but his teacher pulls him aside for a private word. It's a heavy, forced kindness that leaves Hee-woo completely bewildered as the man promises to be there for him whenever he needs a hand. Kang Hee-woo leans in with a smirk that says he's already won. The teacher thought he was in control, but Hee-woo has spent his time collecting much more than just grades. He drops the hammer with one sentence. He knows about the man's affair with the English teacher. The teacher's face collapses as the power dynamic in the room permanently flips, and Hee-woo lets the silence sit just long enough to ensure the man knows he is owned. Hee-woo offers a polite, mocking farewell for the school break, leaving the man shaking in his own classroom. Stepping back into his role as a normal student, he brushes past the door just as a classmate calls out for Kim Hyun-sung. As he watches Hyun-sung walk away, Hee-woo's true plan begins to take shape. For now, he'll let them have their peace, but he knows something they don't. Once he finally moves, the path ahead of them is going to be far more painful than they can imagine. Back at the gym, Hee-woo asks for a straight assessment, wanting to know where he and Si-woo truly stand as martial artists. The coach takes a moment to be blunt, explaining that while Si-woo's striking is perfect, his grappling isn't pro-level, making him a solid amateur at best. Hee-woo, however, gets a different verdict. The coach believes he has the judgment and the daring to go pro right now. But even that praise comes with a warning. His high potential is currently capped by his age, and he simply isn't physically mature enough to face opponents in their prime. Training begins at 5 in the morning, a time most people never see, starting with a run through the empty city streets as Kang Hee-woo and Si-woo push through the early morning fog. There is no break, only a hard shift into strength training that leaves Hee-woo's muscles coiled and his body reaching its absolute limit. Physical exertion is only half the battle, though, as they force down 5 meals a day to keep up with the 3-a-day workouts, turning survival into a full-time job. The routine finally catches up to him in a restroom stall, his body rejecting the sheer volume of food and training he's been forcing on it. Looking in the mirror, Kang Hee-woo wonders if he's pushed the limit too far, or if his stomach just can't handle the pace, but the sweat and the aching muscles aren't enough to make him slow down. His hands shake as he grips his own shirt, knowing that if his coach sees this, the intensity will drop. And that's a luxury he can't afford while he's still weaker than a B-ranker like Choi Tae-jun. He visualizes the targets he's already identified: Go Chang-byum, Jung Chan-soo, and Kim Pan-ho. These are the pieces he needs to dismantle the golden circle, and he refuses to let the plan fall apart just because his body is hitting a wall. To keep moving, he reaches for the only fuel he has left, the memory of his brother Hyun-sung lying broken in a hospital bed. The misery of that time, and the weight of the family he lost, is the only thing loud enough to drown out his own exhaustion. Kang Hee-woo had reached the point where life and death stopped mattering. He'd begged for a second chance in his darkest hour, but it wasn't for salvation. It was for a blade. Now his only drive is to dismantle the people who ruined him, and the toll it takes on his body is a secondary concern. In the gym locker room, an assistant watches the fallout of that obsession, begging the coach to intervene before the kid permanently breaks himself. Hee-woo, has gone beyond simple hard work, and the coach knows that trying to pull him back now is a losing battle. Even if it goes against every professional instinct he has, he's letting the boy run until he hits a wall. Something fundamentally changed inside Hee-woo, and whatever it was, it left him with a drive that doesn't understand how to stop. Kang Hee-woo stands in the center of the gym, the results of his training visible in every line of his frame, as he turns to his coach to ask the only question that matters. Exactly how far has he come? Looking over Hee-woo in the center of the gym, the coach notes that while his muscles have developed rapidly, they haven't completely hardened into their final form yet. Even so, the progress is undeniable. The kid is finally at a level where he could actually rival a professional fighter. Hee-woo doesn't just take the compliment, he pushes it, asking his mentor how he'd fare if they were the ones facing off. As they touch gloves inside the cage, the protagonist warns the man not to hold back, receiving a simple, confident nod in return. The test begins immediately, and as Hee-woo snaps into his defensive stance, the coach realizes the boy's reaction speed is even sharper than he expected. The gym coach watches his student's defense and has to admit Hee-woo's focus is impressive, his eyes locked on every shift in the cage. But recognition only goes so far, and the coach decides it's too early for the kid to feel comfortable. He realizes that with Hee-woo's confidence spiking, it's far too easy for him to overestimate his own growth, so a reality check is in order. A heavy blow cracks against the boy's jaw, a deliberate reminder that rushing into a real fight before he's ready would be a death sentence. Hee-woo wipes the blood from his cheek, refusing to let the gap in skill break him. He's already hunting for the next opening. He doesn't care about the odds or the weight of the man in front of him, because for Hee-woo, winning isn't just the goal, it's the only option he's allowing himself. Giving up now would just feel too shitty, and Kang Hee-woo knows it. The coach lunges in with everything he has, but our lead is locked onto the movement, tracking the fist in real time. He finds the opening and lands a clean, heavy strike across the man's jaw. The coach takes the hit, barely flinching as he offers a cold word of praise. He's seen enough to be impressed, but a single lucky shot doesn't win a fight against a professional. Before Hee-woo can even reset his stance, the coach explodes forward, catching him with a blow so fast it's a blur. The world tilts as the impact lands, leaving Hee-woo gasping for air and reeling from the sudden shift in momentum. The coach looks down, acknowledging that Hyun-sung definitely has the talent. But he doesn't stop there. He makes it clear that talent only goes so far. There are levels to this world that the boy simply can't reach yet. Hyun-sung groans, the weight of the gap between them finally landing. Si-woo rushes over, leaning in to check if his friend is even conscious. He tries to soften the blow, telling Hyun-sung that he's not weak, it's just that the coach is a literal monster who earned his champion title for a reason. The man absorbed every single attack and still walked him down. But then, the bruising on Hyun-sung's face shifts into a jagged grin. Si-woo freezes, wondering if the kid finally lost his mind or if the last hit just scrambled his brain. But the laugh only gets louder. Hyun-sung isn't broken. He's just found a new reason to keep going. Kang Hee-woo remembers his first time in the ring, back when he couldn't even manage a single swing against the coach. He still lost today, but there's a difference he can feel. The coach had to get serious to take him down. With a full year left to train, he knows he's only going to get more dangerous. Later that night, the shift in his energy is so sharp that the construction foreman he's meeting actually gets spooked, claiming the kid looks too terrifying to even talk to. The foreman hands over a brown envelope, confirming the house Hee-woo was tracking is finally on the market. He doesn't understand why anyone would want it, considering the neighborhood is a ghost town that makes no sense for a villa or a factory. But Hee-woo isn't looking for a real estate investment. He's setting a trap, and he's ready to use Senator Kim Pan-ho's name to lead Go Chang-beom straight into it. The deal is sealed with a stamp and a promise that this was the right move. But the scale of the plan is far bigger than a simple land flip. A massive industrial park is coming to the area, and this specific lot is positioned to become a vital connection point for a new freeway. The foreman wonders if a small villa complex on 1,000 pyong of land is really worth the effort, but then the realization hits him. Kang Hee-woo remembers this plot from his previous life, where it once sold for 20 times its value at auction. There were plenty of favorable developments that drove the price up, but there was one reason more important than all the rest. Kang Hee-woo lays out the real play. A massive stretch of landlocked land sits right behind their current lot, and while it's worthless on its own, combining the two creates a project worth tens of billions in profit. It's a move that changes everything. He watches the reaction, knowing he just handed over the kind of individual achievement that would cement a man's legacy as chairman. Kang Hee-woo starts by digging for information on the landowner, but his mind is already moving toward the next phase of his ascent. He's been training his body and securing the two things he needs most: wealth and influence, yet even with a perfect setup, he knows he's still short on pure muscle. It's a massive project, but Hee-woo isn't in a rush. He spends the winter months preparing with cold certainty, letting the seasons shift until the spring flowers bloom and March finally arrives, marking the start of his second year. It's time for school to resume. Rumors about the hierarchy at Cheolil High are already shifting as two students huddle in an alley, trading stories about a sophomore named Kim Hyun-sung, who supposedly took down a notorious fighter like Shin Young-min. A freshman named Jang Hyuk-jin scoffs at the gossip, reminding them that Youngmin was a beast in a league of his own. To a guy like Hyuk-jin, the idea of some random sophomore dethroning a legend is nothing more than a shitty story. He's right in the middle of trashing Hyun-sung's reputation when a pair of legs stops right in front of him, and a cold voice orders him to put out his cigarette. Jang Hyuk-jin is in a blind rage, straining against his own friends as they struggle to hold him back from a fight he can't win. They beg him to calm down, desperate to stop him from crossing a line, but the fury dies the moment he looks up at the name tag on the student standing in front of them. Kang Hyun-sung doesn't even have to raise a hand. His presence alone is enough to tilt the world. Hyuk-jin freezes, the sweat beginning to pour as the realization of exactly who he's yelling at finally lands. The bravado is gone in an instant, replaced by a stuttered apology and a promise to do whatever the protagonist wants. Later, standing on a quiet rooftop, Hyun-sung looks out over the city and explains the old rules of the Daesan hierarchy, a simple agreement to stay on your own turf and avoid useless fights. It was a system built for pride, but Hyun-sung has no interest in maintaining the status quo, especially when it comes to thugs like Shin Young-min. He's already finished cleaning up Cheonil High, and now he's planning on expanding that reach until the entire city follows his lead. Shin Young-min stares back in disbelief as the scale of the plan finally lands. Our protagonist isn't just looking to settle a grudge, he's planning to take over every single school in the district within 6 months. Shin warns him that moving this fast will paint a target on their backs, potentially turning them into public enemies. Hyun-sung makes his position clear. He isn't looking for blind followers, he's looking for results, and he's willing to pay 500 for every school they topple. He even adds a bonus for the heavy hitters, offering an extra 100 to whoever takes the lead in each takedown. It's a transaction, plain and simple, and he lets the offer hang there with a smirk, knowing exactly how much that kind of money talks to guys like this. A few days later, the tension inside Cheolil High finally snaps. Jang Hyuk-jin is in a full-blown rage, lashing out at anyone in arm's reach because a single look from the day before rubbed him the wrong way. As he looks down on his terrified classmates, the violence is almost casual, leaving the rest of the room frozen in silence while he dismisses them all as nothing more than an afterthought. Jang Hyuk-jin is riding high on his own momentum, convinced that every freshman in the school will be under his thumb before the day is over. He doesn't even hear the footsteps until a voice cuts through the room, and Kang Hyun-sung steps into the classroom to demand an answer for the violence he just witnessed. Hyuk-jin is too stunned by the intrusion to even process the question, but Hyun-sung doesn't need a verbal confession. He confirms the target for himself and closes the distance with a brutal strike that sends Hyuk-jin crashing into the desks. The classroom bully reels from the impact, but Hyun-sung is already moving again, his eyes locked on his target with cold, single-minded focus. The blow lands with enough force to rattle Hyuk-jin's teeth, leaving him gasping for air as the world tilts. He collapses against the floor, clutching his face in total disbelief at how much power was behind a single slap. At the classroom door, the teacher pops his head in with a cheery shout, but he takes one look at the heavy tension in the room and decides the newsletter can wait for another time. Reduced to a state of shivering terror, Hyokjin can only stare at the legs of the man standing over him and admit he has no idea why this is happening. RMC grabs him by the chin, forcing him to lock eyes while he delivers a cold lecture on the reality of being a bully. He's not here to settle a simple argument. He's here to make sure someone as needlessly violent as Hyokjin finally understands what it feels like to be the prey. Kang Hyun-sung delivers the final strike with cold precision, catching Jang Hyokjin in a blur of motion that leaves the freshman in absolute shock. The aftermath sends a ripple of fear through the room, leaving even the older students like Shin Youngmin sweating as they witness the sheer weight of the protagonist's authority. By the time the dust settles, Hyukjin is a broken mess, and the reality of the situation finally starts to sink in for the rest of the class. Rumors spread instantly through the halls of Chollil High. Hyun-sung's warning wasn't just talk. He actually forbade bullying, and now everyone knows he has the power to enforce it. Word spreads quickly through the halls that Kim Hyun-sung is planning a total cleanup of all the schools in Daesan. The rumor mill is working overtime, with whispers that anyone who steps up to lead the charge will see their bank accounts swell by hundreds. Up on the rooftop, Shin Youngmin lays out the reality of the situation, warning Hyun-sung that a takeover means colliding with over a dozen schools. While half are just thugs posturing for status, the other half are legitimate threats. Among the heavy hitters is Jung Hae-min from ICT High School, a monster who once handed Youngmin a loss in an amateur match. Youngmin presses for a real plan, knowing that picking a fight without a solid justification is a suicide mission that will just force the other schools to gang up on them. Shin Youngmin drops the latest intel. Jung Hae-min isn't just some student at ICT High, he's a mercenary for the Golden Circle. Hae-min is already spreading a dark influence across the district, and at this rate, the corruption of Gangnam will take root in Daesan before they can stop it. Kang Hyun-sung listens, pulling out his phone as he weighs the situation. To him, every scumbag creates a victim, and those victims are exactly what he needs to justify his next move. Inside the staff room of Daesan-jae-jeil High, the air is thick with the kind of silence that only follows a direct accusation. A teacher looms over Sung Dae-hyun, demanding to know if the silver-haired boy really stole from his classmates. The moment the teacher reaches for his phone to call home, Dae-hyun's composure breaks, and he stammers out a pathetic confession. The scale of the theft is staggering, 500,000 won, and the teacher is past the point of reasoning, ordering the boy to return the cash immediately. Dae-hyun can only look away and mutter that he already lost the money. It's a transparent lie that sends the teacher into a predatory stance, towering over the boy's desk as he calls out the absurdity of the situation. Deciding the student is officially hopeless, the man reaches for a rod, demanding Dae-hyun get down for a whipping. In a quiet alley behind the school, the group closes in on their target, mocking him for a crime he didn't commit. The red-haired thug fans a stack of stolen cash, telling Sung Dae-hyun that next time he's broke, he should just beg for help instead of stealing. It's a performance for the rest of the crew, who laugh and smoke while their leader gets creative with the verbal abuse. Dae-hyun stands there, simmering with a rage he can't act on, knowing exactly who actually took that money. The humiliation only scales up as the lead bully kicks at his legs, demanding he strip down right there in the dirt. Dae-hyun breaks, pleading for mercy and promising to be good if they'll just let him keep his dignity. But there is no mercy here. The red-haired thug just smiles, reminding him of a rainy day back in middle school when a terrified boy made a promise to listen to every word he said. Hong-jin is losing patience, leaning in close with a demand that pushes Dae-hyun to the edge. He wants the boy to strip, and when Dae-hyun finally breaks and follows through, the group of bullies is ready with the mockery. Min-chul and the others laugh at the spectacle, pretending to be disgusted by the very humiliation they forced him into. But Hong-jin isn't finished with him yet. grabbing Daehyun by the face to announce that the previous payment wasn't enough. He wants 50 more. Daehyun tries to apologize, stuttering that he simply doesn't have that kind of money, but the admission only triggers Hongjin's temper. The red-haired bully lashes out with a sudden strike, watching with cold indifference as Daehyun collapses into the dirt. To Hongjin, the math is simple. If the kid can't pay his way out, then he has to pay in blood. When the threats turn away from the students and toward Daehyun's mother and her snack store, something inside our protagonist finally snaps. He lets out a roar that halts everything, calling the red-haired thug exactly what he is. The group stops dead in the alleyway, the insult hanging heavy in the air as the thugs slowly turn to find the source. Hongjin looms over the terrified Daehyun, demanding to know if he was really the one who just spoke up. Backtracking immediately, Daehyun stammers that it was just a mistake, but Hongjin isn't the type to let an apology fix the bill. He begins a lecture about how hard the world is, but he never gets to finish his sentence before Hyunsung catches him midair with a massive flying kick. The rest of the crew scrambles back in shock, demanding to know who this outsider is and why he's interfering in their business. But our protagonist only looks back with a cold, hollow stare. Hyunjin huddles under his blanket, trembling as he tries to make sense of how his life fell apart so completely. His face is a mess of bruises and tears, the physical evidence of a reality he can't escape. A dark thought flashes through his mind, a desperate urge to pick up a knife and end his tormentor, but he crushes the impulse as quickly as it came. He's never fought anyone in his life, and a part of him is certain he never could. To him, this isn't just a bad situation. It's a living hell that has him pinned to his bed in fear. Suddenly, his phone buzzes against the mattress, and he reaches out a shaky hand to check the notification. In a corner of the internet, a message promised what the law couldn't: a way to fight back by naming your bullies and exposing the truth. It was a simple offer with a heavy promise, one that Kang Yun-sung, broken and desperate, finally reached out to grab. Back in his school days, the weight of being targeted had been a constant pressure. When a friend asks if he actually went through with the email, Hyun-sung can hardly believe the lifeline was real. His friend paces the playground, venting about how cruel the world is to anyone it considers weak. Chang Beom lays it out plain. The cycle of abuse is a trap where victims are scarred for years, while the people who hurt them never feel a shred of remorse. It's a rigged game, because staying quiet only invites more pain, and striking back often backfires, turning the victim into a criminal in the eyes of the law, while the original attackers walk free. This exhausting reality is exactly why he runs his platform, and why he's finally ready to offer a deal. The next day at JL High, a third year named An Hongryol storms into the classroom, shouting for Sung Daehyun. Hongjin's younger brother is right behind him, pointing the finger with a vengeful grin. Apparently, the kid didn't take his last beating quietly, and he's brought muscle to remind Daehyun exactly whose brother he messed with. Hongryol looms over the desk, but the protagonist doesn't even look up, meeting the threat with a cold, professional detachment. Infuriated by the silence, Hongryol snaps and throws a heavy slap, demanding an answer. An Hongryol storms into the classroom, grabbing Daehyun by the hair and demanding to know why a piece of trash like him thinks he has friends. He's out for blood after finding out his younger brother was beaten, and he has no intention of letting the culprit walk away. But Daehyun doesn't flinch. Instead, he hands over a phone and tells the man to call the number if he wants to talk to the person responsible. Hongryol snatches the phone and starts barking threats the second the line connects, but the voice on the other side is chillingly composed. It's Kang Hee-woo, and he isn't interested in Hongryol's posturing. He tells him to get his facts straight, explaining that the younger brother started this fight, and Hee-woo simply finished it. As the room goes quiet, Hee-woo begins listing the younger brother's sins: 4 years of brutal bullying, extortion, and public humiliation against Daehyun. Hee-woo isn't just defending a friend, he's settling a debt that's been piling up since middle school. It's a final test of character, but after hearing the details, Hongryol chooses to double down on his brother's side. He doesn't care who gets hurt as long as his family is the one having fun, and he demands a name and a school so he can finish Hiwoo for good. Surprisingly, our protagonist doesn't hesitate to give them exactly what they want, identifying himself as Kim Hyun-sung from Cheonil High. He's luring them into a confrontation on his terms, and right on cue, the heavy hitters from Jail High arrive to settle the score. Led by Bae Song-ho, the group marches forward with enough numbers to crush any normal student. Hongryul tries to play it cool, warning that a fight here would trigger a full-scale war between their schools. But Kang Yeon-sung sees right through the bluff. He knows the older boy has already done his homework and realized exactly who he's dealing with. When Hyun-sung rejects the offer of a mutual apology and calls out Hongryul's attempt to save face, the tough act starts to crumble. A silent, heavy pressure settles between them, and the reality of the situation finally sinks in for the leader of Jail High. To the shock of his younger brother, Hongryul suddenly folds, ordering Hongjin to step forward and apologize. Humiliated and left without his brother's protection, the bully can only stand there and take it as the hierarchy of the schoolyard resets in an instant. An Hongjin stands in the courtyard, his head bowed in a forced quiet apology that Sung Dae-hyun refuses to accept. Dae-hyun watches him with a chillingly calm expression, revealing that the protagonist, Hyun-sung, actually gave him two choices for how to handle this moment. The first path was simple: take the apology, get a promise of peace, and walk away. It was the safe choice for a kid who just wanted his life back. But the second path was revenge, a chance to pay back every moment of suffering with interest. Hyun-sung warned him it wouldn't end the cycle, but it would feel great. Dae-hyun's question hangs in the air for only a second before his fist provides the answer. Dae-hyun makes his choice clear, spitting a final insult as he fully commits to the path of revenge. His target, An Hongjin, is left reeling from the impact of a brutal blow. Watching his brother go down, An Hongryul explodes in a stuttering rage, calling for an all-out war and ordering the students of Jail High to swarm the rooftop. But the massive Bae Sung-ho is already at work, starting a cold, clinical count with his first strike. He systematically dismantles the crowd, dropping one student after another with professional efficiency. To him, this isn't just a fight. It's a payday. With the promise of 500 for every school crushed, he means to take every cent of that bonus for himself. Enraged and desperate, the dark-haired student lunges forward with a scream, but Bae Sung-ho counters with clinical precision, mocking the boy as he drives him into the ground. Sung-ho isn't just fighting for the sake of the win. He's treating this brawl as a final exam to prove he's still a valuable asset for Hyun-sung's future plans. A flash of fanatical loyalty takes over. He's decided he will be the one standing by Hyun-sung's side when the dust finally settles. But the red-haired thug leading the charge has seen enough. He can't wrap his head around how these outsiders have the nerve to pull this stunt on his turf. He surveys the chaos and zeroes in on Kang Hiwoo, who stands in the middle of the brawl looking completely detached. He figures the math is simple. They still have more people, and if he can just take out the leader, the rest of the group will fold. He puts everything into a desperate sprint, convinced that one clean blow will end the game right here. His momentum doesn't just stop, it shatters as a fist buries itself into the center of his face. Kang Hiwoo ends the fight with a brutal final strike, sending An Hongryul reeling as the impact shatters whatever was left of his defense. Despite being bloodied and broken on the ground, Hongryul spits out a final threat, demanding Hiwoo's name while the rest of the Jail High students watch in total shock. He dictates the terms of their silence with cold precision. As far as the world is concerned, this was just an internal scuffle between Jail High students, and anyone who says otherwise is choosing a path much worse than expulsion. Hiwoo grabs the boy's jaw, forcing him to acknowledge the deal as the once-feared bully finally breaks. Kang Hiwoo leans in with a grin that doesn't reach his eyes, taunting his victim for staying silent. He jams a thumb deep into An Hongryul's mouth, demanding an answer while the larger boy can only choke out a muffled cry of pain. Watching from the side, Hongryul's younger brother and his crew are paralyzed, forced to listen to the sound of his brother's jaw giving way. As the hallway erupts in chaos, An Hong-jin is desperate to put distance between himself and the scene, leaving Song Tae-hyun completely stunned by the sudden shift. While Hong Ryul seethes in pain and Hee-woo watches with a manic grin, Dae-hyun starts to offer an apology out of habit, only for Hong-jin to frantically cut him off and take the blame himself. It's a surreal sight. The same bullies who made his life miserable are now tripping over each other to escape, and as they sprint away, Dae-hyun can hardly process the fact that they're actually apologizing to him. Standing alone in the quiet hallway, the realization finally lands. The world hasn't just shifted, it has completely changed. The figure in the shadows makes it clear he isn't just guessing, he's had an informer digging into every dark corner of Mo Young-ho's life. He starts listing the highlights, from the casual violence and bullying to the actual crimes like theft and extortion, mocking the delinquent for having such a colorful record. Mo Young-ho's jaw tightens as his history is thrown back in his face, the arrogance finally starting to crack under the weight of someone who knows exactly who he is. A single snap of the fingers is all the warning they get before the desperation kicks in, Mo Young-ho and his crew charging forward with a scream. Our protagonist just watches them come, noting how perfectly they're playing into their own trashy reputations. It doesn't take long for the momentum to shift, leaving the delinquents on their knees in the grass with their hands raised in submission. This wasn't just a fight. It was a content play, and as Song Dae-hyun's social media post explodes in views, the fallout reaches even the heavy hitters like Lee Gi-cheol. The cleanup continues across the city with Yang Jun-yuk, as every public post translates into a fresh wave of whistleblower emails hitting the inbox. Back on the ground, Dae-hyun stares down at another beaten student, asking with cold indifference if the reality of the situation has finally started to hurt. Sung Dae-hyun levels a cold accusation at the bully on the ground, listing every cigarette burn and every stolen bit of cash the kid had enjoyed taking from his victims. This isn't just a fight. It's an audit of every cruel thing the boy has done to others. Standing over him, Yang Jun-yuk delivers the final verdict, promising that a normal life is officially off the table for scum like him. These guys are making sure the consequences finally stick. Over at Daesun High, the ripple effect of the recent violence is already starting to reach the local power players. In a quiet corner of the school, an underling kicks a student while asking Jung Hae-min what they should do about Kim Hyun-sung. He's counting a thick stack of extorted cash, worried that the way Hyun-sung is moving, their own operation might be next on the list. Hae-min lounges back, more annoyed than worried, wondering why these outsiders are stirring up trouble in his territory instead of sticking to their own school. He isn't the type to just sit back and watch his business get interrupted, so he orders his man to call in Hong Ryul. It seems the circle of people wanting a piece of Hyun-sung is only getting larger. Sitting in the shade of the bleachers, Jung Hae-min weighs the news. Apparently, the target is taking requests online and playing the victim to secure the moral high ground. He doesn't hold back his contempt, mocking Hong Ryul for suffering so much at the hands of someone he should have handled. Hong Ryul can't even look at him, still shaking from a defeat that felt less like a fight and more like being hunted by someone who doesn't care who gets in his way. Hearing that the new threat doesn't discriminate between victims, Hae-min decides a proactive strike is the only play. His plan is simple and cynical. Have Hong Ryul report the bullying to a teacher and spread the word of the beating far and wide to use the school's administration as a weapon. But Hong Ryul hesitates, trying to explain that the situation isn't that simple, only for Hae-min to lose his patience and grab him. To Hae-min, if the other guy is scary enough to cause hesitation, then he needs to remind Hong Ryul who's standing right in front of him. He's done playing games, especially after seeing reports that Hong Ryul was the one who reached out to another school to hire professional violence in the first place. In the cold quiet of the conference room, the teacher from Cheonil High lays out the verdict. Kim Hyun-sung will be punished. He acknowledges the years of bullying Dae-hyun suffered, but in his eyes, bringing in a student from another school to settle the score is a line that can't be crossed. He leans in, calling the brutal assault something out of a gangster movie before demanding Dae-hyun explain himself. Dae-hyun doesn't flinch. Instead, he maintains his story that Hyun-sung has absolutely nothing to do with the incident. He stares back, the weight of 4 years of constant torment finally surfacing as he argues that after all that time, someone finally helped him get a single moment of revenge. The teacher snaps, asking if he truly thinks his actions were right, but Daehyun just offers a cold smirk and reminds him that the whole scenario was purely hypothetical. Regardless of the theory, his final word remains the same. Hyunsung is innocent. The teacher from Cheonil High finishes his explanation with a hard edge, leaving no room for argument. Elsewhere, a group of Daesan High seniors gathers in a tense huddle where Jung Hae-min is already driving the conversation toward a specific target. He warns the group that Kim Hyun-sung is systematically moving through the schools to establish a new order, using the promise of retaliation against bullies to silence anyone who stands in his way. In Hae-min's eyes, the victims are just a convenient shield for Hyun-sung's real goal, taking total control of Daesan for himself. The thought of another bastard invading his territory clearly eats at him, and his face twists into a seething snarl as he vents his hatred. He reminds the others that they have certain pleasures to protect, successfully baiting the blonde student into finally asking for a plan. Jung Hae-min is already looking ahead, savoring a plan that doesn't just involve victory. He wants to completely break Kim Hyun-sung's spirit. Im Ho-jun is cornered and terrified, stammering out apologies to an attacker who isn't interested in hearing them. The delinquent looms over him, blaming the boy's social media post for ruining his reputation and deciding it's time for some long overdue payback. He's finished talking and winds up a punch, screaming that Ho-jun needs to take responsibility for all the stress he's caused. The boy can only grit his teeth and wait for the impact, but a cold voice cuts through the tension from under a hood, calling out Ho-jun by name. The hooded man steps into the derelict warehouse and drops the name of his target, Yoo Jong-hyun. He immediately starts pleading for forgiveness, but the boy with the orange hair isn't interested in an apology. Jong-hyun tries to explain that they threatened to kill his brother if he didn't follow their plan, but he only gets a punch to the face for his trouble. Apparently, he was just a tool in a much larger game. More footsteps echo through the building as another figure arrives at the scene, revealing himself as Jung Hae-min with a predatory grin and a cruel greeting for the fools caught in his net. Jung Hae-min stands at the center of the trap he spent all morning setting, surrounded by a sea of Daesan students ready to tear him apart. He asks if our hero really thought he could just waltz in and take over their school without a welcoming committee. Looking out at the 100-man ambush, our protagonist isn't shaking. He's just wondering if all these guys have nothing better to do with their lives than stand around in a courtyard. Jung snaps that he's bluffing, but the stranger just shifts the tone, offering to tell them all a very interesting story. He starts with a question: who is the real owner of the Speaking from Daesan's social media page? The answer is Jo Ye-jin, the one student who holds the keys to every anonymous post and comment in the school. It turns out Jae-jin was desperate to get on Kim Hyun-sung's good side, so he handed over all the data to help set this plan in motion. The stranger reveals he's close enough to the owner to know the face of every coward hiding behind a screen. He looks at the mob and drops the truth. The people who posted comments to help Im Ho-jun are no better than the trash they're supposedly fighting against. Confusion ripples through the crowd as a massive group from Cheonil High marches onto the scene, catching everyone off guard. Seeing the faces of heavy hitters like An Hong-ryul, Lee Ji-cheol, and Yang Jun-yuk only makes things worse. Their presence signals an alliance that shouldn't exist, and the realization that the stakes just changed hits like a physical blow. Hyun-sung isn't just winning a fight. He's taking over the neighborhood, and he starts by reminding a terrified An Hong-ryul about the previous trash who ruled these streets. All those big names from Cheonil High didn't just disappear into juvenile detention by accident. Hyun-sung looks down at him, weighing the boy's worth and finding nothing but another low-level thug who doesn't deserve a pass. Hong-ryul breaks completely, begging not for a win, but just the chance to graduate in one piece. Yet, Hyun-sung isn't interested in mercy. The realization hits Hong-ryul that the monster standing over him is the one who cleared the board of everyone else. However, the protagonist has a vision that requires more than just a pile of bodies, so he decides to put the boy to work instead. He orders Hong Ryul to gather every fighter he can find from Jail High and have them ready at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, on the street, Yang Jun-hyuk and the heavy hitters from Cheon-il look over the opposition with nothing but boredom. 20 people is barely a warm-up for men like this. Standing before a sea of fighters, the Daesan senior can't hide his contempt, reminding them that they're all just leftovers who already got wrecked by Kim Hyun-sung. He turns his focus to a thug named Hong Ryul, demanding to know if he understands the stakes if the school actually falls into Hyun-sung's hands. But the hierarchy is already crumbling. Hong Ryul spits back that he couldn't care less about the school, mocking the senior for losing his mind after being beaten like a dog. The respect is gone, and Hong Ryul makes it clear he doesn't answer to a top dog who can't hold his own. The senior lets a cold threat hang in the air, asking if the kid is truly ready for the fallout of this level of disrespect. Hong Ryul just laughs it off, claiming that only the strongest deserves to lead, and he has serious doubts about the man standing in front of him. He lays down a final humiliating challenge. If the senior is so worried about their future, he can go prove himself against Kim Hyun-sung one-on-one right now. Hong Ryul's provocation was never just a random outburst. It was a calculated setup designed to lure their targets into a trap. If Jung Haenin agreed to a one-on-one fight, Hyun-sung could dismantle him in front of the entire school, but the backup plan for a refusal was far more brutal. Shin Young-min watches the confrontation, trying to convince himself that they have nothing to worry about since they have the numbers. Hyun-sung doesn't give him another second to think, launching into a sudden, violent strike that catches the entire group off guard. He moves with cold efficiency, beginning a systematic beatdown of Haenin, while Youngmin watches in stunned silence. The Daesan senior looks back at his own crew, terrified as he realizes they aren't lifting a finger to help. The truth finally lands like a physical blow. Hyun-sung isn't just picking a fight, he's planning to take down the entire group by himself. The senior from Daesan screams a desperate command to the room, calling for his remaining men to crush the high schoolers standing in the center of the wreckage. Hyun-sung knows the math isn't on his side. 1 man against 100 is a losing bet in a straight fight. But victory isn't about the count, it's about the message. If he's going to make these people comply, he has to make the consequence of resistance crystal clear. One of the seniors watches in paralyzed terror as Hyun-sung delivers a brutal reminder that this is just the beginning, and if he wants to survive the organized groups of Gangnam, he has to be the most terrifying thing in the room. Hyun-sung is already several steps deep into the violence, warning his allies that he has to be ready for the worst, so they better stay back unless he specifically asks for help. Watching from the sidelines, the senior student from Daesan can only look on as Hyun-sung's logic turns cold. If a small-time mob like this is enough to bring him to his knees, then his entire plan for revenge is dead before it even starts. The senior hesitates, the weight of the brutality finally starting to sink in. When the muscle beside him asks if they should call for backup, the senior shuts it down, choosing to trust the order Hyun-sung gave them. Meanwhile, the blonde leader has seen enough of his men hesitating and screams at the crowd to pounce on this one kid all at once. Hyun-sung braces as the swarm closes in. But he doesn't just survive the pile-on. He starts methodically dismantling every person who gets within reach. Looking at the carnage, Jung Haemin finally sees the shape of the monster in front of him. Kang Hyun-sung isn't just fighting anymore. He's leaning into the violence, letting his own blood spill just to find an opening. As the leader's scream echoes through the warehouse, it becomes clear that Hyun-sung has left logic behind, deciding that the only way to survive this is to stay more insane than the men trying to kill him. Watching this, Haemin realizes he's stepped into a nightmare he wasn't prepared for. Survival instinct overrides everything else as he turns to bolt, ignoring the shouts of his own people as they watch him abandon the line. But with the leader distracted by the betrayal, Hyun-sung is already closing the distance, his eyes locked on his next target. Kang Hee-woo stands over his latest victim, dropping a cold reminder that if you start something, you'd better be prepared to finish it. Seeing his crew dismantled, Yoo Jong-hyun finally loses it, screaming at the others to get out of his way as he charges in to settle this himself. He launches a wide, desperate swing, but Hee-woo is already inside his guard, driving a heavy counter into Jong-yeon's gut that leaves the bully gasping for air. Looking down at the man who thought he ran this school, Hee-woo asks for confirmation, and then he ends the conversation with a barrage of strikes that ensures Jong-yeon won't be getting back up. Jong-hyun's face snaps back as the first blow lands, his vision blurring under the force of the strike. Hee-woo isn't stopping, and as he mounts the fallen fighter to deliver a brutal ground and pound, the surrounding thugs can only watch in horror. They scream for someone to pull the lunatic off, but Hee-woo is deep in the red zone, his expression so terrifying that the nearest thugs actually recoil in physical disgust. He only relents when his lungs start to burn, staring down at a broken Jong-yeon, who finally gasps out a white flag confession of defeat. The shift in the room is instant, and the Taesan seniors look on with a mix of disbelief and sheer, wild-eyed triumph. One of them steps forward to scream the verdict at the rest of the gang, demanding they back off now that the game is officially over. Standing over the broken remains of the Daesan leadership, Kang Hyun-sung delivers the new law of the land. From this moment on, every high school in the city answers to Cheonil High. Covered in the blood of the men he just dismantled, he stares down the survivors and dares anyone left to find their voice and object. 2 weeks later, the atmosphere at ICT High has shifted as students notice Jung Hae-min has finally crawled back to class. The rumors are already moving through the halls, with students whispering that he didn't just lose, he tucked his tail and ran in the middle of the fight against Cheonil. Hae-min listens to the chatter, his knuckles white as he wonders why he didn't stay and swing. But the fear is still too fresh, and he tries to convince himself that even a win wouldn't have mattered, because you just don't mess with a maniac like Hyun-sung and expect to walk away. Unable to take the judging eyes anymore, he snaps at his classmates to shut their mouths, lashing out to cover the fact that he's still terrified. Hae-min stares at his target, the realization hitting him that this is the same guy the Golden Circle hired him to take down. Panic starts to set in, but he realizes he can't let him keep talking. He lashes out with a desperate scream, demanding to know what his opponent thinks he can actually do. He throws a blind punch with everything he has left, but as the blow lands, the world suddenly fractures into a scream of pure agony. He finally groans back to consciousness, his face a mess of bruises and bandages, only to find his principal standing over his hospital bed. The old man looms in silence, letting the weight of the moment settle before the kid can even find his voice. He immediately starts spinning the story, pinning the entire disaster on Hyun-sung and demanding the school step in to handle him. But the principal isn't buying the victim act, cutting the rant short with a single reminder of who actually threw the first punch. Oh Dae-won stands over the hospital bed and delivers the verdict. Kim Hyun-sung was only acting in self-defense, and the school is sticking to that story. It doesn't matter that Jung Hae-min is the one covered in bruises, because as far as the principal is concerned, Hae-min's reputation as a troublemaker makes him the only logical villain here. Hae-min tries to fight back, pointing to his battered face and threatening a lawsuit, but the principal cuts him off with a single word. The air in the room shifts as Oh Dae-won leans in close, asking if the boy has ever heard the name Moon Byung-son. It's a name that carries weight, and while Hae-min was unconscious, the principal had already been busy on the phone, shaking hands with Nam Yen-sok and cementing a deal that the Golden Circle would never know about. The trap is perfectly set, leaving Hae-min with a simple choice: shut up and get lost, or watch as the school ruins whatever is left of his life. Kim Hyun-sung had already done the math and laid the groundwork to plunge Jung Hae-min into a personal hell from which there is no escape. Jung Hae-min is a man with nothing left to lose, wandering the sunset streets while seething with a quiet, desperate rage. His life has completely fallen apart, he's been expelled from school, and he knows exactly who to blame: Kim Hyun-sung. To make matters worse, even his own father is turning on him, screaming through the phone at a construction site and blaming Hae-min's expulsion for the loss of his own job. At this point, Hae-min doesn't even realize the full scope of his situation. He's been a puppet this entire time, with Hyun-sung pulling the strings of his downfall from the shadows. His phone buzzes again, and he's surprised to hear a familiar voice on the other end. It's Moon Byung-son. Byung-son offers a cold kind of comfort, telling him not to be too bitter, since he's not the only victim. Apparently, Ju Dong-jun's family has been completely destroyed as well. Ju Dong-jun freezes as the voice on the other end of the line confirms his worst fear. Moon Byung-son explains that the very person Dong-jun is working with is the one who hired the Golden Circle to target him in the first place. Every realization hits like a physical blow, leaving Dong-jun stammering in the middle of the street, while Byung-son watches his world collapse from a distance. The nightmare isn't just on the phone, though. Bae Sung-ho and his crew step out of the shadows with wide, predatory grins to finish the job. This wasn't just a threat. It was a total erasure of everything Dong-jun hoped for. Byung-seon makes it clear that the dream of becoming a fitness trainer is officially dead, and the reason is simple. After today, he won't have the hands left to do the work. Two students walk the halls of Daesun Science High, trading rumors about a dangerous new figure taking down thugs across the city. The conversation cuts short when they collide with another student in the hallway, sending a sharp jolt through their ranks. It's Kang Hyun-sung's younger brother Kim Hyun-jin, and despite the pompadour-wearing thug's immediate explosion of rage, Hyun-jin barely offers more than a flat, one-word apology. The bully isn't having it, mocking Hyun-jin's indifferent tone and clutching his shoulder like he's just survived a major assault. Hyun-jin doesn't back down, pointing out the obvious truth. The guy wasn't looking where he was going, and he has no right to lash out. Logic is the last thing this delinquent wants to hear, and he throws a violent strike, determined to make the kid pay for his lack of respect. Back during the previous winter, Hee-woo sits across from Hyun-jin and asks where he plans on attending high school. Hyun-jin doesn't hesitate, claiming he'll follow Hee-woo to Cheonil High and even the same university. Hee-woo's grip tightens on his chopsticks as he weighs the timeline. He has the strength to protect his friend this time around, but he knows the risks of that environment too well. He decides to nudge Hyun-jin toward a safer life, asking if he'd consider a prestigious science academy instead. Hyun-jin agrees instantly, his loyalty to Hee-woo outweighing any personal preference for a specific school. Fast forward to the present, and that plan is clearly in motion as Hyun-jin stands in a school corridor with a bruised face. He calmly reports that a delinquent named Han Byung-soo attacked him without provocation, leaving the bully stammering in disbelief at the blatant lie. Hyun-jin isn't the victim he's pretending to be. He's playing a much more calculated game. Lee Hak-beom shuts down the noise with a single shout, his patience for the bickering finally hitting zero. Han Byung-soo tries to spin a story about self-defense, claiming Hyun-jin started it with a shoulder check, but he can see the homeroom teacher isn't buying his act. This is a problem for Byung-soo. His internal assessment is already on the line, and the old man is smarter than he looks. The teacher isn't stupid. He knows there's more to the story, but finding a way to actually handle these two is a different headache entirely. He decides to end the debate right there, declaring that both students are at fault for fighting on school grounds and demanding they each bring a guardian tomorrow morning. Byung-soo starts to protest, but one cold look from Hak-beom shuts him down. Hyun-jin accepts the verdict quietly, playing the part of the obedient student while Byung-soo simmers with resentment behind him. As they leave the office and step back into the hall, the act drops, and Byung-soo warns Hyun-jin that pulling another stunt like that will cost him. Han Byung-soo isn't done twisting the knife, mocking the fact that Hyun-jin's grandmother will have to drag herself to the school because he wouldn't just take the fall. He leans into the flex, explaining that the school is only calling for parents because his own father owns a massive construction company. Then comes the real threat. Byung-soo's older brother is the top dog at Daesun Future High, and he promises to make Hyun-jin's life a living hell. As the insults turn toward his status as an orphan, Hyun-jin can only stand there, taking the hits while the bruise on his face pulses. The next day, the school office is thick with tension as Lee Hak-beom introduces himself to a new arrival. It's Han Chulo, Byung-soo's father, and he doesn't waste a second before launching into a complete fabrication of what happened. Backed by his son and another student, He paints Hyunjin as a bully who's been targeting his kid for a long time, framing the entire fight as nothing more than a desperate act of self-defense. Han Chulo isn't satisfied with just a victory. He wants a personal apology from the boy's guardian, or he's prepared to make things much worse. He hasn't called this meeting to negotiate a surrender. He's here to do his job. Chulo is clearly irritated by the pushback, but he tells his son not to worry about a headstrong teacher, promising the boy that he'll handle everything now that he's involved. Han Byung-soo is feeling untouchable as he marches into the school office, confident that having his father and brother at his back means Kim Hyunjin is finished. But the moment Han Chul-ho steps into the room, his smug expression vanishes, replaced by a sudden, freezing shock. Their teacher explains that because Hyunjin's grandmother was unwell, his brother, Kang Hyun-sung, has come to act as his guardian instead. Hyun-sung doesn't say a word, simply letting his presence fill the room with a lethal pressure that has the elder Han paralyzed and drenched in sweat. As the teacher begins to lay out the eyewitness report naming Byung-soo as the aggressor, the boy's father doesn't wait for him to finish. He slams his head onto the table in a desperate apology. He grovels before the man he just realized is the last person on earth he should have crossed, then pivots on his own son in a fit of absolute terror, demanding he admit to the lies. Byung-soo tries to double down on his story, but the lie is cut short by a strike that sends his head snapping back. Han Chul-ho grabs his own son's hair, his face twisted by the frantic need to save himself. He barks at Byung-soo to lie, to tell everyone he hit first, and offer an immediate apology. Lee Hak-beom watches the display with cold finality, confirming that the school will move forward with formal disciplinary action. As the broken father and son shuffle out of the room, Lee asks Hyun-sung to stay behind for a private word. Outside the counseling room, Lee's reputation is well known. He's a nonconformist who lives by the book, driven only by the desire to see his students live proper lives. He looks Hyun-sung in the eye and admits he doesn't like him, or the rumors that big shots are backing him. But Lee is a pragmatist. If playing along with the guardian act means a good kid like Hyunjin can finally go to school without being targeted, he's willing to sign off on the lie as many times as it takes. In Kang Yeon-sung's previous life, Lee Hak-beom had been fired for protecting a student from the Golden Circle, but he never stopped putting his students first. He was a true educator. In the school hallway, Han Byung-gu is spiraling. He lashes out at his senior, demanding the protection he was promised now that a school committee hearing is breathing down his neck. But the senior isn't interested in playing savior. He's too busy worrying about their father's job. He snaps at Byung-gu, asking if the kid has any idea what kind of monster he actually picked a fight with. It turns out the guy Byung-gu messed with is backed by a massive construction firm for a reason. His older brother is Kim Yeon-sung. He's the powerhouse from Cheonil High who has been systematically crushing every head in the district, and Byung-gu just walked right into his crosshairs, looking down at the group with a cold, unbothered stare. He isn't there to join the argument. He simply tells them to follow him because he has something to say too. Hee-woo's patience has already run out, and he wonders out loud why the rest of the family hasn't shown up to answer for this yet. He leads them toward a secluded spot under a bridge, a move that signals this isn't just going to be a simple lecture. As soon as they stop, Byung-gu Sr. drops to his knees, trembling as he begs for mercy and promises never to touch Hyunjin again. Byung-gu's father and brother quickly follow suit, with the older man taking the blame for how he raised his son and promising to handle it personally. Hee-woo isn't moved by the display. He looks down at them and lays out the stakes. One phone call is all it takes to bankrupt the father's company and leave the brother in a hospital bed for life. To Hee-woo, these people are nothing more than a nuisance he can sweep away whenever he feels like it. Completely broken by the threat of total ruin, the group can only stay on their knees, pleading for a single chance to make things right. Seeing Hyunjin standing there, bruised and broken after the beating he took from Han Byung-soo, triggers every piece of suppressed trauma Kim Hyun-sung has been trying to bury. He pulls the senior close, his face twisted into a mask of protective rage, and demands to know how a scumbag like him ever thought he could touch his brother. His grip tightens on the man's throat, A cold warning that ripping him to shreds wouldn't even be enough to settle the score, but he's barely holding back for Hyunjin's sake. He drops the ultimatum with a terrifying grin. If the senior wants to survive this anger, he needs to crawl to Hyunjin and beg for forgiveness like a dog. A little while later, the classroom becomes the stage for a desperate display of regret as the senior drops to his knees before Kang Hyunjin. He begs for forgiveness in front of the entire class, swearing that he'll never target Hyunjin or anyone else in the school again. Hyunjin, clearly uncomfortable but possessing a heart far larger than his bullies, tells the man to get up. He acknowledges how hard it must be to admit fault like this in front of an audience, and he accepts the apology without hesitation. This was the core difference between Hyunjin and the man who sent him here. He possessed a childlike innocence that Kim Hyun-sung wanted to protect at all costs. With a warm smile, he offers a clean slate, asking only that the senior never repeats his mistakes. From that day on, Kang Hyunjin's life at school was never the same. Word spreads fast in a place like this, and suddenly every student in the hallway wants to know if the rumors are true, if the man who just conquered the Daesan district is really his brother. Even the seniors, guys who wouldn't have looked his way a week ago, are coming out of the woodwork to offer their protection and hint at a future introduction. Hyunjin sits in the middle of the storm, sweating under the sudden weight of his brother's reputation. He always knew Kim Hyun-sung was a big deal, but he didn't realize that, in this world, being the brother of a kingpin is a power all its own. While the rest of the school clamors and gossips about what kind of move the new boss of Daesan will make next, Hyun-sung himself remains a ghost in the noise, letting the months drift by in quiet, focused silence. In the corporate offices, the usual silence breaks when a staffer bursts toward the executive director's door with the news they've all been waiting for. They finally succeeded. The reconstruction case for Sejong City was never a sure thing, but the gamble just paid off. The director can barely keep his hands steady as he watches the official government announcement flash across the screen, confirming the massive win. For Hyun-sung and his silver-haired partner Kwang Rock, this is more than just a successful deal. It's a jackpot. Everything they've been moving into place finally blew up exactly the way they planned. Back at the company a few months ago, a massive gamble was already tearing the conference room apart. Team leader Go Chang-seok doesn't hold back, shouting that the construction business runs on results, not prayers, as he slams the executive director's plan for a luxury villa complex. Executive director Go Chang-beom stays perfectly composed, answering that the location alone makes the land a bargain, regardless of what they build on it. He points out that the city's new road plans are already starting, and as the other executives nod in agreement, Chang-beom asks if his actions still look reckless. Chang-seok's jaw tightens as he doubles down, arguing that in a real estate explodes, they should be building high-demand apartments, not wasting manpower on villas. Finally losing his cool, he slams the table and shouts that this is the most inefficient plan possible, questioning how a man in Chang-beom's position doesn't even know that. Go Chang-beom isn't interested in caution or careful steps. To him, the land is a permanent asset, and having already secured it, he's content to wait for the market to move in his favor. He mocks his brother's hesitation, asking if he's really the only one in the room who can't see the play. Patronizing as ever, he tells Chang-seok to look at the big picture if he ever wants to reach his level. But the younger brother finally snaps, slamming the table to end the lecture. The chairman cuts through the noise with a cold reminder of how things work in this office. By putting his name on the business plan instead of just delivering results, Chang-beom has claimed total ownership of the outcome. Whether it ends in massive success or total ruin, the chairman makes it clear that the weight is now solely on Chang-beom's shoulders. Unfazed by the warning, Chang-beom doubles down on his confidence and promises not to let him down. In the present, the gamble seems to be paying off in a massive way. Chang-seok walks through the numbers in a meeting, noting that land profits alone have already cleared 30 billion. With an industrial park and luxury villas on the horizon, the value is only set to climb. Watching the presentation, the chairman remains quiet, his fingers tapping as the results he demanded finally begin to take shape. And now the old man is ready to make good on his promise. He told Chang-beom that the results would be his to keep, And today, he's closing the book on any remaining doubt. Standing before the board, the chairman drops the verdict. Executive Director Go Chang-byeom will be the one to succeed him as the head of Myeongjin Constructions. The announcement doesn't sit well with Go Chang-seok, who slams the table in a desperate protest. He tries to dismiss the victory as a fluke, a lucky break that doesn't prove anything. But the chairman isn't moved. He knows this isn't just about the numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about what happened months ago when the idea was first pitched. While Chang-byeom was looking for ways to build the company, Chang-seok was busy rooting for him to fail, more worried about his rival's potential than the business itself. The chairman lays it out plainly. A man who puts his own ego before the company has no place in the big chair. For Chang-seok, it's more than just a missed promotion. It's a public exposure of everything he's been trying to hide. The chairman leans in with a question that feels like a trap, asking if his eldest son is still failing to meet the mark. And while the room stays quiet, he drops the verdict. The company only has room for one successor. He tells Go Chang-seok to leave Myeongjin Construction tomorrow and just go live his life, essentially cutting him out of the family legacy in a single breath. In the stairwell, Chang-seok spirals, unable to grasp how he could be tossed aside like he's nothing after years of dedication. This is a pivot point for a man who thought he was untouchable. The world he was supposed to inherit is vanishing, and the shock is quickly turning into something much darker. He really didn't want to play this card, but he can't just walk away from his birthright, so he reaches into his jacket and pulls out his phone to make a call he can't take back. Go Chang-byeom makes a desperate call to a reporter he hasn't seen in a while, trying to sound casual as he asks for a lunch meeting. Elsewhere, Kim Hyun-sung sits in a quiet cafe with a reporter of his own, asking if the man remembers the significance of this place. As it turns out, the man only stayed because Hyun-sung never hid his greed, proving he'd do whatever was necessary to put his allies on top. Now that the reporter has been promised the chairmanship, he swears to support Hyun-sung's goals until the very end. Hyun-sung accepts the loyalty with a simple warning. As long as that promise holds, the reporter stays at the top of his priority list. But that mask shatters the moment he hears about a new article hitting the press. The headlines are already tearing through the industry, exposing a massive scandal about an illegitimate heir being added to the family register. Back in his office, Go Chang-seok watches the fallout with his feet up, satisfied that a potential rival finally learned his place. He sips his wine and muses that he might have actually played nice if the man hadn't tried to eye his position. It all came down to luck, and the moment Chang-seok caught a strange flow in the chairman's money, Chang-byeom knocks back a glass like he's trying to drown a fire. He admits he could tolerate the man's usual power plays for the chairmanship, but this time, Chang-seok crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. Our executive director watches the silver-haired man spiral, calmly asking if the plan is just to go find the man and beat him to a pulp. He warns that violence won't change the reality of the situation. If anything, a rash move right now is the fastest way for Chang-byeom to lose every scrap of leverage he has left. But logic doesn't land when the damage is personal, and Chang-byeom snaps back that it feels like his own mother was the one targeted, demanding a real solution instead of a lecture on restraint. Go Chang-byeom leans in with a grin, dropping a revelation meant to shatter his brother's world. Go Chang-seok can only stare back, his face a mask of simmering rage as the truth of his own identity is thrown in his face. In their past lives, this tension boiled over when Chang-byeom physically broke his brother, forcing Chairman Go Myeongjin to hire outside help and sparking a corporate scandal that nearly buried them all. Kim Hyun-sung recalls this history, but he isn't looking at the violence. He's looking at the strange, calculated moves of the Go family. Despite Chang-seok being the clear choice to lead Myeongjin Construction, the chairman threw his weight behind the less qualified Chang-byeom, while the company buried every mention of the illegitimate child. Kim Hyun-sung digs through the Go family history and finds a pattern that doesn't fit the public story. Everyone praised the mother for her grace, believing she had embraced her husband's illegitimate child as her own while her own son was sent away. But Hyun-sung makes a deduction that flips the entire family tree. It wasn't the brother who was the outsider, but Go Chang-byeom himself. Sitting across from him in a quiet cafe, Hyunsung finally asks the question, why didn't Chang Beom ever use his brother's status as a bastard to destroy him? He recalls a night from his childhood, trying to comfort her after yet another fight and offering to protect her. In that moment of vulnerability, his mother finally broke her silence and told him a truth she had buried deep inside her heart. Holding her son, the woman finally breaks, the weight of a decade's worth of secrets collapsing all at once. She reveals the truth that poisons her marriage. Chang Seok isn't Chang Beom's brother, but an illegitimate child from his father's many affairs. She has been forced to raise another woman's son, and every time she looks at the boy, she sees her husband's betrayal staring back at her. Seeing his mother's spirit crushed, the young Chang Beom begs her to just take the alimony and leave that life behind. He's ready to support her, to find a way out of the shadow of his father's house. But even through her tears, his mother forces a smile that carries more grief than any scream ever could. She refuses to let go, clinging to the hollow idea that they are still a family regardless of the cost. Years later, Chang Beom carries that same heavy sense of duty into his adult life. To him, the competition for the title of chairman doesn't matter nearly as much as shielding his mother from any more pain. He's already made his decision, but the question remains whether he will let the illegitimate brother live or finally end the source of her heartache for good. Go Chang Beom knows the stakes have shifted, and Kang Hee-woo is right there with a solution that could settle everything without another drop of blood. It's a clean way out, and our protagonist is more than willing to walk him through the logic of it. The days of being written off as a drunkard are over. Today, Chang Beom steps into his role as the legitimate heir to a massive empire. He stands before the press at Myungjin Construction, offering a calculated apology for the scandal that's been dragging his family through the dirt. He admits the affair happened and that a child was born, but he's not here to hide behind excuses. Slamming a DNA report onto the lectern, he drops the final blow, official proof that he is the biological son of Chairman Go Myungjin, shutting down the illegitimate rumors for good. Go Chang Beom doesn't flinch, stating plainly that the child died before they were ever born. Back in his office, Hee-woo watches as Chang Beom rewrites their history on live television, explaining that the secret payments were just a guilty father's way of sending alimony. The room goes silent as the reporter's lead evaporates. He grips the microphone and shifts from explanation to a warning. Standing as the future chairman, he promises a fierce response to anyone who harasses his family again, and his face makes it clear he isn't just talking about lawsuits. The press conference ends in a total meltdown for the reporter, his career-making scoop falling apart right in front of him. He's losing it, sweating and yelling at the room, but his desperation doesn't change the outcome. Away from the cameras, the chairman gathers his family to deliver the final verdict. He thanks Go Chang Beom for his loyalty, praising him for protecting the company's reputation, when he didn't even have to. Chang Beom plays the humble son perfectly, though the reward he's been chasing is finally within reach. The chairman confirms the promotion is already in motion, urging Chang Beom to lead the company with a level of integrity he feels he never achieved himself. With the succession settled, the chairman clears the room, sending the victor out so he can deal with the loser. He looks at Go Chang Seok, slumped and defeated on the sofa, and admits he knows exactly how far his other son went to steal the top spot, but he isn't looking for an apology. But seeing Go Chang Seok begging for mercy now, the chairman realizes he was just watching the boy dig his own grave. It's a bitter realization that some traits are simply in the blood. Myungjin sees the same cruelty in the boy that he saw in the mother, a woman who has spent years draining him of money for a child she never even raised. Even so, he'd told himself his son was worth the cost. Now, the mercy is over. He offers a handful of buildings as a parting gift, a way for Chang Seok to live comfortably if he just stays out of sight. When the boy tries to plead for one last chance, the chairman finally hits his limit. He roars at his son, demanding to know if he truly understands why his brother, Chang Beom, never used his secrets against him during the race for the top spot. The realization hits like a physical blow. It was never about weakness or a lack of leverage. It was about family. Looking back, Myungjin could have handed everything to his legitimate heir years ago. Instead, he opened the door for his illegitimate son, giving him a seat at the table he never had a legal right to claim. It wasn't just the chairman's choice. The mother and Chang Beom had all agreed to give him that chance, a collective mercy that Chang Seok had mistaken for an opening to strike. Go Chang Seok's hands tremble as the weight of his reality finally hits him. All this time, he convinced himself he was the victim, but as the tears break through, he realizes the people he stepped on actually viewed him as family. He was the one with the privilege, and he threw it away for nothing. Sometime later, at Incheon International Airport, an acquaintance questions why he's throwing his entire life away. Chang Seok doesn't look back. He admits the marriage was hollow from the start, a loveless arrangement made worse by his own infidelity. There's no point in staying, only a divorce seal left to stamp before he disappears for good. Before he leaves, Go Chang Seok hands over a drive containing everything his successor needs to manage the company. He's already instructed his loyalists to support the new chairman, and with those final instructions, he turns to make his exit. But the younger man stops him with one final question. He has to know who was actually behind Chang Seok's sudden victory. The sudden use of an affectionate term catches Chang Seok off guard, but the new chairman is already cycling through suspects, trying to figure out which executive or director flipped the script. If it wasn't an internal play, the only other name on the ledger with significant spending was Kim Hyun-sung. The idea feels ridiculous. Hyun-sung is just a high school kid, a student who shouldn't have the weight or the reach to topple a corporate succession race. The younger man presses for the truth, and the look on Chang Seok's face says it all. He realized too late that even with the race won, dropping his guard was a mistake. Go Chang Beom doesn't care that he's talking to his own brother. He makes it clear that if Chang Seok touches Hyun-sung, there will be consequences. Chang Seok tries to play it off as if he's already beaten, but Chang Beom isn't buying the act, mocking his brother one last time for being foolish enough to get played by a high schooler. As the new chairman makes his way through the terminal, his phone buzzes with a call from the boy himself. Chang Beom tries to keep his voice steady, asking if this is just a final goodbye, but Hyun-sung isn't calling for pleasantries. Standing on the school rooftop, Hyun-sung drops the cold truth. Unlike the corporate players, he has no interest in a peaceful resolution. Chang Beom might keep his title and his royal status, but he's about to find out that having a name means nothing when you have absolutely zero power left to back it up. As the warning lands for Go Chang Beom to stay in line, the corporate shark just laughs, completely dismissive of the threat and the supposedly touching loyalty between the two brothers. Meanwhile, Kang Hee-woo stands alone, weighing the pieces he's finally moved into place to corner both his own brother and Myungjin Construction. He's been playing a long game, and every step forward is a calculated risk toward the only outcome that matters. Kim Hyun-sung checks his phone with a cold smirk, knowing the countdown has begun. In just a few months, he'll pull the trigger on his plan to dismantle the Golden Circle for good. In a dimly lit room, Jung Min-ho huddles on the floor under his desk, his voice barely a whisper as he begs for his life. His face is a mess of bruises and fresh bandages, and he clutches his phone with trembling hands, crying out to someone named Hyun-sung. A call is incoming from Min-ho himself, but the screen glows in the dark with no one there to pick it up. By the time the clock hits 12:51, the screen shows 44 missed calls and 44 unanswered pleas for help. In the principal's office, the head of Cheonil High practically trips over himself to welcome Chang Beom, treating the young corporate heir's presence like a royal visit. Chang Beom doesn't waste time with small talk, casually dropping the news that Hyun-sung will be transferring to a school in Seoul next year. The principal freezes, his mind racing as he tries to weigh the loss of his star student against the risk of offending Myungjin Construction. Sensing the hesitation, Chang Beom leans back and offers a different perspective, suggesting they focus on a long-term partnership that would keep the corporate funding flowing regardless of who's on the roster. Hee-woo stares at the screen, scrolling through a mountain of desperate apologies and empty promises that have been piling up for days. The guy on the other end is practically begging for a chance to make things right, offering to take any punishment just to settle the debt. To Hee-woo, it's all just pathetic noise, because while the sender is busy groveling, the only thing that matters is that Hyun-sung has finally shown up. Jung Min-ho knows how to play the victim, trembling as he begs for just a minute of someone's time. After escaping his old life in Daesen, he stands before a new school, dreaming of a fresh start where no one knows his face. His parents spent everything they had to bury his violent past, and now he is determined to live as a completely different person. At his new school, Min-ho plays the part of the generous friend, treating his classmates to anything they want at the snack shop. He goes out of his way to do the small chores, telling the others to head to the cafe while he stays behind to lock up. To them, he is a saint, a guy who is always there to help exactly when they need it. Jung Min-ho plays the part of the helpful student to perfection, waving off a classmate's gratitude with a rehearsed smile. After a long day of maintaining this useful facade, he's finally ready to trade the classroom keys for a few hours at the PC cafe. But a voice stops him in his tracks. Park Min-gu, a bully with a reputation for leaning on the weak, tosses a heavy gym bag at Min-ho's feet and demands a delivery service. Min-ho looks at the bag and weighs the math of the moment. He knows exactly what kind of face Min-gu has. If he plays the clumsy victim now, he's an errand boy for the rest of high school, so he chooses to show some teeth even if it means taking a hit. The refusal earns him an immediate punch to the gut that sends him reeling, but Min-ho forces himself to stay upright because surrendering to the first blow is a death sentence for the normal life he wants. Min-ho screams in desperate confusion, unable to understand why he's being targeted as he tries to fight back. But Min-gu just catches the hit, mocking the attempt with a sadistic grin. He doesn't wait for a response before landing a heavy blow of his own, standing over the boy with pure contempt once the fight is clearly over. As Min-ho lies broken on the ground, Min-gu formally introduces him to the rest of the crew, not as a person, but as his new toy. After that day, Jung Min-ho's life takes a sharp turn for the worse as he is forced into the role of a lowly errand boy, but the physical abuse from bullies is only half the problem. When he tries to reach out to his old circle of friends, they don't just walk away, they cut him off with pure disgust. The people he once trusted want nothing to do with him, leaving Min-ho completely alone in a reality that has become far harsher than he ever imagined. The slap lands hard in the alleyway, where Chang Beom is busy mocking Jung Min-ho's latest contribution. 50,000 won is a joke to him, especially after watching Min-ho spend so much more on snacks and cafes for his own friends. Park Min-gu grabs the boy by the face, daring him to do something about it. He knows Min-ho is cornered. Crying to parents or threatening to call the police won't work, especially not when Chang Beom comes from a family rich enough to make the school principal bow. Min-gu twists the knife, explaining that any report will just lead to a high-priced lawyer ruining Min-ho's life for good. He's already lost, and there is no way out of this alley that doesn't involve more pain. When Min-ho finally breaks and asks why this is happening to him, a new shadow steps into the light. Kang Hee-woo stands behind him with a cold judgment that stops Min-ho's heart. He tells the boy he should have lived a better life, and in that moment, the terrifying truth of who is really behind this nightmare finally registers. Standing on the school rooftop, Kang Hee-woo watches from above, mocking Jung Min-ho's desperate attempts to vanish. He knows the kid changed his number and dumped his friends to start over, but it's a useless move. As Hee-woo sees it, let him climb. The higher he gets, the more it will hurt when he finally hits the ground. Hee-woo pulls out his phone to check in with a local broker about a new prospect, a fighter named Park Min-gu. Min-gu has been active since middle school and holds a solid internal rating, making him the perfect tool for what comes next. The broker sets the price at 6,000 total, giving the order to break Min-ho completely. The goal isn't just to make him drop out, it's to prove that no matter how hard he tries to run, there's no such thing as a fresh start. Kang Hee-woo takes the call with a grin, brushing off being called a lunatic as if it were a high compliment. He's enjoying the show, and why wouldn't he? Back in the alley, the nightmare is just beginning for Jung Min-ho, who can only watch as Park Mingu wins a game of rock, paper, scissors for the right to torment him first. The cruelty is casual and commercial, with Mingu offering to rent out Minho as a human chair to the other thugs for 1,000 won apiece. This is a pivot point for Minho. He realizes there's no running away from a reach this long, and his spirit finally snaps under the weight of it. Instead of fighting back, he decides he'll just endure the beating, convincing himself that if he stays down long enough, maybe things will eventually work themselves out. Park Mingu has a special gift for the classmate he's been tormenting, a carton of milk he's been aging outside for 3 days. It's thick, it's spoiled, and it's the centerpiece of a sadistic new game. Mingu lays out the terms. If Minho can drink the whole thing and last through the next hour of class without a bathroom break, the bullying stops for good. Despite the bruises already covering his face, Minho is desperate enough to look for a catch, but Mingu just laughs off the suspicion with a fake promise. With no other way out of the cycle, Minho downs the curdled mess while his tormentor watches with a satisfied grin. The class hasn't even hit its stride before the first wave of nausea hits, turning Minho's stomach into a knot of cold panic. He clenches his fists and tells himself he just has to endure the next 60 minutes, and the nightmare will finally be over. Jung Minho is trapped in a waking nightmare, praying for the clock to move just a few seconds faster. He sits hunched over his desk, every muscle tensed as he fights a losing battle against his own body. The agony is visible, a desperate struggle to maintain even a shred of dignity while the world narrows down to a single point of failure. It isn't enough, and as he finally breaks and bolts from the room, the sound of Park Mingu's mocking laughter follows him down the hall. Alone in a bathroom stall, Minho shakes with a mix of physical exhaustion and pure, unadulterated rage. He's reached a point where he can't carry the weight of this bullying by himself anymore. But then, his eyes land on his gym clothes, and a desperate shred of hope takes hold. He has evidence now, something physical he can show to prove what's been happening to him. If the authorities see this, they'll have to listen. They'll have to help him. Park Mingu leans into a theatrical apology, wrapping an arm around Jung Minho while promising the teacher that his extreme pranks are a thing of the past. The teacher isn't entirely convinced, asking if this is actually a case of bullying, but Mingu just laughs it off, claiming they're the best of friends as he pulls the battered boy closer. Once the authority figure is gone, the mask slips and Mingu drives a kick into Minho's gut while explaining the cold reality of school life. Teachers are just public servants who want to coast to retirement without any trouble, but even if one decided to be a hero and call a review board, Mingu has a plan. He suddenly strikes his own face with a heavy blow, creating fresh evidence of a mutual fight that his goons will happily testify was all Minho's fault. With the trap fully set, Mingu dares the boy to try and tell on him, taunting his victim to show him if there's anything a nobody like him can actually do. Jung Minho walked through the school halls, loathing the desperation that had led him to trust a teacher. He wondered if the repeated beatings had finally broken his mind, but he didn't have time to dwell on it before a classmate stopped him to ask about the rumors. The truth about his past finally caught up to him. He wasn't just a friendly transfer student, but an expelled bully. His new life collapsed as the reality of his own history and the disgust of his peers became his new prison. With every bridge burned and no one left to turn to, Minho gave up on his final chance and chose to drop out. He reaches for the handle, expecting a normal visitor, but the door explodes inward as Park Mingu kicks it off the hinges, sending Minho to the floor with a mocking greeting. Park Mingu is bored. His favorite target is gone, and the classroom feels empty without someone to break, but the payout from the golden circle makes it worth the trouble. He's already counting the thousands he made for trashing Jung Minho, wondering how to spend his blood money, when the door slides open. A detective walks in and flashes a badge, demanding Mingu follow him quietly while he's still in a good mood. The news hits hard. Minho jumped from his own house last night and is currently clinging to life in a coma. Back at the station, Mingu tries to play the victim, stammering that he has nothing to do with a suicide attempt. The detective just stares him down, disgusted by how a kid can be this shameless after destroying a life. The detective lays it out plain. Jung Minho is dead, and he left a will that pins the entire tragedy on Park Minggu. Minggu tries to stammer out an excuse, but the evidence is a mountain. Witnesses CCTV of him breaking into Minho's home, and a paper trail that leads straight to him. As the weight of a juvenile detention sentence settles in, Mingu's internal panic takes over. He's not about to spend his life behind bars for someone else's plan. Especially not when Minho's parents are pushing for a full criminal case. He decides to burn the bridge. He asks the detective if he's heard of a group called the Golden Circle, but the response isn't a question. It's a violent command to shut up. Before Minggu can process the shift in tone, the detective reaches over and kills the recording equipment. The interrogation room goes cold as the detective looms over him, asking if he really thought that hush money was just for the assault. The realization hits Minggu like a physical blow. The Golden Circle doesn't just hire bullies, they own the people meant to catch them. The money was never a paycheck, it was a down payment on a fall guy. As the detective leans in, the reality hits Park Minggu like a physical weight. Every cent he took was just the price for his own silence. It's a complete lockdown, a system where the police, the prosecutors, and the courts all answer to the same hidden circle, leaving Minggu with a single brutal choice between taking the blame or losing his life. Meanwhile, at Yonggi-do General Hospital, the news cycle has already moved on to the next tragedy. A student, driven to the edge by bullying, survived a jump from a school building, and the public's rage is already boiling over. They want a monster to blame, and the system has hand-delivered them one. Walking through the hospital halls, Kang Hee-woo watches the fallout with a cold, focused clarity. Just as planned, Minggu has taken the fall for everything. Hee-woo walks the hospital corridor, fully aware of how narrow the margin of his success really was. If he'd been just a little more reckless, he would have shared the same fate as the man he just took down. Taking out the Golden Circle once and for all means he has to squeeze every single opportunity for all it's worth. Even so, he's going to make sure he enjoys himself along the way. He stops outside room 301 and knocks, waiting for the invitation before stepping inside. Minho's mother looks up, and the moment she recognizes him, the blood drains from her face. Panic takes over as she starts shouting for him to get out. But Hee-woo just stares back, asking if she really wants to cause a scene and call the nurses. He plays it off like he's just there for a friendly chat, asking what she thinks he could possibly do in the middle of a hospital, but the woman isn't buying the act. Finally, he drops the facade and tells her plainly that he promised Minho the bullying was over, but if she forces him out now, even he doesn't know what he might do. Minho's mother is paralyzed by the sight of the boy in front of her. She knows Hee-woo isn't the type to break a promise, but the look in his eyes says the deal has already changed. She tries to claw back some control with a trembling warning, promising to barge back in if she hears a sound, but Hee-woo just dismisses her with a flat request to leave. The moment the door shuts, the act drops. Hee-woo reaches out to touch Minho's hand, but there's no comfort in it. He's been praying for one thing on the walkover, not for Minho to wake up, but for him to stay conscious enough to feel every second of this. He wants the words and the weight of this room to burn into Minho's mind, while he's trapped behind his own eyes. To Hee-woo, Minho's struggle isn't brave, it's a source of entertainment. Watching a victim fight for life like an insect under a heel is the only thing that actually gives him a thrill. He leans in close to the boy who can't fight back and drops the final truth: he never had any intention of keeping his word. Hee-woo looks down at his target, offering a cold mercy in the form of a warning. For Minho, waking up from this coma would be a mistake because his real nightmare begins the moment he opens his eyes. Walking through the local market, our protagonist is honest with himself. This new path he's on isn't fueled by some grand sense of justice. It's revenge, plain and simple. But he realizes he can't let that hunger swallow his entire life. In this second chance, he has a responsibility to the people who love him, meaning their happiness has to weigh as much as his enemy's suffering. He drifts through the aisles, planning a quiet dinner for his family, until the mundane rhythm of the checkout line is broken. His aunt suddenly bolts for the exit, leaving her groceries behind as a panicked blur that catches him completely off guard. Under the shadow of a hood, Oh Hyeji freezes, the realization that she's been seen hitting like a physical blow. Back in the kitchen, Hee-woo stirs a pan while Chang Byum delivers the report he paid for. The whole injury was a lie. They faked the severed Achilles heel with a bought-off doctor, a desperate piece of parental theater that Hee-woo finds almost touching. From his office, Chang Byum wonders why they're letting it slide, especially since the girl's father hired the Golden Circle to protect her. Hee-woo looks at the evidence, a pile of snacks from a supermarket checkout, and sees something else. Hyeji has spent months playing the invalid, so suffocated by her own lie that she started sneaking out in a hoodie just to breathe. She's currently huddling behind her door, spiraling into a panic over whether or not she was recognized. But to Hee-woo, it doesn't matter if she leaves the house once in a while. The physical cage is gone, but the mental one is perfect. She can walk, but never where anyone can see, and she can open her door, but she can't ever truly go out. He means to keep her in that prison for as long as possible. In the quiet of his kitchen, Kang Hee-woo watches a pot boil and smiles, reflecting on the living hell he went through. It's a simple equation for him now. He plans to return every ounce of despair his enemies gave him, with interest. As the final months of sophomore year approach, the world outside seems calm, but for Kim Hyun-sung, the peace is an illusion. Inside a local gym, he's locked in a grueling session within the cage, trading heavy blows with a partner who refuses to give him an inch. Hyun-sung throws a high kick that connects with the dull impacts, but the relentless pace of the sparring match continues right until the final buzzer sounds. By the time they stop, Hyun-sung is on his knees and gasping for air, having just pushed through 25 minutes of non-stop fighting. His partner looks down, genuinely surprised that the kid is still conscious enough to keep his head up. Wiping sweat from his brow, Hyun-sung catches his breath inside the training cage, starting to feel like the grueling pace is finally becoming manageable. The cage door rattles open as the coach steps in, satisfied to see his students are actually putting in the work. He locks eyes with Hyun-sung, reminding the boy of the promise he made when they first met, the goal to reach a level where he'd have no rivals left by the winter of his second year. With a sharp smirk, the coach announces that this phase of their training is officially coming to an end. He tells Hyun-sung to clear his schedule for the coming weekend because it's time to put everything they've built to the ultimate test. A few days ago, at the Lee Do-hak gym in Seoul, the atmosphere is heavy with the sound of iron and sparring. The local fighters can't help but whisper as they spot a familiar face among the heavyweights, Jung Do-cheol. He's a known name in these circles, and seeing him here alongside the coach only reinforces the weight of what's coming next. Entering Lee Do-hak's office feels like walking into a museum dedicated to his own success, but Do-hak makes it clear he doesn't have much time to catch up. He's busy riding the wave of a recent win after one of his students made it into the UFL, a prestige boost that has him turning away new business. It's a sharp contrast to how things used to be back when Do-hak was just a junior at the gym, treating our protagonist, Jung Do-cheol, like a god. But Do-cheol knows a secret the public doesn't. Do-hak was using the same drugs that ruined Do-cheol's career. Watching his former junior enjoy the life that should have been his, Do-cheol fights a wave of bitter resentment, disgusted by his own jealousy. He swallows his pride anyway and asks for a favor, hoping Do-hak's elite city students will spar with his country kids to close the skill gap. Do-hak just scoffs at the request. He reminds Do-cheol they were close once, but that doesn't mean he's going to waste his gym's time helping a man who's already fallen. The truth is blunt. There is no path back to respect for a man like Jung Do-cheol. In the age of social media, his past isn't just a memory. It's a searchable record that everyone in the fighting scene has already seen. Lee Do-hak doesn't pull his punches, mocking the idea of his students even stepping into the ring with a man whose reputation is this far gone. To Do-hak, the idea of Do-cheol training anyone is a joke, a far cry from the high-stakes world they used to inhabit. Surprisingly, that's exactly what Do-cheol was hoping for. Seeing the same old cynical spark in Do-hak's eyes is a relief, a confirmation that they're still cut from the same cloth. He leans into the flattery, insisting he has no plans for a comeback and only wants to see the new generation's progress while showing off his connection to a successful junior. It's a calculated move, and it's working, as the gym owner starts weighing the chance to humiliate an old rival while getting some free publicity for his gym. Back at the gym, the professional fighters aren't exactly thrilled about the match.